Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Cyberpunk 2077, coming 9th December. This game will unlock in approximately 5 hours. 5 hours? Doubt. Really? Sounds like a tired Joe to be honest. Yeah, I'm really tired. Yeah, sorry I didn't sleep well. Oh, lots of people are streaming it. Huh. So because it's a midnight release in Europe, it gets released worldwide at the same time. That's pretty cool. Having the staggered midnight releases is kind of butt. It kind of feels bad, but I understand why they do it. Oh man. Alright, well thank you for joining me today, considering you could be watching some other streamer play Cyberpunk. Joe, is that your mating call? No, if you heard my mating call, you would know, because you would instantly be aroused. So, yesterday, I received an email, during stream actually, I didn't answer it until the stream's over. I received an email from Ubisoft saying, you know, I'm gonna paraphrase the email. This isn't exactly what they said, but this will be like my dramatic recreation. Dear Joseph Anderson, our records show that you received a review key for Immortals Phoenix Rising featuring Devil May Cry, but yet you have not made a video nor streamed the game. Keys were very limited, so please let us know your plans to stream or make a video on our game. Quarterly Ubisoft team. And I emailed back and said, I didn't receive a review copy. Your records they're not right. And you know, like within an hour I get an email back. And they say, so you are correct. We apologize for the confusion. You were put in the wrong box. And that was it. and that's my only interaction with Ubisoft ever. February 9, 3:43 a.m. Hottie Clinic, intensive care unit. Oh shit! I forgot the big news. It's about a 3. A 3. I know you've all been waiting for more information about this 3. It's the third something. It's the third something, alright? So today, I'm happy to announce that I got my third Duloc on Genshin Impact. I got a third one. I got it on the Zhongli banner. I got a third Diluc. So I have 2 constellations on Diluc now. 2 constellations, yeah. It's Dilucs all the way down. No bamboozle. Legitimately did get a third Diluc. Pretty upset. Pretty upset. Joe, you still only spent 90 on the game. 90 USD. I think it was around 90 USD we paid before. But I think there's been 2 or 3 of the monthly subscription things since then for the 90 Primo Gems every day. And I also got the Battle Pass. I actually I unlocked the whole Battle Pass this round, and I unlocked it today after getting the whole thing unlocked. I paid for the song or whatever to have footage of it being unlocked. I actually used Shadowplay and OBS to do it because it took so long to unlock it. I didn't want to have to do that again because I didn't have like the whole bottom row was like the whole top row was claimed and full up to level 50, and the bottom row was completely untouched, like completely locked. And I got footage of it like being unlocked like all at once, and also going through it. And I recorded it with Shadowplay and OBS, and I'm glad that I did because Shadowplay didn't record it properly. Like I thought I was being overly paranoid and cautious, and it turned out that it's good that I did because Shadowplay did not record it. So yeah, it's good. What do you think of being Choworth and battling Francesca? It was pretty good. Yeah, it was a good investigation yesterday, and a pretty good trial as well. Yeah, this has been an interesting episode so far. If there's a really good payoff for it, then I would might take the top spot over 1-4 for me, but we'll see. We shall see. Anyway, apparently we still have a lot of game left, so let's get right to it. Let me say thank you to some people, and then we'll jump right in. Thank you, Supreme Cool, for the 4-month 3 sub. Thank you, Pitba1 for the 4-month 3 sub as well. Thank you, Bumblebee851 for the 16-month 3 sub. Thank you, Packet1 for the 14-month 3 sub. Thank you, One and Olaf, cool name, for the 5-month 3 sub. And thank you, Bouncy Bob, for 500 bits. Like so many bits from Bouncy Bob. Thank you for the bouncy bits. So one last thing, if you want to peace out to go watch someone else play Cyberpunk, or if Cyberpunk unlocks early for you in some way, I don't know why you would feel bad, but like it's fine. Like go do it. Like there's no FOMO here. Like you can come back and watch the VOD. The VOD will be on Twitch for a while. Like it seems like the carpet thing has maybe passed a little bit. Like I haven't got anything, so maybe it was just being overly cautious, but it was a good idea to do it. I'll be deleting the Yakuza VOD soon, but I've just kept them up because like it's been no trouble, so it's like yeah, whatever. So yeah, the VOD will be here. I'm still up at this hour reading through the trial record of a certain case. It's the first case my mentor Mia Fey had ever handled in a court of law. The horrifying truth that I refuse to accept is holding me hostage here within its pages. Dahlia Hawthorne. What I have read, I don't want to believe. What is written here, this isn't the Dahlia I knew. After falling into Eagle River, I was somehow miraculously saved. But I ended up catching a cold that seemed to knock me around the world and back. Yes, you're in hospital because of a cold. Von Karma got shot. I feel dizzy, my ears are ringing, my throat burns, and my head is on fire. Gotta get that chemical X. But I will recover. I have to recover by this afternoon. I have to meet with the most ill-tempered witness imaginable. But I know that he will be able to help me with him, somehow. Whoa. February 9, 2:43 p.m., Dusky Bridge. Right. Are you sure you're well enough to be doing this? You still look a little green in the face. Or maybe Viridian in artist speak. Actually, my fever has gone down quite a bit. How's your temperature now? Only 102.2 degrees, nothing to worry about. What's that in science? Shit, man. Cough, 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 cough. Anyway, I read today's trial record. You weren't bad, Chadworth. Pretty impressive despite the circumstances. There's a lot of repeating elements of the previous trials in this one. I really like it. He's sick again. He has a cough, just like it was with Dahlia before. Like we spoke about the prosecutors and the defenses switching roles for this one. It's pretty good. We're not in the clear yet. The main point of contention tomorrow is going to be the murder weapon. Yeah. In the end, the sword did not deliver the deadly blow, which means there must be another sword hiding out there that we don't know about. Another sword, huh? Don't you worry about a thing, pal. I'll dig up the murder weapon myself, or I'll eat my coat. Thanks again, Chadworth. I'll handle things from here. Ooh! That is probably for the best. Actually, I was thinking about paying the old precinct a little visit. There's something I want to look into. And that is our client's background. Naturally. You mean Iris, sir? Damn, we're all on the same team now. I like this. I like all on the same team. Everyone be friends. Work together. I have the feeling that we've met before. All I want is confirmation, one way or the other. And since I probably won't be getting that from you... I'm sorry, Chadworth. I bid you adieu, Wright. Take care. Guess I should get moving too. Why? Do you need to be somewhere? Yeah, I've got to get to work on this bridge, pal. I'm rigging something up so we can get across the other side. What do you mean you're rigging something? What? That's right. Maya's still stuck over the intertunnel. Yeah, Fine, what the fuck? But don't you worry, pal. As soon as it's all set, you'll be the first to know. Thank you, Gumshoe. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. No problem, pal. Just try not to give me that cough of yours, okay? Alright, I'm off. Gumshoe out. Hang in there, Maya. We'll get you out, I promise. But in the meantime, I've got to continue collecting evidence. Now it really is more of a dusty bridge than a dusky bridge. Oh, it was foreshadowing that kidnapping incident happened here 11 years ago, so maybe it's cursed too. Hazakura Temple doesn't have a single private phone line, and there aren't any houses in the area, so I guess Bikini is the only one who uses this. I really wish I had brought my cell phone with me. Would you get reception out here? There's a narrow path going off in a different direction than that of the main hall. Listen to someone's time post. Okay. That thing looks like it's ready to collapse, at least more than it did before. According to Bikini, Eagle Mountain is very prone to earthquakes. Uh-oh, which reminds me, if my memory serves me correctly, Chadworth isn't exactly a fan of earthquakes. Nope, he's not. Looks like it's about 20 yards to that cliff over there, but I can't see the inner temple from here. Why does he keep talking about the distance? I really hope Maya's okay. She's dead. Dead. February 9, Heavenly Hall. How did he see the bridge from lying in there? Is there another door, or was it like artistic license? Looks like no one's here. Larry! Laurice! Bless you, Laurice. I was sure he'd be hiding here. Guess I'll try again later. The best cases are always ones where you don't have Maya with you. February 9, Hazakura Temple, main gate. Come on, please. It's for art sake, I swear. There's only one guy I know who could be this persistent and high strung. I'm talking about the heroine here, the heroine in my book. I'll make you famous. Arg. Enough! A fool's who foolishly accepts the foolishness of a fool's... They're just like, fuck it, we're just gonna go all in on this shit. Wouldn't you agree, Phoenix Wright? Huh? Me? Wait a second, I know you. Yeah. What? Your reflexes and mine need to shape up. My brain's frying like a sunny side up. Like a sunny side up? And you want me to grill over an egg? Sunny side up egg? I don't think you can call them just sunny side ups, can you? Franzi, you can't do that. Even as you speak, Nick's on the brink of death, or so I'm told. Whiff a dead horse! Isn't that one of your American sayings? No, it's not. I'm not on the brink of anything. Come on, Nick. Tell her, would you? Tell her she needs to model for my new picture book, Franzi's Whippity Whip Trip. Oh man, what a perfect couple. Before you ask me to model, learn to give me at least semi-coherent testimony. And before that, you'll have to learn how to live a semi-coherent life, Larry. I don't care what anyone says, I'm telling the truth. I saw what I saw. She flew, I'm telling you. Whoosh. Just like that dude with the red underwear. I don't think I'm... What? Don't think I'm gonna forgive you guys when you come back... come crawling back to apologize. A Superman? Superman has red underwear. He thinks it's underwear over another over clothes. Who wears underwear over their clothes? So off he goes. Humph, it's amazing how little has changed with you in the past year, Phoenix Wright. Have you been in Germany all this time? That's right. Extending my perfect win record, naturally. Oh joy, sounds like she hasn't changed a bit. But you don't... Maybe you have a perfect win record in Germany. Has it really been a year since we first met? I'm Francisco von Karma, the prodigy. I see. I gave up a promising career in Germany and came to this country for one sole reason. Revenge. Francisco was born and raised in Germany and became a prosecutor at the age of 13, because that's a thing. Her father was a legendary prosecutor, Manfred von Karma. He had a perfect win record for 40 long years, but now he is gone from this world. Oh, he died? Don't tell me you still hold a grudge against me, because of what happened to your father. Phoenix Wright, you will fall before me, this I promise. But it will be from my sake, not my father's. Are we clear? Yes, Crystal. No, I'm Francisca. In truth, I was shocked. I came back to America with the intention of defeating you. Instead, it was my little brother who was leading the defense. What? Oh yeah, okay. Von Karma, like they're step-siblings, aren't they? Okay. Well, kind of. Edgeworth, come to think of it. Chadworth was pulled into being a prosecutor by Manfred von Karma as well. Miles Chadworth told me something very interesting, you know. He said this case has a special significance to you, because it does. And that's precisely why I am here. Your personal involvement will make crushing you into teensy-weensy pieces all the better. It's probably the fever, but she's so openly hostile that it's almost kind of cute. Whoa! Ow. No smirking. How about no whipping the guy who just fell off a bridge? No whipping the... Yeah! That foolish fool doing such a foolish favor for such a foolishly foolish fool. Chadworth. Make no mistake, Phoenix Wright. I came here for one thing, and one thing only, to pulverize you. I came to eat ass in glass, and I'm all out of glass. It's not like I thought you were here to bring me some Cold Killer X. You know. Oh, it's come back, Cold Killer X. Yeah, give us some. I went over the whole case file on the flight over. You read the whole thing? Yes, every last word of every last sentence of every last paragraph. All the ridiculous things you did made it a very interesting read, you know. Attempted to cross a burning bridge. Did you even consider the dangers? No. The only thought in my mind was, I have to get across. A fool who doesn't think is more foolish than a fool who foolishly thinks. Sure. Gumshoe said he'd let me know once the bridge was repaired. Maya, she's got to be okay, I just know it. Plus, I need to ask her about what really happened at the Inner Temple that night. Sometimes I feel like it doesn't even matter what the characters say. Like, it could just be blank. I'm a lawyer. About this. Okay, so about this is... nothing. Alright. Alright, I'm getting the impression that she's not going to give us any information whatsoever. But it will only take 20 seconds to confirm that. And then we don't have to worry about it for the rest of the investigation. Alright, I think maybe 2 more and I'm almost there. Alright, here we go. Well, I'm having fun. Nah, she'll have nothing to say about Chadworth. Alright, oh, she didn't! Damn. More fool me. Who's the sunny side up now? February 9, Hazakura Temple, Main Hall. That was one long sigh. Sister Bikini, my, I didn't know you were here. How are you doing? Waha, ha, waha, ha, ha. You don't have to pretend to be in a good mood for my sake. There's a lot of sake in these games. I suppose I've made a terrible mess of things, haven't I? I let Mystic Elise die, and then there's Iris as well. We mean Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise, now I think about it. There's an acolyte stuck at the inner temple. And that poor little girl has gone missing too. That poor little girl, you don't mean Pearls, do you? Yes, I'm afraid I do. She hasn't been seen since the morning after the incident. Pearls, she's missing? Why didn't anyone tell me about this? How can we still not get a helicopter over there, Iris? I must be getting old. I think I've seriously lost faith in myself. We could probably send some paper airplanes over there at 20 yards. We could get someone to throw something over there. Are you talking about your performance at the trial today? You believe me, don't you? I'm not a liar. I would never lie. I know what I saw. I saw Iris pull that sword from Miss Elise's body that night. I mean, like, this could be a corpse, but this, like, if she was killed somewhere else and then brought here... Honestly, from this image, like, this is what she sees, right? So this is inaccurate, so it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't even look like her, I'm certain of it. At least I was until this morning. I don't see any psycho locks, so she must be telling the truth. Yes, that's how that works. So why are you so unsure of yourself all of a sudden? You know that artist who testified after me? I saw Iris flying, her white hood fluttering. Felt like I might start flying myself. When I saw that man testify so fervently about something so impossible, I started to wonder if I had acted just like him when I was on the witness stand. Okay, so I feel like the fact that this is like this painting instead of like a flash of the memory or anything like that, like there's something that if this was a photograph would be like immediately fucking obvious. So I wonder what that is. This just draws your attention right away. Like, what the fuck, man? I started to wonder if I had acted just like him when I was on the witness stand. I wouldn't take that guy too seriously. He's an artist, but all he draws is trouble and nothing else. If both Bikini and Larry are telling the truth, that can only mean one thing. They both didn't see what they think they saw. On the night of the incident, you met Iris at the inner temple, is that correct? That's right, I'm sure it was Iris, but Iris claims she was in her room in Hezekiah Temple. I knew I shouldn't have come back here that night, but because you did, Maya is stuck all by herself at the inner temple. No, I'm so sorry. The drafts in that place are nothing to shake a stick at. Winter is especially bad. I'll bet. The training hall looks like it's about to fall down any second. Eagle Mountain has always been prone to earthquakes, just so you know. Earthquakes? Yes, I wouldn't be surprised if the next big one levels the training hall. We've got to get Maya out of there fast, just in case there's a scheduled earthquake. But still, there's really no need to worry. That area on the other side of Dusky Bridge is isolated like an island. If there's an earthquake too, it just brings it all back. There's an earthquake. It's like an island. How so? Well, the only thing on that side of the bridge is the inner temple. No one lives out there, and it's surrounded on all sides by the river of the forest. I see. So a criminal would be trapped should they choose to flee in that direction. And as long as the bridge is out of commission, he or she will have to stay there. Yeah. Okay. That means Maya could be stuck out there with a murderer, and with no way to escape either. Oh dear, yes, I suppose it does. Nah, please, Gumshoe, get that bridge up faster. Yes, Gumshoe, the detective, fix the bridge. I'm curious about a few things, if you don't mind answering some questions. Oh, do you need to know my measurements for your investigation or something? No. I want to know a little more about the victim, Miss Elise the Axnim. I'm afraid I don't know her waist size, or bust size for that matter. No, I'm wondering why she came to stay in a place like this to begin with. I mean, she told us herself that she wasn't here for spiritual training. My, you make it sound like this place is some sort of dump, Mr. Wright. Mystic Elise was here to soak up the natural beauty of Eagle Mountain, if you must know. There, you did it again, Sister Bikini. I notice you always refer to Miss Nim as Mystic Elise. Oh. Yes, now, why is that? After all, she's not here as an acolyte. We address all our visitors as Mystic. It makes their experience feel authentic. And anyway, she's older than me. You must respect your elders, you know. You don't call me Mystic Phoenix. How do you know that? How can you say for sure that she's older than you? Uh-oh. Whoa. Wait, do you think Elise is someone else? It seems Miss Elise Axton is no ordinary visitor after all. And there's Pearls. She was with Miss Nim on the evening of the murder, and now she's vanished. It's all got to be connected somehow. Why did Pearls have to get mixed up in this mess? Please, Mr. Wright, I know you're worried, but try to keep it together. Oh man. My head's throbbing so bad it's killing me. Pearl, she was with Miss Nim on the night of the murder, remember? Yes, but I have a temple to run, you know. I was busy preparing for the training. I didn't see the little darling even once after we'd finished eating dinner. The murder. It didn't take place right in front of her innocent eyes, did it? According to the detective, she hasn't turned up at her home either. Come on, keep calm. There's one place left where pearls could be. She just has to be there. Come on, Gumshoe, tell me you'll be done with the repairs. So at no point Maya hasn't been like standing on the other side of the bridge, like waving, like, hey, look, Pearls is with me, pointing down, like, look, we're here, we're okay. Like no one's been standing on that side of the bridge the whole time waiting for that to happen. Like, what? What's going on the other side of the bridge? That does not bode well at all. Like, holy shit. This crystal sphere is not from a demon warding hood, but I would guess it serves a similar purpose. If it's not from a hood, then I guess it really is from Miss Nim's staff. Look at the blood on it. Oh, poor Mystic Elise. Honestly, it's like the end of the world. It's not a good thing, that's for sure. Oh, fuck you! Larry, you dumb fuck! It's upside down. There was no flying. Someone was hanging. These are the I guess it could still be his bullshit artistic rendition, but he was lying on his back, right? Like it's these are the things, the support beams that are on the bottom, right? And like, oh, actually, I need to see the bridge again. How would she be hanging upside down, but like her hair would be? What? How did that? Okay, maybe I'm wrong. It's a good thing, that's for sure. Oh, wait, now we see it. Like that doesn't make sense, even upside down. Like he said she was flying, but like he's dumb. Did he just see her like falling and he was like, oh, time to paint it? And do people have the gall to call this kind of scribbling by the name of art? Huh? If that's the sort of standard he needs for the arts these days, I could be a pop diva. I'm sure. Shit, sorry. It's definitely the end of the world. I was wondering about this. About this photograph. Oh yes, those are our snowmobile tracks, alright. I know them anywhere. But there's only one set, which means the writer went out while it was still snowing and came back after it had stopped. That's really the only logical explanation, I suppose. Okay, everything else, I believe, we presented to her last time. I don't think there's going to be any new information. Okay, so I don't think we can break the psycho lock yet. Let's go... Oh, let's go looking around and see. February 9 Hezukur Temple Courtyard. This is where Sister Bikini witnessed the incident. It's hard to imagine she was lying on the stand, so maybe there are some clues that have yet to be found. Can we go to the detention center and talk to Iris? Miss Nim's staff. I definitely remember there being a crystal sphere attached to the staff. I guess Larry eventually found the sphere near the foot of the Dusky Bridge, but what was it doing all the way out there? If you these lunches runs coming around the court or with the city glare to compete with, I imagine they would seem a lot brighter. I guess Sister Bikini must like them for now since Iris can't be there. The sword, it's there in Mystic Amy's right hand, but it was proven in court today that it wasn't the murder weapon. Given the design, it must have been used for some pretty gruesome things in the past. He's gonna take you back to the past. They get quite a bit of snow up here on Eagle Mountain. Around here, skis aren't just for fun, they're tools for getting around. But the sled, now that's gotta be for Bikini's own personal entertainment. Excuse me. Thank you, Mediocre Limo. That's an interesting name for the new sub. Welcome, Mediocre Limo. And thank you, Homarum? Homarum? There we go. Homarum. I think that has to be it. For 5 subs. I love how like the third pronunciation. I'm like, yeah, that's got to be it. Thank you for giving us five subs to Ao Hold Up, Cotton Fluffy, JM, Wolfie36, nice Witcher reference, and Reliable Crates. Thank you very much, Homarum. Thank you. I hope at some point in Cyberpunk, someone says to you, "So this be the punk man, the freak of nature. The main gate's on the other side of the stone wall. The difference in elevation is almost 10 feet. That's how steep this hillside is. 10 feet? So only 2 of these are the canyon? Like, that can't be right." And that's also the height the body fell from, according to the autopsy. It is possible that Mr. Naxon was pushed from the top of the wall. Oh, are we done? Hey, what was that drawing? Inconsiderately loud yell. So this is where you've been. Keep you nice and warm, I see. Detective, have you finished the bridge? Yeah, I did. I told you I'd let you know. Wow, that was quick. Well, then I'll come along with you and... Sorry, man, no unauthorized entry. Access is restricted to people involved in the case. What was that? I'm involved, aren't I? You couldn't get much more involved than me. Well, yeah, but that's not what I... It's been a while, Scruffy. Scroofy. It's Miss Von Karma. I mean, I hope someone's guarding the bridge right now, considering the murderer might be on the other side. Of course they're not. Sister, please leave the investigation to me. My. Well, you certainly seem to have everything under control. I am on your side. I won't do anything you don't want me to do. As you work to pin the guilt on Iris. What do you daydreaming about, Phoenix Wright? Ow, that hurts, you know. Silence! I, Francisco von Karma, will personally guide you through your investigation. So you will follow me. She's not seriously going to follow me around, is she? That is just the longest plank of wood ever. That's like a what's that? Like a 2x20? What the fuck is this shit? Nope. No, I'm good. I'm good, Gumshoe. I'm good. Like, no. I can't see the suspension wires. Okay, maybe it is just artistic bullshit. Fuck, that was like a really good moment too. Oh, that's it. Okay, cool. February 9, Inner Temple Gate. Things have certainly become a lot more hectic than before. They must have commenced with the investigation. Oh, Mr. Nick. That voice. Pearls! Mr. Nick! Mr. Nick! Okay, why weren't you standing at the bridge waving at people, Pearl? So you were here ever since that night. I was so lonely, I thought I was going to die. When I woke up in the morning and saw that dusky bridge was gone, I realized I was all alone. She was all alone. It must have been very tiring for you, little girl. Ah, I mean, she's 9. Nah. I am Francisco von Karma, the prodigy. There's no need to worry now that I'm here. You're the prosecutor who was so mean to Mystic Maya last year. Well, I mean to everyone, don't worry, but I will take care of you. I don't like you. You're nothing but a little girl without your wit. Mystic Maya didn't do anything wrong, but you were so mean. I'll never forgive you. When will you learn? When will you learn that your actions have consequences? It looks like Pearl's words are getting under her skin. Yeah, why are you whipping me? I didn't even say anything. You didn't have to. The smile on your lips gave you away. Anyway, Pearls. Weren't you with Maya? I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Huh? What are you talking about, Pearls? Mystic Maya. Hey, wait, Pearls. Are all the statues here? She just ran off. Oh, that's open. That wasn't open before. That was cruel, Phoenix Wright. To make a little girl cry like that is inexcusable. What was all that about? Pearl's acting like that. It's giving me the creeps. I guess I better take another look around since I finally got a chance, especially since something about this place seems different from 2 days ago. There's a weird smell coming from that incinerator. The door is also open, almost like it's begging me to look inside. Well, let's see what stunning clues concealed in here, shall we? It's a sneaker. It's empty. How naive of you, Phoenix Wright. But it's a bit strange, don't you think, Francisco and Karma? I seem to remember. Maybe Pearls used it to eat something or something. I don't know. There was snow on the incinerator the first time I saw it. In other words, someone's been using it to burn something recently. Listen, Phoenix Wright. It's important to call people by their full name. I was only copying you. A lot of snow has been cleared from that. What? Phoenix Wright. I made a sword out of chocolate to stab the victim, but then I was going to eat it. But after I stabbed the victim, I realized that now the chocolate's covered in blood and I couldn't eat it anymore. My plan was gone. I could have thrown it in the river, but you know what? I decided to melt the chocolate in the incinerator. All according to Kotaku. It's done, Phoenix Wright. What? Would you stop calling me by my first name like that? I think there was an episode of CSI where someone made a bullet out of frozen meat. And it worked, which I don't think it would. But like frozen meat bullet. Was this once a prosperous port? A port. Yes, that metal hook is a mooring post for boats, you know. And I think Grissom figured it out because there were some like insect eggs that only are found in this kind of meat, and they found them inside the person's skull. And that's how they figured it out. It had to be a meat bullet because there's no way that these insects could be in here. Look, there's some beef in this guy's head. That's an anchor for one of the wires that's used to hold up the bridge. I think the wire that was tied to this one probably snapped when the bridge burned down. Oh, wait, how is the bridge still up then? I mean, there's no way there was ever a port all the way up here. Oh, no. Don't get smart with me, Phoenix Wright. But I didn't see anything. You can see Dusky Bridge from here. It's an unusually long bridge, isn't it? I would say it's about 20 yards. I would say it's even more than that. I guess the gorge is too wide to cross with a piece of rope or wire, huh? Therefore, no one has crossed the gorge in either direction since the night of the murder. A simple yet sound deduction, wouldn't you say, Phoenix Wright? Look at the Buddha statues lined up along this path. Phoenix Wright, do you think this is how many siblings the head nun has? Why don't you ask her next time you see her? You know what? I think I will. She'll probably slap you for prying into her private life. I'm glad we had this talk. Yes, me too. I'm glad that we brought up this information. This is very good. Cha-cha, real smooth. This must be the door that leads to the inner temple, where Maya Fey was training on the night of the murder. Yes, there's a solitary room there called the training hall. You could do with some training yourself, Phoenix Wright. Even though you've beaten me in every case, you're completely out of shape. Oh, you mean that? I don't know how much more of this woman I can take. Just fall off the bridge, dog! There's a little gate that leads into the garden. It says no entry on the sign, though. Oh, I guess we can't go in now. Come on now, Phoenix Wright. What are you doing? Let's go in. It's half open anyway. What harm could come of it? But it says no entry. It's a crime scene, Nick. That's what we're here for. We're trying to find a missing girl. Don't you Americans enjoy doing whatever you like and then simply say, whatever? That's got nothing to do with anything. And who told you that? Okay, training hall. Oh man, what the fuck happened? Is that a psycho lock? February 9, Inner Temple Training Hall. What's wrong? Why are you so quiet? Maya, she was supposed to be in here training. Yet it appears she's nowhere to be seen. What's that? That strange lock. It wasn't there 2 days ago. This whole room is really giving off some strange vibes. Please present the truth in order to unlock this. What the fuck is it? This door. When I was here 2 days ago, that weird lock wasn't on it. Those chains, it's almost as if they're guarding something inside that cavern. I've never seen a lock quite like this before. I have. I've seen locks and chains just like this before. They look just like the ones that guard a person's secrets during a psycho lock. I wonder if this lock is guarding something too. Dark secrets in a dark cavern. Alright. It's an antique dresser. Don't you dare open it, Phoenix Wright. Now I know how Maya feels when I tell her not to touch things. What a pity, it's full of nothing but old clothes from the acolytes. I thought we weren't opening it. I'm from the prosecutor's office. I can do whatever the fuck I want. Yeah, you can do anything except stand up to a 9-year-old girl. Got her. Damn. Alright, what the fuck is this shit? What do you think this yellowish poster is, Phoenix Wright? It's a scroll, not a poster. It's a picture of a woman who's actually... Is it shit? A woman! I don't see any woman here. There's a different atmosphere in this room since the last time I was here. No, it's not a different atmosphere. It's a different smell. It's grave... Curds and gravy, eh? So someone threw a poutine on this poster. Oh no. What a tragedy. Waste of good gravy. What's the matter? This scroll that's been completely covered in gravy. Fucking gravy! What do you mean gravy? Were they making like stew or something? Is it stew? What are you fucking talking about? Gravy, Phoenix? Ah yes, there's a very appetizing smell in the air, but gravy is a type of sauce. So when you run out of paint, you Americans use gravy as a substitute. I see. Is gravy a sauce? No, no one does that. For starters, it stinks. I guess it is. This must be the gravy that we had with the roast on the night of the incident. But why would anyone do this? Why this scroll? Hanging scroll updated. Touch to see before and after view under the check screen. Oh, that's cool. Misty face image is obscured by gravy. What took you so long? I thought even you'd manage to get here faster than this, Mr. Trite. Prosecutor, good. What do you mean? We were here before you, bro. I didn't know you were here. Prosecutor, how come you didn't show up at the trial today? How come you didn't show up at the trial today? Ha, I could ask you the exact same question. Huh? But I had a cold. I had something slightly more important than a common cold to deal with, the importance of which is something you have no hope of ever understanding. Enough! I believe I have the measure of you. You are the very worst kind of prosecutor. What could be more important than a trial? Who's the wild mare, Trite? I had to roast some coffee beans. This is Miss Von Karma. She was the acting prosecutor in your absence today. Huh. Well, I guess I owe you one then. But you can go now, Princess. It's time for the big boys to take the reins. Whoa! Just who do you think you are? This case is my... Hey, Philly, know your role and shut your mouth. I can't stand women like you. I'm only gonna say this once. Lady Von Whippingberg, go home. Phoenix Wright! What are you hitting me for? Ha. You deserve more cracks of the whip than that, Trite. What? You still don't get it, do you? You don't realize that you set something in motion that you'll never be able to undo. There's something different about Godot today. I'm getting such a strong sense of something from behind that mask of his. Is it anger, or is it sorrow? I can't make out what's drawn on the scroll at all. I'll never understand you Americans and your so-called artists. Yeah. Okay. What's going on with you, Godot? You had some important business and that's why you were in court, huh? So what was it? I told you once before, but perhaps you don't remember. I've returned from the depths of hell to do battle with you. You see, Trite, I've experienced something most have not. Death. Okay, so if he is Diego, and like he was poisoned, and I can't remember if it said he died. Did he die and then he came back and no one knew, or what? And it made the stress of it made his hair white. Did Sapkowski write this? Like what, is the visor not decorative? Is it something to do with what happened to him? Like he was poisoned, wasn't he? Like. You see, Trey, I've experienced something most of not death. You died, of course. Being extradited from hell is a tedious affair. The meticulous regeneration and adjustment of all your internal organs is, well, let's just say modern medicine allows us all to live to a ripe old age. Aw man, you're like Shepard, even someone like me. So you mean that mask you wear is this ugly device? I promise it's not a fashion statement, my unenlightened friend. Without this, I can't see your frequently dumbfounded face. I didn't know. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. Still, I keep this worn-out piece of junk of a body going with regular servicing. Okay, so his eyesight really is fucked up, and so he has assisted eyesight, and that's why he couldn't see the ketchup, right? So he can't see red. Is that because his visor is red? He can't see red at all? I'm sorry, but you say you experienced death. How is that possible? What happened? Why don't you ask him? Huh? Me? Yeah, try it. You should know all about it. You know when my life ended, and who ended it for me. Well, Phoenix Wright, do you? No, I don't know what he's talking about. Although, to be honest, I do feel a little tug at the corner of my memory. I think I do know about how Godot was killed. It will all become clear in due time. Isn't that right, Trey? How is it Phoenix's fault? The only thing Phoenix is guilty of is being involved in Dahlia's scheme to get away with it. How is it Phoenix's fault? What are you talking about? Earlier you said I've done something I can never undo. What did you mean by that exactly? The inner temple here on this side of Dusky Bridge is an isolated island. That's what Sister Bikini said too. And I wonder, Trey, do you know what the police are doing here today? What do you mean? They're searching for any trace of an acolyte who went missing. Missing? As leader of the search party, I can tell you this with absolute certainty. My Faye is not on this side of Dusky Bridge. Huh? But that's impossible. She came here that night and I won't say it again. The chances of her being here are nil. Excluding of course one very unique place. Behind you? One. Where's that? The sacred cavern, the entrance of which we are standing at right now. This is the only place that the search party has yet to explore. So they haven't searched the cavern yet. We'll bring on the bolt cutters and the meteorites. Be aware though that the temperature inside frequently falls below freezing. Even if she were in there, the chances of her being found alive are slim at best. No, which means, Trite, that you sent my Faye to her death. You fool! If that's the situation, why aren't you in there with the search party right now? You must have blinders on, my equestrian angel. Don't you see the big lock and chains? It's a trick lock. I'm making preparations to open it as we speak. Well, try it. Once again, a woman dies because of you. Once again? What are you talking about? Oh, wait. That wasn't his fault either. Don't tell me you've forgotten. It was only 2 years ago, after all, when the last unfortunate woman died because of you. Because of me? And how'd you know who that was? Did you know who that was? It was my Faye's sister. That's right, Mia Faye. Mia? You killed her. No, that's not how it was. It was 2 years ago. Mia Faye was pursuing someone, a man, but she bit off more than she could chew, so she made a very dangerous enemy. Yeah, that's one case I'll never forget. Damn, Coggers, but I got that guy personally. Sure, Miss Faye's murderer was caught. 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. Explain Coggers. Coggers is Poggers, but instead of Poggers being exciting, Coggers is when you're aware of something. Coggers. Yeah, there you go. Now you understand. Coggers comes from, I can't even say what the word was now. Cogniferous. There we go. In the first real case of the game, the guy that you see in the Coggers emote, the purple-haired guy, said cogniferous instead of cognizant. It was a made-up word, and it became a meme. And then we had the emote PogChamp, which is a global emote on Twitch, and it's often shorted to Poggers, so we went with Coggers. So Coggers. There you go. Yeah, Coggers. It's Coggers. Thank you, JCell, for the 27-month resub. Thank you, Sacrix, for the 28-month resub. Sorry, 29-month resub. It's 28 months in a row with 29 total, and we go with total here. Thank you for a 29-month resub. And thank you, Manly Mailman, Dan, for the 2-month resub. It's the worst season for mailmen, manly or not. Good luck. Good luck. But that won't bring her back. How is it Phoenix's fault that she got killed? Well, no. But you were with her at the time, you and no one else. It was your responsibility. You should have protected her. Aye, you say Mia Fey was your teacher. Well then, I'd say you've learned nothing, Trey. You've robbed her of her life, and now you've let her sister suffer the same fate. I haven't sentenced Maya to death, no. Okay, Godot, we regularly speak to Mia. Would you like to? Because we can make that happen. We can make that happen in 30 seconds. We can make that happen. Would you like to talk to her? Let's go outside. We can do that right now. What is this peculiar looking lock? Why don't we just break it open? It would be a simple matter of... I'm afraid we can't do that. Not right now, you can't. Yes, we can, because Pearl can turn into Mia. Yeah, we can. We can. This area has always been prone to earthquakes. The repeated tremors have weakened the foundations of the training. Oh, I feel like there really is going to be an earthquake at some point. Any excessive force would be used to break the lock open would. Well, let's just say the inner temple and the sacred cavern would be a thing of the past. Very well, then dare I suggest the obvious solution of opening it with the key. Sure, just show me where the keyhole is on this trick lock. There's no keyhole. That's right, an interesting puzzle, huh? The person who set this lock is the only one who can open it. Then who was it? Simple, the accused. What? Iris? When an acolyte undergoes training inside the sacred cavern, the attending sister is responsible for locking the entrance. Obviously, the night of the murder was no exception. Maya Fey was to train in there. Sister Bikini did mention a number of times now that I think about it. What is this system? I'm pretty sure Bikini could open it. She said that Iris was left in charge of supervising the early stages of the training. I wish she had come over now. So Iris, the accused, is the only one who can open this lock. I've arranged for her to be brought here now. Iris is the only person who can open this lock. I hope she gets here soon. Hang on in there, Maya. We'll get you out. So, I should be getting back to work. Wait, Godot, how sure about Maya are you? Sure, sunshine. There's no doubt in my mind. She's in the sacred cavern somewhere. It's the only place she could be. You better start praying. You better pray that friend of yours brings the accused back here soon. Chadworth, listen up, Trite. There's only one thing I want to say to you before I go. I'll never accept you. Never. What the fuck is his problem? You should choose your friends more carefully, Phoenix Wright. That's what everyone says. It looks like I don't have much of a choice. I guess I'll just have to do what I can for now. Do 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 do. I don't know, should I or shouldn't I? Sounds like someone's talking to himself, but where's that coming from? Yeah, I guess I better wash that off. That's what I'll do. No, but I can't do that. I'm a detective. Arg, my brain. This is driving me nuts. Is something troubling you, Scruffy? I got gravy on me. Please don't whip me all like that all of a sudden, sir. It was merely a simple greeting, a friendly tap on the shoulder with my whip. So what's up, Gumshoe? Is something on your mind? How did you know, pal? Perhaps you were trying to decide. You were trying to decide. Perhaps you were trying to decide. Yeah, it's wrong. Decide if you wanted to wash that off or not. I think that's wrong. How did you know, sir? Oh, yeah, I nearly forgot. You can't go through that little gate there, okay? Because it says no entry. You mean the one that says no entry on it? I am kind of already snuck in there. Is he trying to be clever or something? So what's behind there, Scroofy? A kind of garden-like garden. A garden? Yeah, anyway, it's under investigation right now, so keep out. I'm not telling you, I'm asking you, pal. You got me? Isn't it normally the other way around? Well, see you later. So, shall we adjourn to this garden, Phoenix Wright? Of course, what else would we do? I really want to know what Gumshoe was thinking of washing off. Damn. fucking whatchamacallit, Von Karma and Phoenix are like going at it. Law. I am. February 9, Inner Temple Garden. There's a strange feeling in the air. I wonder what it is. A strange feeling. Forget about that. What's that strange writing on the stone lantern? Ah, what are you doing here, sir? I thought I said you can't come in here. Don't you know, Scruffy? A Von Karma will always show up wherever there is a clue. And there are plenty of clues to be found here. I can smell them. But... So, if Godot came back here, he would be like, didn't see that, and he'd be like, what are these floating black things in the air, right? That's how it works? Poor Godot. He'd be very confused if he came in here. There's a charm or something poking out from the snow. It looks pretty old. There's a leather cord tied to it too. What is that? Apparently it belongs to the victim. To Miss Elise, then ask them. Yeah, there was a broken leather cord around the lady's neck. The ends of the cords found on both the victim and on this charm match exactly. I don't remember her wearing that. Says to me, this little I just don't remember. This little trinket is going to be my ticket to getting some very big answers. Crane Master Talisman adds to the court record. Worn by the songs fun. Wait, where is it? Maybe she wore it under her cloak? There are a couple of torches here. I guess you need all the light you can get up here in the mountains. Yeah, I was looking at those things, pal. It looks like they've been lit pretty recently. Recently? How recent are we talking about? As recent as the night of the murder. Maya was training here on the night of the murder. It's not unreasonable to think these things were lit up at the time, I guess. Okay. Gumshoe, did you fall and trip on this or some shit? And that's why this is fucked up? Gumshoe, you need to come clean, man. So how's the Inner Temple investigation going? We have the best forensic team in the world working the place. Forensic team? And what was the outcome of this scientific study? Nothing. Scientifically speaking, the place is as clean as a whistle. That's simply not good enough, Scroofy. Do you think I'll let you get away with that? Uh-oh. Well, there were a couple of things that bothered me when I first got here, sir. That stone lantern and the surrounding area that's not covered in snow, correct? They look kind of fishy to me, you know, scientifically speaking. So I got the lab boys to look them over. The results were, it's kind of hard to say, actually. We're in a bit of a pickle. I guess I better look into them myself. About Maya. Oh, did Mr. Godot tell you yet? Yes, we heard. He's got a search party out looking for her, but there's nowhere else she could have disappeared to on this side of the Dusky Bridge. All we can do is wait for Mr. Chadworth to get here, pal. Chadworth? He's escorting Iris, the defendant, over here. We'll have to wait, since she is the only one who can open the door to the Sacred Cavern. Oh, I think Mr. Chandler wants to talk to you about something too, pal. Huh? I wonder what it is. It's a proposal, just don't be expecting any good news when you talk to him. When I spoke to him, Mr. Chadworth sounded so down, I felt like I was drowning. Sounds pleasant. Okay, this looks like, was this used to sweep the snow away? Is this dirt or is it stone? It looks like dirt. What the fuck's that? A little lantern, a little statue. It certainly is it is certainly a quaint little garden. Oh, it's got a little shop. I love a little shop. What is this huge bowl there for? Oh, I know this one. It's a water bowl, isn't it? Everything else is completely frozen over, but the ice in this bowl has been broken. That's true. I wonder if this has any impact on the case. Well, maybe Pearl got thirsty while she was here by herself in the wilderness for 2 days. I doused my face earlier with the water in this. I was getting kind of sleepy. Next time you're sleepy, you need only come to me. Got it? What the heck is that? Uh-oh. You spotted it, huh, pal? I mean, that's clearly Maya, right? It's gotta be Maya. M-A, like Y or an R. Like, it's smudged the shit A, right? It's gotta be. Like, there's nothing else it could be. I hope to God that they point that out right now. Are you kidding me? It couldn't be more obvious. It says Maya. Yeah, okay, good. And before you ask, it's written in blood. You'll answer all our questions now, Scroofy, without exception. Yes, sir. What happened here? And there's no blood. Okay, was there blood in the snow around here, and the snow was swept away because of the blood, the bleeding, or like? I mean, I think that we would still. Would you actually? I don't know. Well, this is odd. There's no snow in the ground here. On the ground here, it's an almost perfect rectangle. It couldn't have happened naturally. Yes, it appears as though someone has carefully cleared away the snow. No doubt it was you, Scroofy. No, it wasn't me, sir. It was already like that when my men and I got here to start the investigation. If it wasn't the police, then who did it? Oh yeah, there's something I need to tell you. Just between the three of us, okay? What is it? I really need to go to the bathroom, so I took a piss on this altar thing, and I pissed away some of that blood writing. Sorry. I really need to go. It's top secret. You can't tell anyone. Got it? Understood. Well, when I was a kid, I got knocked out of the local wrestling contest, you see. I was so disappointed I just picked up my mouth guard and cried all the way home. Man, I got in so much trouble when I left it on the couch. What? Is that it? That's it. God, whoever cleared the snow away must have had a reason, although I can't even begin to imagine what that reason could be. Okay, so he was about to tell us something bad that he did, and then right before it came out of his mouth, he was like, oh no, I can't tell them that. Oh shit, panic, bail. Tell him some shitty other story. Quickly, go. Alright, what the fuck did you do here? Gumfuck. Maya, so these letters are written in blood? Yeah, what's worse is, it's the victim's blood. How did you test it that quickly, huh? This is Miss Nim's blood? We haven't done a detailed analysis yet, but it's looking that way, pal. Most interesting. Phoenix Wright, I presume you know, don't you? Why Maya's name is written upside down? No. You know what? That was really bothering me too. But I just came up with the answer, the result of my own special gumshoe investigation. Really? Do tell. Well, on the night of the murder, we were in Australia. That stone lantern was upside down. She was upside down? How would she be upside down? Maybe there's gonna be some flying after all. Ahem, anyway, there's really only one logical explanation to this mystery. Miss Elisa Naxum wrote these letters herself, in her own blood. You must be joking, that's impossible. From the writing in the victim's blood and the other clues left behind, it seems pretty likely that this garden was the scene of Miss Elisa Nim's murder. At least, that's our current theory on how the events took place, pal. What? True crime scene. So Miss Nim was killed here? However you want to look at it, that's what people are saying now. Then what Sister Bikini saw in the courtyard at the main temple was... Well, what was it? If that wasn't the scene of the crime, what did she see? What do you think, Miss Juan Karma? Surely a special gumshoe investigation will reveal the answer. Wait a sec, the bloody writing here and all the other clues here. Someone could easily set that all up after the murder, right? Sorry, but that's not an option, pal. Why not? How quickly you forget, Phoenix Wright. Ever since the incident occurred, this place has been completely inaccessible, because Dusky Bridge was completely burned out. I was overseeing repairs to the bridge the whole time. No one came over here before me and my men, which means no one could have planted all this stuff here, pal. Even though I came over and got you from the temple, and they were over here for a while by themselves. There's no way. Well, Pearl was over here by herself. I can't think of a counter-argument to that. I knew it. I should have washed the blood off the lantern as soon as I got here. If this really was the scene of the crime, then I need to figure out exactly what it was that Bikini actually saw. Wait, what was it that he was trying to wash off, though? Is that a red herring or what? Okay, knowing this game, like this could be a whole, like, did she slump here and do it? Was it like upside down? Like my mind immediately went to her being upside down. Like, if that is Maya's mother, this could have just been like a big long message in blood. Maya, it is. I need to tell you before I die my last words. Me, at least the next them. I am actually not the artist and author that did the magic bottle. I am actually your mother. I'm so sorry that I didn't tell you. I now in my last moments I need to explain everything. Goes on for several more paragraphs. I love you. I love you. And then how to cap this off this letter to make sure she knows it's for her. I know, in gigantic letters after all this small. My slam dunk. All right, time to die. And then Gumfuck comes in here and is like, time to piss all over that. Like what the? I think this looks more like drips and smears to me than something being clean. But I don't know. February 9, Hezekiah Temple, main gate. It seems you have a visitor. Mr. Wright, I love you. Iris, I'm really glad to see you. Goodell managed to mobilize the police by claiming a state of emergency. Not him again. Never mind him, we gotta hurry and unlock the sacred cavern. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. It's my fault someone so important to you is locked in there. Mr. Chadworth, can we finish our conversation later? Alright. Let's hurry to the inner temple then. I'll see you later, Wright. In my swimsuit. Wait, Chadworth, I'm coming with you guys. No, sorry, Wright. I can't allow you to come with us. What? I hate to be the one to break it to you, but Maya could be dead in there, and I don't want you to see that. My Faye is in a rather delicate position. What do you mean by a delicate position? This isn't simply a rescue operation, right? It's also an investigation. That being the case, we can't allow members of the public to interfere. Come on, Chadworth. If anything happens, you'll be the first to know. Please understand, right? Okay, that's kind of horseshit. Come on. But it's Maya, Mr. Wright. All that matters is that Mystic Maya is rescued, correct? Listen to the voice of reason for a change, Phoenix Wright. From now on, consider anything beyond Dusky Bridge to be off limits. We'll be going now. Excuse us. But I'm the defense attorney! This is no time to be standing around, Phoenix Wright. Aren't there other things that demand your attention? She's right. And also I'm right. Thanks for reminding me. February 9, Hezekiah Temple, main hall. Sister Bikini looks like she's shrunk some since I last saw her. Don't be so rude, Phoenix Wright. Oh, you're still with us. I thought you were gonna go back. All right. What's wrong, Sister Bikini? My. Hello, you two. How are you doing? Wow. For the sound of that sigh, I guess she's still pretty down. Iris was just here, you know. She was accompanied by that handsome crimson-clad prince. Is she talking about Chadworth? It was just a courtesy call. I wasn't allowed to talk with her at all. Oh dear, it's all my fault. That's right, yeah. Poor Iris. She was worried about my back, would you believe? What have I done to her? You told the truth. Only what you had to do, sister. You bravely and truthfully testified about what you saw. There's no shame in that. That's true, yeah, there's no shame. That's what you saw, that's what you saw. This was for the kangaroo court to figure it out. I mean, you kind of went off the rails when you were like, maybe she could have went down to the river and thrown a sword in there. Like, maybe. But we'll see this, and we'll see to it that your testimony wasn't made in vain. Well, I don't hear anyone else saying that. Mr. Blue Suits doesn't seem to share your opinion, I see. Huh? Me? Glare. Oh, yes. You did great, Sister Bikini. Absolutely spectacular, even though I wasn't there. Sniffle, you two are the only ones who said that to me. I can't shake the feeling that I just became a shill to a shrew. Do you have a problem, Phoenix Wright? I have several. Sure, she was brave to testify so truthfully like that, but I know she's still hiding something. Guess it's time to break these psycho locks of hers. Alright, I like it when the game tells you when it's time to break the locks. I wish they would do that more often. Or just glowed when it tells you you have it, at least. Thank you, Isolated Spaceman, for 100 bits. And thank you, I am 9991000 for 300 bits. Thank you so much. Oh, this is a good coffee. Holy shit. At least the next one. Sister Bikini, the truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. I'm convinced that Miss Elise Axum had a special significance to this temple. As to why she had a special significance, I believe it has to do with her true identity. What on earth are you talking about? She was... Mystic Elise was an author, just an author of picture books. To be clear, I had my suspicions almost immediately after I met her. Suspicions? Yes, but I didn't have any evidence to support my theory, though. Yeah, I think it's pretty obvious. I think everyone who plays this game, as soon as she shows up, is going to be like, yeah, that's Maya's mom. And then after it's like, I'm an author, it's like, oh, I guess not. And then you go to over and you're like, oh yeah, it's Maya's mom. But now this piece of evidence proves Miss Axum's true identity. Oh shit, what proves it? This? That she had a Magatama thing? Cream. Oh, it's just as there. Cream Master Talisman. Yeah, there you go. Miss Axum had this charm with her at all times. Krog, where did you... This isn't some cheap good luck charm either. Then, it's not just semi. What do you think it is, Mr. Wright? What could a talisman like that possibly mean? It's a talisman, is it? Interesting. Oops. This thing speaks volumes about who Miss Axum really was. This talisman and one other item unequivocally prove Miss Axum's true identity. The Misty Fae image? Hold on, how do I change it? I think it's that. Yeah, it's gotta be. The painting is obscured by this gravy stain at the moment. But the scroll shows the master of the crane channeling technique. The crest at the top is a sign of that honorable title. The very same crest that adorns the talisman the victim carried with her. Ah, this crest is reserved for the master of crane. Who on earth told you that nonsense? I've got no idea what you're talking about. The new master, Maya Fey, told me. What? What? You mean that acolyte is Misty Faye's daughter? Yes. You didn't know that? Are you sure? Yes. In fact, since her eldest daughter passed away, Maya is Misty Faye's sole successor. What a shit mom. What the fuck? Mystic Misty. Oh, done. Okay, cool. Unlock successful. Mystic Elise graced us with her presence about a week ago. When she showed up, showing the talisman with that mark on it, well, I nearly fainted. No one had seen her since she disappeared 17 years ago, after all. What is the significance of this talisman, sister? Still here, by the way. The crane talisman is the symbol of the master of Crane. The bearer must carry it with them always until their death. Until their death? So Elise Axum was really Maya's mother, huh? She was Misty Faye, the master of the crane channeling technique. The truth comes out at last. It looks like we're making some headway here. Why have this big mystery and have her missing for so long? To bring her back and then just kill her off right away. That's such a strange thing. I guess she can come back as a possessed medium, right? But that's so weird. Tell me, sister, after 17 years, why did she choose to show herself now? Because something happened that called her out of hiding. What happened? Well... Oh no! What's happening? Oh no, it's the regularly scheduled earthquake! My dad, he's back! It can't be. Earthquake. Arrgh. Oh my goodness, the inner temple. This kind of tremor might... The inner temple! A secret cavern in the training hall. It might very well cave in. What? Maya... It seems to have passed. Well, we can't just stand here and do nothing. Let's go. What? Where? To the inner temple, of course. Where else? Sister Bikini, we'll finish this later, alright? Of course. You run along now. People may have been hurt. I must get some first aid kits ready. Okay. If Gumshoe's rickety-ass bridge survived that earthquake, come on then, Phoenix Wright. They won't bar you from entering as long as I'm with you. Thank you. Right at that moment, I had the worst feeling in my gut. We just had an earthquake. Yeah, we just had an earthquake. People might be dying. It's collapsed. We need help to the rubble. No, you must stay back. You're just a member of the public, Phoenix. You can't be in here. Fuck off. Stay away. It's too important. People are dying, but no. You must stay back. No, you're not involved in this, Phoenix. I wonder if he's alright. You look worried. Are you thinking about Miles Chadworth? Come on, let's go. We gotta hurry to the inner temple and... Right. Quick, the snowmobile. Ah, what are you doing here? Gah. How could I have... How do you expect us to understand if you don't speak up? Oh, man. Did she just whip Chadworth? Hey, why am I the one... Oh, never mind. She's gone. No. The defendant, Iris. She's gone. Gone where? She fled. She escaped. What? So, it was just now during the... It's easy to see Chadworth's one and only weakness. His fear of earthquake. He used to have two weaknesses. One, a fear of earthquakes, and that he was terrible at origami. But through many years of practice and study, he got over his inability to fold paper. But now, his only weakness left, earthquakes. Who isn't afraid of earthquakes? I should have known better than to escort the defendant alone. As soon as the ground started shaking, everything went dark before my eyes, and I stupidly passed out. That incident haunts you to this day, doesn't it? That's no excuse for letting the suspect get away. I can't believe I let it happen. Right, the inner temple area is a dead end, so she could have only escaped to the side. We haven't seen her. Then we need to get a manhunt underway now and search Eagle Mountain from top to bottom. Wait, Chadworth, have you thoroughly checked the inner temple yet? Don't be ridiculous. Why would I? The inner temple is like an island. There's no way to escape but to cross. No, that's not it. Iris isn't the type of person to run away, Chadworth. What are you talking about? Sister Bikini mentioned something when we were with her. She said that the sacred cavern might have caved in because of the quake. Then you think Iris might have gone to the inner temple to check on the situation? Listen, Chadworth. I'm sure she's at the inner temple. A manhunt is not necessary. Right, let's not waste any more time. We need to get to the training hall's secret cavern now. Alright, let's go. So that like line about 20 minutes ago about no, this isn't open to the public. You have to stay here. Was literally just so we weren't present when this earthquake happened, and this shit went down and she got away. Just like why not have just instead Phoenix say I have something really pressing to talk to Bikini about. You know, it's really important to me that I find out that if this is Maya's real mother or not. I have an inkling. I have a hunch. Like that was kind of shit. That could have been done better. February 9th, Inner Temple Training Hall. Fortunately, the sacred cavern hadn't caved in, but what we found was something none of us could have ever expected. Alright, you know what? That's true. That is... I would never have expected that. Like... Wait, can Godot even see most of these? Like, I guess because not all of it is red, he would just see this as he would see the shape, he would see it as gray, right? Because it's not like the parts of the apron that had the red on it were invisible to him. He just couldn't see the ketchup. So he can still see the shape. So he just can't tell that that's red. Okay, how can there be even more locks? What is the meaning of this? Iris. Iris, please tell me. What the hell is going on? To be continued. Whoa, what? To be continued. Did she put more locks on? What kind of raid boss monster is in there? February 9, Inner Temple Training Hall. Right, is this what Godot was talking about? Yeah, the trick locks. Now then, Iris, please remove these at once. No, Mr. Chadworth, I'm afraid I can't. It's not possible for me. What? During the earthquake, when the cavern was in danger of caving in, Iris escaped, and I know that there was only one lock when I last came here. So you're saying that you can't undo the new locks? Yes. If only I was stronger. Chadworth, how are you feeling? You look a little pale in the face. Like you'll want to talk with your face all green. I guess the bridge did survive. Miles Chadworth, go and get some air. I'll watch over the suspect. You go and get a grip on yourself. Don't be ridiculous. Ooh. There's no telling what sorts of mistakes you could make in your current status. Nailed it! Go and get some rest. That's your only concern now, Miles Chadworth. Understood. I'll handle the investigation in the garden. You take care of things here. Chadworth. He's got so much pride that he's probably off crying in a corner of the garden. Pride is simply another trap that hinders us in our lives. That said, one must have pride to be effective on the job. At any rate, it seems that this is where we part ways, Phoenix Wright. I'm going to stay here and see if I can't help solve these bothersome puzzles. I see. Well, thanks for your help. Now then, do you mind if I ask you a few things, Iris? No, not at all. I love you. Escape. Why did you make a run for it, Iris? I'm sorry. I heard the Inner Temple had been severely shaken by the strong earthquake we had. I was so worried. I just had to come and see. In other words, you didn't run away to escape the law. At least we're clear on that. I can't tell you how relieved I was when I saw the Sacred Cavern was alright, but... But what? Then I saw these chains here, and I just had to add more locks. I saw all these extra locks that someone had put on the Sacred Cavern's door, and... How the it wasn't her? Who the I guess technically she didn't lie just then, so... Someone being her. What the fuck is going on? Who in the world would do something like this? Once again, still hasn't lied. These trick locks are a sacred treasure of the Crane tradition. There are hundreds of ways to set them. That's why only the person who set the lock can open it. Damn, what if you forgot? And you aren't the one who set these locks. I don't think it's that simple, Francisco von Karma. When we were here the first time, there was only one lock. Where did the chains come from, too? And now, somehow, there's 5 of them. What does that mean? It means that someone wanted to secure the place even more, and they wanted to secure it before you got here, Iris, presumably because they wanted to make sure Maya couldn't get out. This means that Iris can only open one of these locks, the first one. Yes, that's correct. What? Iris, try to think, please. Isn't there any way around this? Well, like I said, there are hundreds of different ways to set these locks. I suppose if I went through every combination with each one, I could remove them. But... it will take time, won't it? Yes, about a day, if I had to guess. That's actually not that bad. A whole day? Well, that's better than leaving the locks in place. Will you do this for us? Sure, I'll do whatever I can. We've got to wait another day? Hang in there, Maya. You're going to have to call on your inner strength now. Is there 3 trials for this one? Shit. You know what, Iris? There's still one thing I don't quite get. And what that might be, Phoenix Wright. I think it's obvious. Iris, on the night of the murder, where were you? Please, Iris, don't give me that look. You told us that you were in your room at the Hazakura Temple at the time of the incident, but you were seen that same evening at the Inner Temple, and then you were spotted at the scene of the crime in Hazakura Temple too. Being spotted at both Hazakura Temple and the Inner Temple. It's as if you were... Well, Iris, I think it's about time you told us the truth. Great. I knew it. There's something going on here that we don't know about. Alright, what do you think about this? you take a look at this? No, locks are more important. Alright, take a look at this. No, locks are more important. Alright, take a look at this. Alright, is she getting whipped or are we getting whipped? Alright, literally nothing? Literally nothing. Alright, cool. Alright. Alright. The night of the crime. I think it's time you told the truth about what you were doing on that night. You said you were in your room at Hezekiah Temple the entire time. Do you still claim that to be true? The truth? Yes, that's where I was. Iris, I believe you're innocent. That's why I want to believe what you're telling me too, but I can't. Because this person saw you somewhere else on the night of the murder. Bikini, right? Talking about Sister Bikini, of course. Sister Bikini, her testimony in court today was very clear. Then I was helping an acolyte with her training by the near temple, but as you can see, my back likes to act up violently, so I left Iris to help the acolyte and returned to the Hezekiah Temple. Sister Bikini didn't just see you, she spoke with you. You two talked about Maya's training that night. So you see, Iris, you were there at the inner temple on the night of the murder. That's very impressive, Mr. Wright. That's it? The acolyte's actual training was due to start after 10 o'clock that night. I left the main hall early so I wouldn't be late. What time was that? Let me see. It takes about 20 minutes to walk between the main hall and the inner temple, so I would have left at about 9:40 p.m. I think. I'm sorry, Iris, but lying just doesn't suit you, huh? Now, you say you left the main hall at 9:40 p.m., but what you say doesn't add up with this. Well, shit, I don't know. What has time on it? The tracks? The snow? Rang lights out at 10. Right? You yourself testified to the contrary, don't you remember? You said that you rang the lights out bell at 10 o'clock that night. Ah, plus only moments before you rang that bell, you were seen at the main hall by the most reliable witness I have. Who's that? Me. Mr. Wright. We even spoke a little that evening. That's when you gave me this. Surely you haven't forgotten. I have. No, that's right. I remember. And that brings us to another puzzling fact, Iris. At 10 o'clock on the night of the murder, you were seen in two different places at the same time. It's time you told me exactly what's been going on, Iris. So far, I've managed to prove two things. First, on the night of the incident, you were at the inner temple, and second, at the exact same time, you were ringing the bell at Hezekiah Temple. There's only one possible explanation for this apparent impossibility. You were at Hezekiah Temple, you were at the inner temple, there were two of you. On the night of the incident, you were seen in two different places at the same time. Which means there must have been two of you. Alright, here we go! Twin bullshit! Twin bullshit! Twin bullshit! Twin bullshit! I can't think of any other explanation, Iris. But that's crazy. How could that be? There's only one of me. It's impossible. Or giant mirror! Giant mirror. Holographic projection. R2D2. R2D2. Impossible, I wonder. The way you're trembling certainly seems to suggest otherwise. Gulp, you're seriously trying to suggest there's more than one of me. Then show me the evidence. Show me something that proves there is more than one of me. I don't fucking know. Well, what kind of evidence do I have for that? Chadworth. I don't think we have this evidence yet. I think we have to go talk to Chadworth. I don't think I have enough evidence yet. I should investigate. Yeah. Because Chadworth had someone to talk to us. Shit, now we have to go through that all over again. February 9, Inner Temple Garden. The cops are still combing the place. They look pretty nervous. I'd be nervous too. It's got to be a tough job. Especially with someone giving you the evil eye the whole time. Mutter. Mutter, mutter. How could I have done that? Wow, I can't believe it's still bothering him. Chadworth. Hey, don't you dare run away. What do you want, Wright? What do I want? If you came here to laugh at me, then get on with it. Go on, laugh away. Sigh, I was ready to hug it out with him, but he's just the same prideful Chadworth. You went back to the Criminal Affairs Department, right? You said you wanted to look into something concerning Iris. Yes.
And thanks to what I found, I was reminded of something terrible. You guys are putting a lot of effort into the investigation of the garden here, huh? There's a high chance this is the actual scene of the crime, that's why. You mean because of the writing in blood and the talisman in the snow? Exactly. As you know, those things couldn't have been planted here after the murder. But surely, you don't suspect Maya, do you? We have to treat everyone as a suspect, Maya as well as Iris. It's our job, right? So, I guess you still haven't gotten over your fear of earthquakes. No, though thankfully my nightmares have stopped. Aw, poor Chatworth, but still, if the ground gives us even the slightest tremor, I find myself short of breath. 17 years ago, when we were little school kids at the same elementary school, Chatworth found himself in the middle of a murder. It all started with that big quake that hit the courthouse. You know what, Chatworth? You know what you need? You just need a stern talking to. That worked for whatever the fuck her name was when you did it. Just a stern talking to, Chatworth. Just get over it. Yes, I was stuck in the elevator with my father, who was a defense attorney. We were deprived of oxygen. And we passed out. That's what happened. Oh, that single gunshot shattered my whole life. See, let that be proof that even if there's something that's just utter horseshit, that it can still be a good and entertaining story. It's such horseshit. I lost everything that day, all because of that earthquake. My dreams, my family, and myself. It's been more than 17 years now, and that case was finally resolved 2 years ago, right? You think I don't know that? I was there, but... It was such a shock, I never imagined I could be so wrong about myself and my life. I'm sorry, Wright. There's nothing else I can say. Not after you chose to become a lawyer for my sake. And not after you saved me. Chatworth, you're stronger than you think, so no more of this self-pity, okay? Earthquakes. There was something that bothered me about her from the moment we met. I felt like I'd seen her somewhere before. No, wait. Not somewhere. I felt like I'd seen her in court before. So I went back to the Criminal Affairs Department to look for her file. Yes, I checked over every case file I've ever worked on, and I was right. I had seen her face before, 6 years ago. 6 years ago? It was my first appearance in court. And as cases go, it was my worst nightmare. So who is she? There was an earthquake? I'm sorry, Wright. I can't give that information away to a member of the general public. What? Why not? But it might be a crucial piece of the puzzle that solves this case. The woman I knew was the daughter of a jewelry store owner. She had nothing to do with Iris and Hazakura Temple, and neither did the case. No, that woman is completely unrelated to this murder. Unrelated? Yes, I can say that with complete confidence. You're wrong, Chatworth. She's totally related to this case. I need to fill Chatworth in. I need to explain the connection between Iris and the woman Chatworth knew. Okay, how do I do that? I thought we were going to get evidence from Chatworth. I didn't think we were going to need evidence from Chatworth. Apparently, Iris was taken in by the sisters here at the temple when she was a child. However, we still don't know much about her past, and so we're looking into it. That reminds me, Chatworth went back to these rooms and found. Okay, we already did that. Alright, time to present everything. What do you think about this? Alright, so what do you think about this Get that piece of filth out of my face. You're still mad, huh, Chatworth? I know a thing or two about Larry Butts, just like you. We both know he likes to act up, but this, even he couldn't make up something like this up. If this is what he drew, then this is what he saw. As unbelievable as it may seem. I know, that's why I think too. Every single time I see that guy, he's in it up to his neck. I knew it. Chatworth's still mad as a hornet at Larry for stealing that money. Iris gave that to you, didn't she? Yes, and it really works. It helped my fever go down quicker, I'm sure of it. So you say, but your face is as white as a sheet, and sweat is running down your cheek. Anyway, it seems to me like there's something going on between the two of you. Actually, I don't know exactly why, but there's something about Iris that just tugs at me. I can't figure out whether I feel like I know her or I don't know her at all. It's really weird. Another victim we know nothing about. Same as always. I hope you'll tell me if you know something about our mystery woman, Ray. I know that Elisa Naxxon was no ordinary visitor to the temple, but her true identity could be a useful weapon for the defense, and I can't give that away just like that. Whoa! Hey, Wright, you work together, bros! What's going on? You're putting holes in the ship, man! Stop putting holes in the ship! The ship is gonna sink! God damn it! Is that your attorney's badge? Interesting. I never imagined I'd ever see you wearing one of these, right? It's because of you that I became one, Chadworth. Not that I have any regrets, I really don't. If you're trying to say thanks, you can start by saying it a bit louder. I don't know Maya Fey very well, but it seems to me that the girl's always landing herself in trouble. It seems to me that you know her better than you think. I do sincerely hope she's going to be alright. One of the biggest names in the world of law, as I'm sure you'll agree. For better or for worse, we were only destined to meet once in the courtroom. I know, I read all about it. Really? Only once? Huh. It was the first time for the both of us, two novices, head to head. I can still remember how downhearted I felt after that trial ended the way it did. I wonder if Mia felt the same way too. It seems Pearl was trapped on this side of the river on the night of the murder. Did she tell you anything? Listen, Wright. She's just a kid. I can't force things out of her. You'll have to be the one to find out what she knows. Where is she? He's something of a legend, I hear. Don't say it like you don't know anything about him. Tell me what you know. It's a bit strange, actually. If he really was anything special, I should have heard about him by now. I'm always well informed about the rookies coming into the prosecutor's office, you know. Then you mean he isn't anything special? Humph. You should already know the answer to that. Although, there is one other possibility. What's that? He could have come into the profession from a different channel. What different channel? There's more than one way to become a prosecutor, right? Perhaps he started off as a defense attorney but decided it wasn't for him. There's more than one way. You can go to law school, or you can become a defense attorney and switch over. Or, if you're very lucky, you can find a prosecutor's badge in the street, and if you pick it up and you get to keep it, then that is it. You are now a prosecutor. That's it. That's all you have to do. Or you could kill a prosecutor and get away with it. You could prosecute yourself at your own case and make it and flunk it, and then you wouldn't be found guilty, and then you are a prosecutor after that. A defense attorney. I didn't even know you could switch sides like that. I was just with Detective Gumshoe. I treated him to some pasta. You owe him that much. After all, it's your fault his salary's so low. How's it my fault? And look, if you're going to buy the guy lunch, at least get him something decent, okay? Gumshoe practically lives on pasta and noodles already. Well, I did order some extra Parmesan cheese on top. He was crying tears of joy as he dug into it. It was quite moving. All you had to do is get the poor guy right. It's crossed my mind once or twice that her testimony might be a bunch of lies. There certainly are a lot of problems with it. The thing is, as far as I can tell, she has no reason to deceive us. I believe she did meet the defendant at the Inner Temple and witnessed the murder too. The one in the Hazakura Temple courtyard in any case. Alright. Another victim. Oh, we did this one already. Shit. We did this one already too. Apparently, he had become something of an apprentice to Elisa Naxxon. Yeah, something like that. There's so many coincidences here. He did this portrait for me earlier. That's great. Let's just leave it at that about Larry, alright? Looks like someone's still mad at Butts for his performance in court today. Can we see your portrait to see if it's upside down or not? It's been more than a year since I last saw Francesca myself. Oh man, I thought you guys were off having like lawyer adventures in the undercourt. Like for real. Oh, okay. But it seems that she's been dying to see you again. What the fuck were you doing, Chadworth? She really said that? I believe she wants to eat you for breakfast, or to put it another way, whip you silly. Whoa, literally and metaphorically. Damn, we're in. Oh, go on, let her have her way. It would make for a great anecdote about my trip. Forget it, Chadworth. If you want to know how to run the perfect trial, there's a lot to study and learn. Oh, is that what you're studying about right now? I've sat at the prosecutor's bench for trials in 5 different countries now. The first thing you must do is gain complete mastery of the language. It's quite a task. You have to understand, Phoenix, that the undercourt is vast and spreads out under every country. Every country has an undercourt, but not every undercourt has a country. I'd never get anywhere then. It's taken me a lifetime to sort of master one language. Damn, I bet Chadworth can speak like fucking like 2 languages. February 9, Inner Temple Gate. I'm finally getting to the bottom of this case. I can count on Iris to break those locks, so I should try to gather more clues from Sister Bikini, Chadworth, Gumshoe, and Pearls. February 9, Dusky Bridge. It's weird that there's no one around all of a sudden. It sure gets quiet up here in the mountains when you're all on your own. Speaking of alone, I guess I should go and check out the shack just down this path. Maybe I'll find Larry there sulking again. Love Shack, little Love Shack. Where's Pearls? February 9, Hezuka Temple main gate. I wonder if Sister Bikini is back in the main hall yet. I haven't seen Gumshoe around in a while either. Maybe they're having a cup of tea together somewhere. I bet Gumshoe is Sister Bikini's type. February 9, Hezuka Temple main hall. Looks like Sister Bikini's not here. She must be sorting things out after the quake. Must be hard on her with her bad back. There are a few things I really need to discuss with her. Guess I'll drop by again later and see if she's around. Okay, so we come back after we go talk to Larry, I guess. Just make sure real quick. Uh-oh. Sounds like someone's happy. What tune is that they're humming? No motive, no crime. No motive, no crime. Sing it with me. No motive, no crime. I'm happy. Had some extra Parmesan cheese. I remember when we used to search in the channeling room in Curane. No motive, no cry. It's no woman, no cry. Holy shit. Holy shit. I remember when we used to search in the channeling room in Curane. No motive, no crime. No motive, no crime. Oof, I love my job. Who cares if the clues I find are no good? That's not what investigating is all about. The investigator investigates for the love of investigating. It's a passion. Good cases we have, good cases we lost along the way. I would have never guessed that Gumshoe was into reggae. Damn, who isn't? Every case is gonna be all airtight. Every case is gonna be airtight. Hey, pal. Huh? Who, me? How long have you been there? Long enough. I just got here. Oh, okay. What are you up to, detective? I'm investigating, pal. No motive, no crime. I made a promise to Mr. J. He's adorable, man. I promised I would find the real murder weapon. The real murder weapon. That barbed sword thing turned out to be a false lead, right? I'm giving it my best shot here, but I still haven't turned up any clues. I just found these weird scraps of paper. It looks like a letter or something. Doesn't seem to have anything to do with the case, though. A letter. So how's the investigation going, Detective Gumshoe? I don't know if I should be telling you, pal, but I guess it can't hurt. Looks like the murder took place in the Inner Temple Garden. And they're taking that bloody writing on the lantern pretty seriously back at HQ. What? You mean? I don't have the details, pal. All I know is, if you don't find Maya down in that sacred cavern, we're going to be faced with one ugly situation. What kind of ugly situation are we looking at here? You got me. I don't know. They're not my words, pal. Then who said it? Mr. Godot. Godot? What did he mean by that? No pickle, no jar. No pickle, no jar. About that letter you found. Don't remind me, pal. I'm busting a gut here trying to find the murder weapon. And all I find is some burn up old letter. Burn up old letter? Be careful. Something once night should, as soon as you heat the light? Something? Out bell. The light out bell. You must channel her. Something spirit. Leave everything up to her. Okay, these were instructions? Yeah, it was in an incinerator outside the Inner Temple. The incinerator? I knew it. I knew I wasn't imagining it. Are these the instructions for the training but they were fake? There was snow on the incinerator when I first saw it. But after the incident, the snow had melted away, which means someone used the incinerator on the night of the murder. What's up with you, pal? I've got it right here if you want to take a look. Can I? Do you mind? Sure, go nuts. I don't want it, pal. You can have it. It's all spirit mediums and masters and stuff. I bet it's got no relation to this case. Spirit mediums, burnt letter added to the court record from the Gumshoe. Okay, can we read it? It's got to be important if it mentions spirit mediums and masters. We better give it a good looking over and some serious thought. Make sure you chuck it in the trash when you're done. Littering's a crime, pal. Oh, honey. Be careful, once night falls, should be there. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Leave everything up to her. So was this written, or is this like typed just so it's clear to read? Be careful, something once night falls, something should be there. Alright. Her name is the Thinker. She is our ally? The Whole. Here is a picture of her. Use it when you channel her. I know you can do it. Once this is, burn the instructions or something. Once this is done, burn the instructions. Also, make not N-O-T? Make, that looks like an N-O-T, right? Also, make not, that doesn't make sense though. Make not one word to tell, not make not one something tell anyone about this letter. Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. Gravy roast. Okay, wait, hold on. So if these are instructions to okay, so I'm guessing that these were instructions to Maya, and Maya was meant to follow this, and maybe she thought this was part of the training, and she didn't realize that she was being tricked, maybe, or something went wrong. That might be wrong, but I'm just going. That's what I'm going by right now. Okay, that's my theory. So if this was some like sort of like, no, that doesn't make sense. Like revenge, like what? Why would anyone want revenge on Misty Faye? What did Misty Faye do? Oh no! Mia wrote this! They're getting revenge on their shitty mother! No, seriously, like my leading theory right now is that Dahlia is dead and is possessing either Pearls or Maya. Or possessed either Pearls or Maya. But like how would this even start before that? Or like I don't think Dahlia is possessing like to be someone to become Iris anymore because of the fingerprints and everything, and yeah, and what she said about Phoenix doesn't know me but I know him. Why would Dahlia want revenge on Misty Faye? All we know about Dahlia is that she was involved in the kidnapping with her sister and Terry Falls. And then... But then Mia's dead. So is it just about, I'm gonna kill your mom before she has a chance to reconcile with your sister as a final fuck you? Like, haha, your family doesn't get to come back or something? Like, is it just that simple, or... How would she even know we were up here? Because she's watching over Iris, maybe? Or what? It's been a long time. What would cause all of that? Okay, let's just move on. I'm confused. So what do you know about the real murder weapon so far? Well, it wasn't it's the sword that we found impaled on the victim's body. Mr. Chadworth proved that in court today. Yes, that's true. In which case, it must have been another blade. And that's what you're running around like a headless chicken looking for now, huh? Yeah, and man, it is tiring work, but let me tell you something, pal. I'm no chicken. We've got the feather of forensics in our cap these days. We're using the department's secret weapon on this. Secret weapon? Is it the metal detector? Oh, please. What's the secret weapon of yours? You want to know? You gotta think scientifically, okay? Alright, the murder weapon was a sword. Swords are, scientifically speaking, made of metal, right? Yes! Any questions so far? No. I know what he's gonna say, but I'll let him look smart. So what's the perfect tool for the job? Ta-da! A metal detector. Yes! Raise your hand if you didn't see this coming from a mile away. Aw, man, why are you hating on me for? Well, you want to give a scientific investigation a go? Huh? Me? I've been using this thing for hours now. It gets pretty boring after a while. Why don't you give it a try? I don't know. Should I help Detective Gumshoe out or not? Play forensic expert. Yeah, let's do it. Come on, pal. It's good fun, I'm telling you. Alright, then, I guess I'll give it a go. Like I said, this is the department's most advanced gadget, the absolute best. It's so sensitive you can make it cry. It's so high-tech you could skydive off it. But don't. Oh, bother. Oh, bother. So now I'm going to tell you how to use it. It's possible the real murder weapon is around here somewhere, right? Sure, that's what we're trying to find out. Right, so first, let's turn the detector on. That's the sound of the metal detector signal bouncing off of something metallic. Next, move the detector. Shit, don't worry, this maybe will let you know if you've hit something on something metallic. Shit, and then press enter. This thing picks up metallic objects that are hidden from sight, too. Take a good look at anything and everything that seems suspicious, okay, pal? Oh, it's a ladder. Look, a ladder. That's a step ladder. What's the difference? Looks like a normal ladder to me, pal. Surely everyone knows the difference. I mean, they're pretty ordinary objects. I met plenty of guys like you, always picking up on the smallest details. Step, not step. The vegetable store guy near me, my place is all the time. He even corrects me when I ask for a head of lettuce. That's a cabbage, he says. I'm telling you, they're the exact same thing. No, they're not. They're completely different. You have to plant both of them firmly in the ground before they can grow, don't you? Listen, you gotta take a step back and look at the bigger picture sometimes. Cabbage and lettuce are the same thing. Otherwise, you could miss a really important clue. That's advice from a pro, pal. The last person I need advice from is this guy in front of me. This looks like a wallet. Aha, that's where it's been. Is it yours, detective? I'm always dropping it, so I put a bell on it. But you still dropped it anyway. Yeah, but now I found it again, pal. Your wallet is completely empty. Well, I drop it all the time, so I don't put money in it anymore. Then how come the metal detector picked it up? Must be because of the bell. Yeah, because of the Phoenix. Yeah, because of the bell. Yeah. He still didn't pick it up, though. That's odd. This sled's made of plastic. It says Bikini number 1 on the side. Maybe there's something under it. Hey, what's this? A badge? Aha! I've been hunting all high and low for that. It's yours, detective? That thing's priceless to a guy like me, pal. A cop can't be a cop without his... What did you... Just a trail of shit wherever we go. I'm sure we're glad that time in there now. How did you manage to drop your badge here of all places? I know. I bet it happened this morning. I was playing around with the sled and... Stop right there. I don't need to hear anymore. What does Gumshoe do when he's alone? Gumshoe leads a charmed life. He must. Oh, I'm alone at the crime scene. Time to fucking, like, use this sled. Just a pair of skis, nothing useful for our case here. I'm actually pretty good at skis, you know, pal. I just love to fly down the slopes with my coat fluttering in the wind. Really? I had no idea. How good are you then? Well, I'm better on skis than I am on skates, but not as good as when I'm on a snowboard. That's a pretty detailed answer. Oh, but you know what I'm best at? Making mashed potatoes and gravy. Wait, gravy? The gravy killer. The guy's losing it. Must be the altitude. We better get him back. Better get back to the investigation. Looks like there's something round buried in the ground here. Don't touch that, pal. That's my my gigantic hoverboard. Huh? What is it? It's a trap. People set them out to catch us detectives. They're real nasty. A trap for detectives? You mean like those fierce traps with the sharp teeth that you're supposed to snag your leg? Yeah, those. I got my finger caught in one of those once. Your finger? There was this bit of cheese and it looked so tasty. I reached out and then, bam. I'm not sure I know how to respond to a story as stupidly pitiful as that. Oh, that's just nothing. Okay. This is Mr. Naxum's staff, isn't it? Scientifically speaking, they're usually made of wood, but the detector is reacting to it. Yeah, however you look at it, the thing's made of wood, right? Is there a hidden sword in it? I don't bother investigating anything unless it looks like it might be metallic. Isn't the whole point of the metal detector to find metal where you can't see it? It's weird that this thing's causing a racket. Here, let me take a look at it. Hey, hands off. Examining evidence is a job for the... The top is coming off. Look what you've done. You've damaged a really important piece of evidence. Ah. My God. That's a sword inside the staff. Could it be? The murder weapon? I'd never have guessed there'd be a sword concealed in the victim's staff. They call this kind of thing a sword cane, pal. Didn't someone else have a sword cane? This one's a real gem. The workmanship is really something else. Did Von Karma have a sword cane or something like that? I can't remember. Or did he had a taser, right? Thank goodness it wasn't a cane sword, or else the victim would have stabbed her own foot. I officially give up on trying to figure out how Gumshoe's mind works. If the real scene of the crime was the inner temple garden, then why was the sword used to kill the victim found in the main hall courtyard? Someone in Yakuza 0, but we didn't play that. Hey Gumshoe, who knows about the hidden sword? No one. Even the police didn't know about this until I discovered it just now. You discovered it. Well, as I say, there's no team in Gumshoe. It doesn't look like there are any traces of blood on it. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Then I guess this isn't the murder weapon, huh? Well, maybe it was clean. No. I'm sure someone just wiped it off after the murder. You can do that? Yeah, of course. This thing's definitely the murder weapon. Great job, pal. It's about the same length as the sword, too. This must be the murder weapon. Okay, I'm gonna run over to to forensics. There's gotta be some traces of blood left, even if most of it has been wiped off. See you later, pal. Every case gonna be airtight now. Every case is gonna be airtight. Wait up, detective. Huh? What is it, pal? I'm a pretty busy guy right now, you know. You're going to get that stuff analyzed, right? Would you mind holding off for just a while? Huh? What are you talking about, pal? Please, just until we find Maya. Maya? What's this got to do with her? I don't know, but I'm starting to get a really bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. Oh? How so? Look, Maya's trapped inside the sacred cavern right now, and, well, we don't even know if she's okay or not. The more evidence and testimony I hear, the more uneasy I feel. You don't think... Maya's been Please, detective, let's just wait until we can get inside the sacred cavern. You're looking kind of viridian there. Okay, just stop it with that face, pal. One thing, though. This staff's secret trick, let's keep it between you and me, alright? If it gets out that we knew about it and didn't say anything, we're finished. I understand. This is just a regular, run-of-the-mill staff, you got it? Okay, now you take good care of it, pal. Thank you, detective. Don't worry. She'll be fine. Gumshoe, you know, there's a place at the base of this mountain that has some really good pasta. How about I take you there when you find Maya, huh, pal? Sure, thanks. Victim staff received from Detective Gumshoe for safekeeping. I can't help but wonder, though, what was Lisa Maxim doing with a staff like this in the first place? Okay, so the fact that we're the only ones that know that, is that going to be important? Oh, it's break time. It's the most wonderful time of the stream. Not really, though. Alright, where are we going? Where can we get music? Suspension Bridge? No. Inner Temple. Datapon wants music. There you go. Alright, back in 5-10 minutes. Alright, did we enjoy our break? Was everyone a good boy or girl and went and got their teeth brushed and walked around? More emails. Oh, that's fine. Okay, that's nothing. Do 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 do. More emails, more work. Thank you to Quacken for the 9-month resub, Landcare77 for the 21-month resub. Thank you, Alan the Cavalier for the 4-month resub, Smitty W for the 37-month resub, and Night Puppy for the new sub. Welcome, Night Puppy. Thank you, thank you. Doing like previously still for about 8 hours a day. House sitting for a couple hours. I don't know. I think when you're laying down, you're spread out. Your blood doesn't pool in your legs the same way as it does when you're prone. Something about how when you're sitting with your legs flat down, or not flat down, straight down, that the blood... Okay, so I'm going to spread some misinformation here because I don't remember exactly how it works, but basically, to get your blood back up from your legs, your body takes advantage of your muscle contractions when you're walking around. So as you take steps, blood is squeezed up of the veins in your legs to go back to your heart. So it uses those contractions to get to it. If you don't do that, then blood tends to kind of pool and can lead to clotting in your legs. That isn't the only way that blood gets back up your legs, of course, or else you just die whenever you're sitting down. But like blood can clot in your legs if you're sitting for too long, and it can lead to something that's called deep vein thrombosis. It's something that they warn you about when you're going on a long flight. I don't know if it's specifically because you're going to be sitting for a long time when you're on the flight, or if there's something about the altitude that also makes it worse when you're on a plane. I think that's what killed In Control, didn't it? Didn't In Control die from some related thing to sitting for too long that made a clot appear in his leg, and then he actually went and got it looked at, and he got it treated, but it was like he died from some related effect from that or something. I think I'm not sure. So I try not to sit for a long time. It's good to walk around. I try to remind people to do it too. Yeah. You still doing exercise today? No, actually, I'm quite out of shape at the moment. I got pretty good about a year ago. I got not back to my peak level of fitness, but pretty good level of fitness for me. And I lost quite a bit of weight. But in the past like 3-4 months or so, I've like lost it, and I've put some more weight back on. Not very comfortable. I'm feeling pretty bad about it, actually. Need to get back into the swing of it. Thank you, Captain Quirk, for the 4-month resub as well. Thank you, Captain Quirk. That just came in just now. Okay, so I came back here just for the music, right? So we don't need to be here. February 9, Heavenly Hall. Oh, Mr. Nick. Pearls, what are you doing here? Nothing. What about Mystic Maya? Is she alright? After being alone on the mountain for 2 days, I ran away and needed to be alone for even longer down here at Heavenly Hall. Pearls, come on, man. Well, we don't know yet. Oh, I see. Hey, what do you think you're doing here, Nick? Larry, this is the Loser's Shack, where losers get together and lose themselves. This is the what? Hey, we find comfort in each other's failures, okay? You got a problem with that? Look, Mr. Nick, Mr. Larice did a picture of me. That's, great, Pearls. We're going to gather firewood now. We'll be cooking some half-rotten potatoes over a miserable little campfire. So stay out of our way. I don't believe that. Why can't he try getting fired up over becoming a better man? No one believes a word I say anymore. Listen to me, Pearl. You don't want to trust this kind of guy, okay? He'll only let you down. Oh, Mystic Maya. Mystic Maya, Mystic Maya. Can we go inside? Look at this graffiti scrawled right on the front of the shack. At least he managed to get a pretty good likeness. When I really think about it, I guess art kind of suits him. Anyone else think that Larry isn't that bad? Like, come on, like... I guess these are just altered sprites, so it's not really indicative of his work, but, like, Larry's not bad, man. I mean, his very existence is an art of sorts. Larice's sketch. Larry, is there something you want to tell me about this picture? That's pretty bad. Yeah, I got nothing to say to you, Nick. My life's here now with Pearl, two losers cooking potatoes together forevermore. What am I going to do with him? Alright then, what do you think about this picture, Pearls? I think it's really well drawn. I can't draw at all, so I think it's really amazing. See, someone appreciates it. It's tough getting the flames to look like that, you know. It's supposed to be Sister Iris flying through the air, isn't it? I love it. It's like a dream, a wonderful fantasy. No, it wasn't a dream. She really flew. I'm telling you, Iris really flew that night. But, Mr. Larice, people can't fly. Sigh. Not you too. Please don't look at me like that, Pearl. Don't look at me like I'm some kind of nutcase, I beg of you. I guess this picture really is a representation of what Larry thinks he saw. Okay, so I was half asleep when I was here that night. But I was wide awake after the lightning struck, and I just didn't move. I just stayed here and just, like, leaned over and grabbed my paintbrushes and my paper, and without getting up, I just kept looking back over there and being like, oh, yeah, I see that. Yeah, all right, here you go. Here I go painting. All right. And I saw what I saw. It was exactly like I drew in the picture, and it looks like I don't have any choice but to take the sketches at face value. Hey, what's with the look of doubt on your face? Pearls. Yes, Mr. Nick? I've been meaning to ask you about the night of the murder. But, like, how did he see her flying? Like, how... she must have just fallen from the bridge, but then... But if it was... Like, no one fell in the river, right? Like, all the bodies are accounted for, but... Where were you, and what exactly were you doing when it all happened? I was just, well, I'm just a kid, you know? I'm sure it doesn't really matter what I was doing. Does it, Mr. Nick? Sorry, Pearls, but yes, it does. On the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Mr. Naxim's room reading a book together, but Mr. Nim was murdered, and you, Pearls, were at the inner temple. Nah, just what exactly happened that night, Pearls? I'm really sorry, Mr. Nick. Whoa! Psycho lock from you? Come on. I've been a bad girl. That's why I'm being punished. What are you talking about, Pearls? My spiritual power, it has disappeared. What? Her powers have disappeared? Poor Pearls. What do you mean your powers disappeared, Pearls? It's all over for me. A spirit medium who can't channel spirits is like a painter who can't paint. Never stopped me. Hey, what are you looking at me for? Pearls, did you try to channel someone's spirit right here at Hazakura Temple? Tried but failed, perhaps? Wow. Way to go, Nick. You made her cry. That's what was really cool of you. Wow. Just as I thought. I'm going to have to break her psych locks to get the truth out of her. Let's try if we can do it. God damn, man. The night of the crime. After dinner on the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Lisa Naxim's room reading a book together, correct? Yes, I was so happy when she invited me, but I didn't go in the end. You didn't go? No, there was somewhere else I had to go instead. I was so worried, I had to go. I didn't know what to do with myself, I was so nervous. So Pearls never went to Mr. Naxim's room because she was too worried about something or someone else. Pearls. On the night of the murder, you went to this place, didn't you? You went here, didn't you, Pearls? Looks like she's still not going to open up to me. This is where you went because you were so worried, right? Then the next question is, who or what were you so worried about? Now, I'm going to take a guess, and you can tell me if I'm right or wrong, okay? You mean you know? If I'm right, will you tell me the whole truth? Okay. You went to this place for one very simple reason, and that is this. You were worried about Maya, right? Is it this? Burnt letter? I think you were worried. Okay, hold on. Is there something about the spiritual channeling? Cult magazine. Let's just try Maya first and get it over with, because I think it might be you're worried about Maya. It's obvious what you were so worried about, Pearls. It was Maya, wasn't it? Ah. You knew the training Maya was undertaking was dangerous. After all, it was the special course. I signed up for your special course. Well, my. Quite brave of you, considering how cold it is. Young people can be so reckless with their health. Don't blame me if you become one with those you channel. Whoa, ho, ho, ho. Sister Bikini scared you with what she said, didn't she? And because it was you who introduced Hazakura Temple to Maya in the first place, you felt responsible, didn't you? Thinking about what could happen to Mystic Maya made me more and more worried. I couldn't sit still at all. That's why I decided to go and find out how she was doing at the inner temple. Okay, so like how like it's kind of like I'm starting to worry that there's going to be a lot of coincidences that aren't explained. Although they could explain them finding about this if it's just like Mia knew what was going on and was involved in somehow, and she kept like possessing one of them without them knowing it, like getting the magazine, opening it, and just kept putting it around the place where they live until they see it. Took like 15 tries, but finally they're like, oh, cool, yeah, let's go there. What's not clear is what happened after that. About what time was it when you headed over to the inner temple? It was probably around 9:30 when I left the main hall. I heard the real training was supposed to start at 10. I wanted to get there before it started, but there was so much snow, so I didn't get there until after 10 o'clock. Until after 10, how did you know what time it was? Because I heard the bell ringing for lights out. She heard the lights out bell. The Hazakura Temple bell's pretty small though, isn't it? You must have really good hearing. I was really trying to pick up the sound of that bell, that's all. I didn't want to miss it. That would be terrible. She was trying to hear the bell? Tell me, Pearls, why were you so worried about hearing that bell, huh? Oh, I think I know why. The reason you were so worried about that bell was because of this. Oh, the letter said listen for the bell, right? As soon as you hear the bell, you should channel. You were given some instructions to follow for that night, weren't you? I presume you recognize these pieces of paper. Where did you... In the incinerator at the inner temple. Pearls, you were following the instructions in this letter that night, weren't you? That's why you couldn't afford to miss the sound of the lights out bell. I'm speechless, Mr. Nick. You're amazing. I thought Pearl couldn't read. These instructions that were found in the incinerator, I believe they were written for you, Pearls. For me, I know. As you can see, a large portion has been burnt, but the last section is still fairly legible. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Who was it, Pearls? Whose spirit were you supposed to be channeling? Taking into account the author of the note and their purpose for writing it, whose spirit would Pearls have been trying to channel? Don't overthink it, Phoenix. It's pretty obvious who Pearls was supposed to channel. The person you were trying to channel that night, Pearls, was... Leon. Okay, well, I guess it had to be Mia, right? Well, Pearls, am I right? I can't channel anyone anymore. Spirit medium who can't channel spirits is like a painter who can't paint. Poor kid's really getting her down, but I've never channeled that person's spirit. Did I hit the wrong one? I shouldn't. I mean, you have. We should have all the evidence. One of the guy taking coming out there and the person right next to her. Person you're trying to channel that night. Okay. Well. I'm sorry, but no one else here is dead. So, is it in here? Hold on, am I being dumb? Not dead, dead, not 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 dead. Well, dead now, but not dead then. Hold on. Well, pearls, am I right? Yeah, okay. No. Shit, I don't have enough evidence yet. Oh, do I not have enough evidence yet? Okay, did I hit the wrong one here? I'm pretty sure I did, didn't I? Okay, who do I have to talk to then? Oh, let's just present everything to Pearl and see what she says. Pearls is no good. Pearls no good. Pearls no good. Pearls no good. Pearls no good. It looks like a ball gag, doesn't it? Not that I would know what that is. Okay, let's go to back and see if Bikini's back. She's back! February 9, Hezekiah Temple, main hall. Well, what's the damage? How's the sacred cavern? It looks like it survived, but we have a bigger problem now. I told Sister Bikini all about it, about the 5 locks that were stopping us from getting inside the sacred cavern. Who the fuck put the locks on? But who? Who could have done that? The only people who know how to set those trick locks are those of the Crane tradition. We have Iris at the Sacred Cavern trying her best to open them for us right now. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to talk with you about, Sister Bikini. Oh yes, we were in the middle of a chat, weren't we? Yes, you were telling me how the Master Crane disappeared 17 years ago. I want to know why Misty Face only appeared at this temple. It was about a week ago when Mystic Misty arrived. After she showed me the talisman that proved she was the Master, she said, "Look at my star, you. Someone is trying to destroy the Crane tradition's main family line. I am here to put a stop to them." Someone was trying to destroy the main family line. There's only one heir to the title of Master at any time, and it's usually the eldest. That child becomes the new Master Crane, and her daughters the main family. All other mediums become branch family members with no hope of controlling the clan. That's why nothing has changed throughout the history of the clan. The branch families always have and always will plot to erase those of the main family line. Is the power of the Master worth this much bloodshed? Damn, this got real. Holy shit! You believe in the technique, don't you? I'm sorry. You believe in the technique, don't you, Mr. Wright? You know its power is real. Yes, I do. It's been 2 years since I first met Maya. In that time, I've seen her channel the spirits of the dead plenty of times. During the Mask case, and during Maggie Bird's trial, too. Yeah, she just showed up whenever we needed her, but now when we really need her, and it's important and relevant to her, she's nowhere to be found. Thanks to Maya, Mia's always on hand to help me out when I need her the most. No! Talk to your mom, Mia. The Crane technique has made a huge difference to the world, you know. I mean, the ability to commune with the dead, that's true psychic power, you know. Members of the tradition have always been there, behind every important leader. Just gonna suddenly just take over Maya in order to flirt with this old man in a park in this waitress uniform to help you out about Phoenix. But no, you've encountered my long-lost mother for 17 years? Nah, I'm good, fam. I'm just gonna stay in the netherworld and not come through. Nah, Fuck that shit. Fuck that noise. Oh, you're interacting with Godot, my boyfriend? Nah, you know what? Nah, fuck that. I'm just gonna stay here. Nah, we're good. No, old man in a park needs to be, like, get flirty. I'm in. Tap me in, coach. But anything else? Nah, who wouldn't expect such a tremendous skill? I suppose so, but with all the power and influence, I kind of expected you to be really rich by now. Are you saying we're poor, Mr. Wright? Ho, ho, ho. You're very direct, aren't you? People don't believe in it anymore, you see, all because of one little mistake. A mistake? What mistake? It was 17 years ago. That's when everything came crashing down. All because of that incident. That incident? Is she talking about what I think she is? The DL9 or whatever. I'm sure the records still exist if you're interested. Locked up, of course. It was called the DL6 incident. That's the name of the file. The DL6 incident. I knew it. DL6 incident. The DL6 incident. I know it well. I handled a related case just 2 years ago. Ah, that's right. So it was you who was the defense attorney on that case. A murder that took place 17 years ago. It was the first time in the country's history the police ever used a spirit medium. The idea was to channel the victim's spirit to learn the identity of the murder. I'm surprised it took that long, and the medium who performed the channeling was Misty Faye, Maya's mother. Through Mystic Misty's channeling, the name of a certain man surfaced. Leon. Armed with that evidence, the investigators were spurred into action. But that man, he was found not guilty. Confetti court, wasn't he? That's right, he was. And the case remained a mystery. In other words, we failed. It was the first case the world had ever seen the Korean tradition openly involved in. It was all over the media, the public, the judiciary, the people of Korean Village. Everyone judged her. Everyone said Mystic Misty's powers were a sham. And then she just disappeared, vanished, while everyone still thought of her as a fraud. But I know the truth. Misty Faye's spirit channeling wasn't a sham at all. Of course it wasn't. And we've proven that in court. And since she managed to reveal the truth, we're finally making a comeback. The Korean tradition is starting to recover at last, but with a new master wielding the power of the clan. Does she mean Maya? Maya's kind of useless. Family feud. The spiritual power of the Korean channeling technique is in the blood. But you didn't recognize Maya? Like, surely, like... does no one talk to each other in this world? Maya's told me the exact same thing before. Was she just pretending not to know her? We, the women of the Fae clan, have always been spirit mediums. Was she lying? It's because the power to communicate with spirits flows strongly through us. According to Maya, only the one... No, if she was lying, the Magatama would have set off. The Magatama is just... The Magatama has to go. It just makes too many narrative problems. According to Maya, only the women in the family can inherit that power. I'm gonna pay for dinner tonight, pal. The main family bloodline stems directly from Mystic Amy, but with each new generation, only one daughter becomes the new master, and the ones who don't become branch families, right? That's right, and it's always the cause of tragedy. You know, Maya had a sister too, an older sister named Mia. Oh yes, I've heard of her. What? You know about Mia? Of course. I'm a part of this family, Nick. Of course I do. She became a lawyer in the hopes of discovering what happened to her mother, and lost her life. As a result. Do you know what Mystic Mia is rumored to have said? She said it wasn't only because of her mother that she became a lawyer. She also didn't want to fight with her sister over the leadership of the tradition. Really? Well, she saw what happened to her own mother, Mystic Misty, as she grew up. I guess Mystic Mia got tired of seeing all the rivalry between her mom and her aunt. That's right. Misty Faye had an elder sister too. And Misty, having superior powers, managed to usurp the master seat from her. Mystic Misty's sister is Mystic Morgan, as you probably know. Yeah. Is she involved in this? Morgan, there's a name I know well. It was a year ago at Maya's home, Crane Village. I could believe that Morgan could fly. For sure. Who's this? And what she did was terrible. It was also she could make her own daughter the next master. I suppose if you know about Mystic Morgan's daughter, then you must have already realized that Iris... Huh? Iris? What's Iris got to do with any of this? That Iris is... What? Iris is what? Is she kidding me? Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter? Ooh. if she's being possessed by if she's a girl that's a spirit medium that's being possessed by Dahlia's twin, who is also dead and also wasn't brought up. Like, yeah, it's two twins that weren't that are also dead. That one's possessed. What? But is it just a coincidence that she looks exactly like Dahlia? I don't. Did you just say that Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter? Oops, I thought you already knew. It sounded like you'd met one of Mystic Morgan's daughters already. I have. I know her very well. Oh, yes. Pearl Faye. But I always thought she was an only child. You jest. That child. She's Mystic Morgan's... I had no idea. Mystic Morgan... She's in prison now, isn't she? Yes. Ever since she was found to be a co-conspirator in a murder case last year... Is there no Facebook in this world? It was all done to set Pearls up as the next master. Actually, this game probably predates Facebook, doesn't it? I see, so I've been wrong all this time. Is there no yellow pages in this world? Morgan had 3 daughters, not 2. 3? Wait, what? 3? Yes. Iris, her twin... How is what the fuck? What do you mean? What about what's her nuts? Fucking Jill Valentine. What? She was her sister too. Yes, Iris, her twin sister, and Mystic Pearl. What? Her twin sister? Oh, didn't you know? It all happened 20 years ago. After the clan leadership was taken from her by her sister, Mystic Morgan's life crumbled. It wasn't many years later that Crane's reputation hit an all-time low. When Mystic Morgan's husband realized his wife would never become the master, he left her and the village, taking their twin daughters with him. How awful. He was a jeweler, you know. In the end, he remarried, and that's when it happens. He decided to give one of his girls up, to be looked after by us here at the temple. That was Iris, you see. It's unbelievable. If Iris has a twin sister... So Mia's first case, the guilty party was her fucking niece that she didn't even know it was her niece, who was involved in some like death thing early. Oh god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Not her niece, her cousin. Shit. God, no. Oh, this is bad. Oh, this is bad. I hope they bring this back around. I hope that they fucking swing this back around with some good shit. This is bad. It's unbelievable if Iris has a twin sister. Could it be? Could you tell me one more thing, Sister Bikini? What was the name of Iris' sister? I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I just can't remember. All I can recall is that her father was a jeweler. Well, that's a clue, I guess. A jeweler. Thank you very much. You've helped clear up a lot of details. Pearl's... There's only 20 people in this world. Pearl's had 2 older sisters, huh? Yes, that's right. No doubt it was all because of Mystic Morgan's anger toward their main family. Anger? What do you mean? Well, they had a lot of anger because they had another sister that was, the red sheep of the family. She was cast out, like, early on. Because they had her a lot later than Misty and Morgan. They didn't even give her an M name. They gave her a name that starts with L. Lot of heart, lot of heart, Mystic, lot of heart, Mystic heart. Here we go. Yep, I'm the long lost sister, a lot younger than Misty and Morgan, but like I'm next in line. Here we go. Her twin daughters were taken from her by her jeweler husband. And even that couldn't destroy her dream that a child of hers would one day lead the clan. That's why she had pearls. It seems that the incident here was a result of Mystic Morgan's anger. It was able to break free of the bars that confined her. It was able to... So Iris has a twin sister. The plot thickens. But this information will be useless unless I can flesh it out a bit. I need to ask more questions and get some more info. Iris had a twin sister. That's really all I know about her. Okay, so... I mean, is that enough to get through to Pearls? I was expecting Larry and Pearls to be here. I guess they must have gone to collect firewood. I suppose I'll have to check back. I mean, I guess that's helping you out. You're like, you're not ready for this. Come back later. Alright, so now we go across the rickety bridge that Phoenix has now mastered. Alright, hey, let's talk to someone about this shit now. What did he have? I don't think he had a Cyclock, did he? Hey, Chadworth, you know that Iris had a twin sister? What? A twin? You can't be serious, Sister Bikini told me, but the problem is she didn't know the name of this twin. There was nothing about Iris having a sister in the files I checked. Well, Iris was taken in by the temple when she was really young. Apparently her sister was raised by her father, a jeweler, I think. A jeweler? Right, I just might know who this twin sister of hers is. I had a feeling you'd say that. Let me guess. Her name is Dahlia Hawthorne, right? Yes, exactly. Please tell me what you know about her, Chadworth. Please. It was my first court case 6 years ago. I was a greenhorn, and due to my inexperience, the defendant died. You're talking about Terry Falls, right? You know about that case. You're not the only one who noticed something about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne. I checked one of Mia's old files from 6 years ago. Just coincidentally, the guy I went to school with was also the prosecutor in that case against Mia, who's the cousin of the girl that I ended up being in a relationship with when I was in the courthouse at the right time to get her fucking alibi for the poison that I then went into a relationship with, and then I ate it, and then I ended up becoming the apprentice of that same person who was the cousin of the girl that I dated, who had a twin sister who I was also dating. I didn't even realize I was dating two girls at the same time. I'm a Chad, I didn't even know it, and then I became her apprentice, and then she died, and now I'm stuck with Maya, who's her sister, who's also the cousin of my ex-girlfriends, who I didn't know were ex-girlfriend. Yes, Dahlia was a key witness in that case. Dahlia and Terry Falls conspired together to stage a fake kidnapping 11 years ago. And it just so happened that we came here at the same time after coincidentally seeing a magazine that was out on the table. They stole a jewel worth of $2 million from Dahlia's father, a jeweler. What color was it? It was red, wasn't it? Was it a red diamond? What was it? Fuck, what? And 5 years after that. Was it purple, like one of the things that Misty has? She murdered her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne, to keep her from talking. Still don't know how the body got in the trunk, by the way, but, you know, when you're talking about Phoenix Wright cases, and you say, we don't know how the body got in the trunk, that doesn't narrow it down. That's a common problem. Her sister. Well, her stepsister, actually. They weren't blood related. Oh, thanks for just bringing that up right now. Valerie was the only daughter of Dahlia's father's second wife. Oh, and this is when she entered my life. Wait. Okay. The woman who tried to kill me. So after Terry Falls died, what happened to Dahlia? Did you check that out? Does it really matter? Like I said, Dahlia isn't connected with this case. Why are you so sure about that? It's simple. She's fucking dead, Nick. Dahlia Hawthorne is dead. What? Well, her metabolic processes are a matter of interest only to historians, so to speak. What do you mean by Dahlia Hawthorne is dead, Chadworth? I mean, she's dead. She's an ex-human. She's deceased. Right, I must confess that in reading her file, I came to know the murder case you were involved in during your college years. Did you really eat some glass? You're a fucking maniac. Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, thanks to the persistence of Mia Fey, her cousin, who didn't know that. Mia Fey. Mia Fey. At the time, Dahlia. It's like she was possessed by a demon or something. It's been almost 5 years since that guilty verdict was handed down, and her sentence was finally carried out. She was executed. Oh, shit! Last month. Executed. I'm sure that's a bit of a shock for you, Wright, and for more reasons than one. I mean, I'm guessing it was more of a shock for her. And when she died, she crawled through hell. She killed the ghost of Mia. You'll never see her again. And now that Misty was killed in the real world, she also killed her in the spirit world as well. All dead. But you understand now, she can't possibly be connected with this case. She's dead, and once someone is dead, there's no way to revive them. I mean, like, there's no way to revive the dead. I mean, Godot, and I don't know really what happened with Godot. I wonder. It seems you're not aware of one other connection yet, Chadworth. And what is that? It's about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne's mother. What's their mother got to do with any of this? She's Morgan Fey, a spirit medium from a branch family of the Crane channeling technique. Did you say Crane channeling technique? Do you know something about it? Yes, I know it's connected with that fraudulent spirit medium. Fraudulent? I was involved in another nightmare 17 years ago. I mean, you have on the regular seen Maya transform in front of your eyes into Mia. But okay, cool. I was caught up in the middle of a murder investigation. The police didn't have any leads. They were stumped. That's when they called her in. She was a very famous spirit medium and the master of her channeling school. But you know what happened? As a result of her efforts, an innocent man was accused of murder. She and her powers, they were all fraudulent. Chadworth, go to the police records room. It's all in there. All you have to do is check the DL6 incident case file, and you'll know. Do we actually have to go and do that? I hope not. Of course, how could I forget? Chadworth was the victim in that case. Chadworth, you'll understand someday. And then you'll see that the Crane channeling technique is real. I mean, he has seen, and he's also witnessed real magic with this when he used it, but okay. Did we get any new evidence from that? Or do we actually have to go to the there we go, Dahlia Hawthorne, Morgan Fey's daughter, and Iris' twin sister. She was executed last month. Hey, take a look at this, yo hoser. Can you take a look at this from that? Von Karma, this is kind of important. Okay, whatever. Okay, I think I missed something. What did I miss? Okay, so what is there left to do? I guess we can't go to the police records. Still missing, still dead, still not yet here yet, so I have to go do something else. Godot's missing. I think we finished with Gumshoe. I think we're finished with Bikini. Still dead. We can go and do her Magatama lock thing, I think, but I thought we had to do that last with Pearl first, but I guess not. Larry's missing with Pearl. Von Karma is whipping Iris. I think we're done with you. I don't know where you are. Is in solitary confinement. Okay. And you're dead. All right, cool. What was the evidence we needed for this one? I can't remember. Thank you, Real Said, for the 15-month resub. Thank you, Real Said, or Real Sid. Not sure. One of those two. I think it's Real Said. What were you doing on that night? You said you were rehearsing for temple. Yes, there was. Iris would be innocent. That's what you're telling me because some person saw it. Okay, so we did this already. So Bikini saw, and then it was like the lights out thing on her own testimony with the bell. Not weather data, bell testimony. Two different places at the same time. Oh, right. Okay, there's two of you. There were two of you. On the night of the incident, you were seen in two different places at the same time, which means there must have been two of you. I can't think of any other explanation, Iris. But that's crazy. How could that be? There's only one of me. It's impossible. Impossible. I wonder. Madness. The way you're trembling certainly seems to suggest otherwise. Gulp. Your sister trying to suggest there's more than one of me. Then show me the evidence. Show me something that proves there's more than one of me. You're a twin. What? No, I'm not. Yes, you are. Oh, I guess you're right. I have a firm grasp of the situation now, Iris. You have a sister, don't you? A twin sister, perhaps. Ah, that's right. Dahlia Hawthorne, a woman I know only too well. Nick, if they, like, does she dye her hair now? Or was she dyeing her hair? Like, if you kept switching, did you not realize that their hair was, or was I wrong about that? Because, like, were you just watching from afar or something? Like, I had no idea you knew of her. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. But she's no longer... Damn, my girlfriend's hair changes color every time I see her. She's so cool. What a cool girlfriend. Yes, I know. Her sentence was carried out recently, wasn't it? This is the coolest girlfriend. I'm sorry. Thank you. There's no need to explain now, is there? And when she has dark hair, she's really nice to me. When she has red hair, she's really mean. She keeps asking for this weird necklace thing back. Just the coolest girlfriend. The second you who was here at the temple on the night of the murder, it was your twin sister, Dahlia Hawthorne. But you just said it yourself a second ago. My sister's dead. Have you forgotten that? Have you forgotten this, Iris? This is a channeling dojo, a training ground of the Crane channeling technique. That night, someone channeled Dahlia's spirit, and you knew about it. And that's the secret you've been trying to hide from me. Night of the crime. I was in my room in the main hall that night. As soon as I heard that I'd been spotted at the inner temple, I knew it was my sister, Dahlia, the other half of me, who passed away last month. Just as I suspected, the Iris that Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple the night of the murder. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Why didn't you tell me this before? Because my sister always does the right thing. Excuse me? And because I mustn't get in the way of what she's trying to do. I already betrayed her once before. I can't do it again. You betrayed her? What do you mean? That's why I have to accept I may be found guilty. It's the only way. What is she talking about? Betrayal. You know about it, don't you, Mr. Wright? About the fake kidnapping that took place here on Eagle Mountain 11 years ago. That was the start of it all. That's what started her down that twisted path. She started to commit crime after crime, and in the end, she lost her life. It's all because I betrayed her. How did you betray her, Iris? It was no coincidence that Eagle Mountain is where the exchange was to take place. After all, I helped plan the whole thing. What? But I got scared, so I ran off. What are you talking about? Why would you help her? She's my twin sister, stealing $2 million from your own father. That's awful. But I promised that I'd help. And she didn't do it for the money. She did it for the thrill, huh? It was revenge on our father. Revenge? Revenge? What do you mean by revenge? He was a hideous man. He threw our mother away and then sent her to hell. Her mother? She must be talking about Morgan Fay. Our mother was the eldest daughter of the main branch of the Fay family. Also a piece of work, the main family had a lot of influence in many business and political circles at the time. As the eldest daughter, our mother was set to inherit all of that as the next master. That's the reason our father married our mother in the first place, for power. But his plan backfired, because our mother's sister took it all from her. She took over as the master of the Crane. How could she? That would be Misty Faye, Maya's mother. But before long, the credibility of the Korean tradition hit rock bottom. The new master, Mystic Misty Faye, made a terrible mistake. It was during the investigation of the L6 incident, in that magical elevator that's airtight. After that happened, our father took me and my twin sister away, leaving our mother and our home behind. He hated the place. He said it was a hick dive and that he had no reason to stay there. That's when you came here to Hazakura Temple. Yes, the woman my father took as his next wife already had a daughter, Valerie. I had no place in his new family, you see. Oh, and I haven't seen my mother once since then. Having the master's seat stolen from her and being rejected by her own family. I've heard she's been very battered, spiritually and emotionally. I think I'm finally beginning to see how the pieces fit together. I've been here the whole time. I have asked her everything I can in my capacity as a prosecutor. This institute, everything related to it, goes back to the history of the Fae clan. That's what it looks like. Iris, there's just one more thing I want you to tell me. What is it? During the incident in which your sister, Dahlia Hawthorne, poisoned a lawyer, she began a relationship with a certain college student in order to hide the evidence. That college student, have you heard anything about him? Well, I did hear one thing. I hear he has a big... She said she hated his guts and that he eats... He eats glass. I see. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. Hurry up, Phoenix Wright. There is still much to investigate. Fucking kiss her already. Leave these locks to me. I'll open them for you, I promise. Thank you. I suppose I'd better continue my investigation. There's still one giant secret left to unlock. Pearl's Psych Lock. February 9, Heavenly Hall. Look at that, they really did make a fire right in front of the shack. Oh, Mr. Nick. Ha, you're too late, Nick. If you came here for one of our potatoes, we've already polished them all off. I think I've pretty much got all the evidence I need. Now I just need to find out what Pearls is hiding. Alright, here we go. Deny the crime. After dinner on the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in the... Okay, so here we go. So you didn't go. You were worried about... you were here because you were worried about Maya. We did half of this already. You were trying to hear the lights out bell because you received this this burnt message, and you were trying to channel Dahlia. Why would you just go along with that, Pearls? Okay, this is all new. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? That was the name that was in the letter. Ah, it's just as I suspected. It wasn't Iris whose sister Bikini met at the Inner Temple that night. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you know anything about her, Pearls? Do you know what kind of woman Dahlia Hawthorne was? No. I'd never heard of anyone by that name before reading those instructions. I thought so. Pearls doesn't have a clue. She doesn't know that Dahlia is her sister. Damn. Did the writers about the instructions in the letter I found, Pearls? Who wrote them? Whoever it was asked you to channel the spirit of someone who you'd never heard of. You must have quite a lot of respect for them. After all, you followed their instructions without question. So here's my next question. Who wrote the set of instructions for you to follow? Shit. Nim? I don't know, actually. Shit. Nim... Iris? I don't think so. I don't think it was Iris. Was it Dahlia herself? Why would Nim want Pearls to go and channel the sister? I'm not trolling, I don't know. I don't know. Let me show you my thing. It can't be Maya, it can't be Mia, it can't be Pearl, it can't be Godot, it can't be Gumshoe. It could be Bikini, I don't know why. It could be Denaxim, I don't know why. Could be Iris, but I don't think she's guilty. I mean, technically it could be Larry, but that's just nuts. And it can't be Von Karma, it can't be Chadworth, it can't be Morgan Fay, she's in prison, and it could be Dahlia Hawthorne if she possessed someone else and then wrote the instructions. Where can I read it? Be careful, once night falls, you should be there as soon as you hear the lights up. Belly, mischannel her spirit, leave everything up to her. Her name is, she is our ally, the whole something. Here is a picture of her, use it when you channel her, I know you can do it. Once this is, burn the, also make her name into the letter, gravely roast the master in the highest heat and bring our vengeance to fruition. Now that we know that it's involved with a family, that does sound like something that Morgan would say about revenge, I guess, but like, I don't understand how the letter got here. Let's try it. Oh, it was her. Okay, how did you get the letter then? Pearls, I have to wonder about something. You didn't have any idea what these instructions meant, did you? Badump. Who gave them to you, but you followed them to the letter regardless? Why? Because it was your own mother who asked you, that's why. How did you... I figured it out. The person who wrote you this letter was your own mother, Morgan Fay. Wow. Alright, Pearls, it's time you started telling me the truth. Mr. Nick, why is she holding back from me? I don't like this. Don't underestimate me just because I'm a child, huh? If you're trying to say I follow these instructions, I'd like to see some proof. What? I'd like to know how you got them, because I don't think you have any. No, she'd say anything rather than admit carrying out these instructions. I guess I'll have to produce one more evidence. Okay, so was the whole thing orchestrated by Morgan, like she gave them this and was like, hey, you should go here, and like it's just a coincidence that Phoenix came along too? Or like did she have this before she came here and the mother was like, don't open this until you get here? And like how did she know about the lights out and that they're gonna be up there and shit? Like, how did they know? Like, I hope they explain that. I'm not angry that it's a hole. I just want to know how they did it. I hope that it's explained. All right, Pearls. We both know someone carried out these instructions on the night of the murder, but you're right. There's no evidence that proves it was you. I knew it. However, I do know that whoever did it was a child. Huh? How do you know that? It couldn't have been an adult. No adult would have made a simple mistake like that. A simple mistake? What do you mean by that? I'm sure you thought you were carefully following the instructions you've been given, but you misunderstood some of the words, and this is the evidence that proves it. You splattered gravy on this hanging scroll, wasn't it? What? Why would I do something like that? Do you remember what was written on that letter? Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. But you didn't know how to read the words gravely and roast, among others, right? How do you know that? Remember the conversation you had with Mr. Naxim on the night of the murder. Perhaps we can read some books together. Really? I'd love to. I'm not very good at reading. Well then, would you like to practice reading with me? Miss Elise, so for example, how do you read this? It says gravely. That's kind of a tough word. It's kind of a weird word. Sure, Mr. Naxim taught you how to read gravely and roast, but what she didn't teach you is what they meant. Gravely sounded like gravy to me, and the only roast I could think of was the food. Oh, I thought it was the book that they were reading. So she opened the book and showed the letter, or I don't remember exactly what happened. Like, I thought it was the magic bottle that they were reading. Okay, that's why you did it. That's why you covered the picture of the master in gravy from that night's pot roast. To be honest, I did think it was a bit strange. I guess I really did get the wrong idea, just a tiny bit. I really am useless. I couldn't even burn the letter properly as my mother had asked of me. Such a simple thing, and I couldn't even do it right. The night of the crime. After dinner that night, I did go to the inner temple with a pot full of leftover gravy. The gravy? I saw the picture on the hanging scroll near the sacred cavern. I was sure it was the Master of Crane, like it said in the letter. I see. And then? Well, it was already way past 10 when I got there because of all the snow, so I went to the inner temple guest area. Yes, I thought I could wait there until the training was over. Why didn't you just go to the training hall? Because Mystic Maya's main training had already started and I couldn't interrupt it, so I just stayed where I was and prayed for her to get through it. But then Pearls, did you fall asleep? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just couldn't help it. Hey, don't worry about it, Pearl. Who cares if you fell asleep? I fell asleep waiting for Iris too. It happens. Anyway, then you found yourself trapped at the inner temple. Yes, when I woke up, it was morning. I tried not to cry, but Dusky Bridge wasn't there anymore, and there was no one in the training hall. I thought everyone had left me because I overslept. I threw the letter into the incinerator, and then I heated up the leftover gravy, and I let off some steam by chucking the gravy on the scroll while you cried. Poor Pearls. I mean, she's kind of a traitor, but you know, she's just a kid. It must have been pretty scary for you, Pearl. I know what it's like, Nick. I know it's like Nick used to leave me behind when I fell asleep at school, too. Don't equate something so trivial with her experience, Larry. It was written right in my mother's letter. It said, as soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. I was on my way over to the inner temple when I heard the bell ring. So you channeled Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit? No, I tried, but I couldn't do it. You couldn't do it? I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. I tried and I tried and I tried. Yesterday, this morning, the whole time, but I just couldn't do it. Don't let it get you down, Pearl. It'll all work out. If you want, I'll come flying through the sky for you. Whoosh, just like that. So she never managed to channel the spirit. Is that why you think your spiritual powers are gone? Yes, I don't know what to do. Isn't there any other explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? I suppose there's one other possibility. If the spirit was already being channeled. It's not very likely, though. Could you please tell me what it is anyway? It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone else? What do you mean? Well, there's only one of each spirit, right? Yep, it's like dating a girl, Nick. You can't see a hot chick if she's already taken. Then that would mean on the night of the murder, someone else channeled her spirit before Pearls could. Someone else channeled the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne. I'm a failure. I couldn't even grant my mother's final wish. Her final wish? Yes, this letter. This is my last wish, he said. So make sure you follow the instructions carefully. Damn, the manipulation. This letter. I definitely need to find out more about it. Morgan's letter. My mother has gone to a place called a penitentiary. Yeah, I know, Pearls. I visit her every month, and last month she told me. Same guard. The time we've been waiting for has come, Pearl. There's something I need you to do for me. I hid a letter for you at our home before they brought me here. What? I want you to read it and do exactly what it says. What? It's for the good of the Fave clan, my angel. You'll be doing a great thing. Now, are you gonna rip off your face and it's Shimano? Or is this Shimano? Like, oh man, what do you mean you wrote it? But now listen carefully and I'll tell you where the letter's hidden. My mother is always nice to me. I love her very much. Yeah, moms will do anything for their kids, right? They're also tough. She said it was for the good of the Fae clan, so I knew I had to help her. I mean, Mystic Maya is part of the Fae clan, so it had to be good for her too. You know what? Someone flying is suddenly looking pretty fucking plausible. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Nick? I guess so, yeah. There was a picture with her letter too. Invisible jetpack! A picture of Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Usually a picture is enough to channel someone's spirit, but this time, pretty weird, huh? Like Larry knows anything about this stuff. There's something else that was strange about my mother's letter. Maybe Dahlia's not dead. Maybe that's why. She escaped. She snuck out. Also more plausible, the seal on it was broken, as if someone had already opened it once before. That sure is pretty strange. Someone had opened it already. Burnt letter updated in the court record. Opened once before. Thanks, Pearls. You really helped me out. You're very welcome. You noticed that? I don't know if you would notice that, but okay, whatever. My mother is watching over us. I'm sure Mystic Maya will be all right. Okay. Look at the innocent smile on her face. What am I supposed to say to her? Ha. Finally figured it out, have you, Trey? You finally realize how terrible a crime being painfully oblivious is. I mean, considering that whatever. Godot. The entrance to the sacred cavern looks like a freaking puzzle workshop. I guess he's talking about Iris and lock-breaking effort, but it's all a waste of time. Why do you say that? Because my Faye isn't coming back. What? You don't know what you're talking about. How can you say something like that? It was your job to protect her, Trey. Just like it was your job to protect Mia Faye. Two sisters caught up in the worst circumstances. I realized that, and you were the only one who was by their sides. Shit, you were the only one who could have saved them. But I didn't know anything about what was going on. Ha, what did I just say, Trey? Being oblivious is a heinous crime in itself. Tomorrow, we'll settle everything in court tomorrow, once and for all. Mr. Nick, is what that man just said true? It'll be alright, Pearls. I'm sure Maya's alive. You'll see for yourself tomorrow. Whoa, he said that in front of her, too? God damn, Godot, what the fuck's your problem? Yeah, that's right. I know I can trust you, Mr. Nick. My dear Pearl, you've done so well, my child, my Pearl. It's better that you don't know what you've done. I knew this day would come for you. The blood of the main family is no more. Now, finally, after all this time, Morgan's in charge. The master seat is yours. My last great wish. It seems I was just in time. February 10, 9:39 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 1. Good nom-nom-nomming. Oh, are you by yourself? Morning, Pearls. Mr. Nick, please tell me what's going to happen to Mystic Maya. I'm sorry, we don't know yet. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple. Oh, I see. So is Sister Iris still trying to remove those trick locks in the training hall? No, she's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. Surely Bikini knows how to do it too. She's required to be here in court. Then how come she's not here in the defense lobby? I have to admit, it's kind of strange. Oh, they broke the gate down, and she's here using the locks while she's here, so she can save time and be here as well. And then they'll put the gate back after the locks are gone, and then they'll open it and they'll go in and get her. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Damn! Got it wrong. Chadworth. What's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. Wait, what? The prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession, or so I heard. Francesca von Karma, what are you up to? I know what you're thinking, but Francesca isn't going to be the prosecutor today. What? Then who is? Who else would it be but Godot? New day, new prosecutor, new defense attorney, new judge. Here I Godot, Francesca is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern. The Sacred Cavern? You don't mean that she's... Exactly. She has been out there all night, trying to remove those trick locks. With the head nun's assistance naturally... Yeah, there we go, good. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours, but we're still not going to delay the trial until then, because it's really important that we do this one day after another. I hope everything continues to go smoothly and we receive some news soon. This courtroom is like one of the biggest Twitch streamers. They have to be there at the same time every day. Yeah, thanks, Chadworth. Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. Touché. I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. It's strange, on the way here I decided that today would be the end of all this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. It has nothing to do with the cold killer X you took. Maybe you passed your cold onto someone else, literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands, partner. Chadworth, be next to me in court today, please. Because if you're there, then Pearls can't be, and if Pearls isn't there, then she can't turn into Mia. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Next to me. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. We can both slam the desk together. It'll break, but it'll be worth it. Come on. I still have answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. The circumstances around the murder of Miss Lisa Maxim, no, I mean Miss Misty Fey. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And what that woman is really after. I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. February 10, 10 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 7. Oh, it's one-on-one. Oh, yes! Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazakura Temple. New day, new judge. Your Honor, what are you... Who, me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. Nice. I see, Your Honor, so they're brothers. That explains a lot. My poor brother, he looked a bit pale. Not to mention sad that he couldn't be here. I'm also Canadian now. We're twins. It is impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past, and we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. Well said, Mr. Godot. I understood exactly what you said, at least up until the end anyway. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement. Humans are fragile, but not that fragile. Fickle, but not that fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There's only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. Coffee. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. So then you mean... Forget it. What do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she's had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make. Confession? The defendant? Iris, why didn't she discuss this with me first? Why didn't she discuss anything with me first? Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask her for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. My name is Iris. I am but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple. Witness, is there something that you want to confess to? Yes. But first, I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore. It's alright. What is it? Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident. Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise Maxim? No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard where I desecrated it. What? That's a crime! But we only find murderers guilty here. Order in the court. Order. Witness, are you saying you were an accomplice to the murder? Yes, that's correct. What? 3 minutes in court and I'm already covered in a cold sweat. Ha. Everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. It just happens to be that in this case, it's the murder. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite? Grr, that could go. The Trite thing is so petty. Is this the confession they were conferring about? It pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie. Iris's testimony crumpled up and shoved into a pocket, which I will pull out later. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions? Iris was covering for someone? Now I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle or a life jacket. I've been at Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Korean tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family. I'm sorry, but main family? Yes, that's why I would dirty myself, if need be, to protect her. The daughter of the master of the crane channeling technique, Mystic Maya Fey. Huh? Wake up and smell the coffee, Trite. So the original murder scene was like her body in front of that like altar thing, and it said Maya on it, and it was like, yep, that's a slam dunk. No, look, she's dead. She wrote Maya's name. There you go. There's no way that anyone could see through this. She's naming Maya. Order in the court. So not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer. I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes, and then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her. Oh, okay. That's different than finding the crime scene. That's ridiculous. Maya would never do that, I think. The offense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Oh, sure, now you care about etiquette. Yeah, sure. You've been whipped multiple times and the coffee bullshit. Yeah, okay. Now witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime? Yes, Your Honor. I thought I was prepared for the unexpected, but I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction. The real murderer. I went to the inner temple that night and saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it. Okay, well, that doesn't sound so bad. There you go, done. So it was self-defense. Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. Then why did you tamper with the crime scene? Just come and say that. Nothing could go wrong. That's why I try my best to protect Mystic Maya. You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You've got the instincts of a true criminal. Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night. And that person who did go was that woman. Yeah, that was you established that with her testimony. And you crumpled it up and put it in your pocket. Iris even admitted it. Iris lies. Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. The real murderer. Dude, I went to the inner temple that night and I saw it all happen in the garden. Sister Iris, your testimony has changed quite a bit since yesterday. You said yesterday that on the night of the murder, you didn't go to the inner temple. Did she now? Too bad for you. What she said yesterday doesn't mean much today. By the way, where were you when she claimed that she didn't go? I was in the inner temple's training hall. Maybe it was you. A private conversation between the two of you does not constitute testimony. Sorry, I was going to say a different word. That would be properly described as hearsay. Sure. What do you have to say, witness? I just couldn't tell him the truth at the time. Mystic Maya, she's your girlfriend, isn't she? No. I didn't want to be the one to break it to you that I saw her commit murder. There, we all understand how difficult this is for you. Now then, let's continue with the testimony. What did you witness in the temple garden? Well, Your Honor, I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. That staff is a sword, though. You're saying that the victim attacked Maya, I mean Miss Faye. Yes, it was a truly frightening scene. Mystic Maya was struck hard on the head and looked like she was going to collapse. What were you doing at the time? Watching. Why didn't you stop them from fighting? I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I was frightened. I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak. I was in such shock. That's perfectly understandable, my dear. This doesn't sound right. So is she the only person in the whole world that Dahlia could possess and she wouldn't change? Because the hair color keeps her the original, right? So if she was possessed, we would never be able to know. I don't believe this testimony for a minute. What happened after that? Well, Mystic Maya was still stumbling. Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. She moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon. Wait a minute. What was this weapon? It was some kind of dagger. A dagger, huh? And Elise Denaxtum tried to stab her with this weapon? To kill Miss Faye? Yes, exactly. Ha. You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of... I can never say this word. I will try. Worcester sauce. Fuck. Did I get it? Worcester sauce. It's not Worcestershire. It's Worcester sauce. Oh, fucking hell. It's the sauce part that gets me. Fuck. Do you have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, Lord Boy? Do I have a problem with Iris' testimony? There is one thing. I don't know why. Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony. You do? But this witness is your own client. Yes, well, nevertheless. That's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony. Yes, sir. Hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that. Then say it. Listen, Gramps. I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. Oh, okay, let's continue. Okay, now, let's continue. She threw her staff away and pulled a dagger from inside her robe. She threw her staff away. Mystic Elise was trying to kill Mystic Maya. I think that's why she wanted a more lethal weapon. It's true, it's not easy to inflict a deadly blow with a staff. Sister Iris, let me make sure I've got this straight. The victim herself chose to throw away her staff. Yes, that's what I saw. Is there anything odd about that, Mr. Wright? Yeah, it's all alright. Mystic Elise attacked Mystic Maya with the dagger, I'm sure of this. There's a weapon, it was only self-defense, you can't blame her for it. Alright, let's just fucking go for it. Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of events. Huh? Mr. Naxim throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me. But all you can do with a staff is hit someone. Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword. Ah. If Elise Naxim really had wanted to kill Maya Fey, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not for when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say? That was an impressive bit of investigating, Trey. I never would have thought there was a sword hidden in that staff. But even so, how should I put this? A long sword is unwieldy and thus quite ineffective in close quarters combat. What? Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade. Yes, a sword, the long-range weapon of choice. Well, anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. It's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony. But there is something strange about this whole testimony. Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point. Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument. Mr. Wright, I have here another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can't be trusted. Because Miss Elise Naxim would never attempt to take the life of Maya Fey. Maya Fey is Misty Fey. Elise Nim would never have attacked Maya Fey. How can you be so sure? Because the victim's real name was not Elise Naxim. Her real name was Misty Fey. Fey? No, not Misty Fey. Who is this Misty Fey? Is she related to... Misty Fey is the master of the crane channeling technique. She is also the mother of Maya Fey. Mothers would never attack their daughters. Never in a million years. Are you serious? Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise Nim actually the great Mystic Misty? There's no doubt about it. It looks like Iris had no idea. It was your aunt. I can hardly believe it. The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years. Well, again, hadn't seen in 17 years. Pretty fucking plausible. Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing. She hadn't seen her in 17 years, try. Maybe she didn't even know it was her daughter. Maybe she didn't even give a fuck. Order in the court. Upon first hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented. 1, that the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight. And 2, that the two people battling to the death were mother and daughter, despite the facts being believable when taken on their own. When taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe. Listen, there's nothing in this world that is impossible, except for one little thing, people flying over bridges. Yes, what is the one little impossible thing? Ha, me having respect for Phoenix, you still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under-roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps. Could you get to your point? I heard this witness's confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 8th cup of morning coffee. You're going to ruin your health, my friend. Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty. Oh, shit! Is that the dagger the witness testified to seeing? Obviously, Your Honor. Planted evidence, but do you not notice anything else? Now that you mention it, if you look closely, there appears to be blood on it. Oh, so he can see it. Or did someone tell him that? Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene. Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? Huh? The pine tree? This dagger was stuck in the backside of the pine tree. When the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women, this little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree. Which means the blood on the dagger belongs to the victim, correct? Ha, it must, but we didn't test it. Were you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning, just as I had taken my first sip of my 13th cup of morning coffee. Whoa. Did you say it was your 8th just a few minutes ago? I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such short notice. In any case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence. But even though you should have that analyzed because it's important, we're going to continue on with this trial. It has to be done today. Let's go. Furthermore, I order that a blood test be performed on it immediately. This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right. It's unrelated blood. Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime scene for crime lab for testing immediately. Dagger, add to the court record. Found behind a tree in the garden of listening analyzed now. It's ketchup. Now then, the testimony we've just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible. Really? Okay. Cute girls never lie. Ever. If she lies, she's no longer cute anymore. In any case, witness, if you could please testify again to this court. About what, Your Honor? About the incident you saw, the battle between the two women. Yes, Your Honor. The battle. Ba-da-ba-da-bum-ba-dum-ba-dum-bum. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with a staff, but then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive, with her back to the stone lantern. Shouldn't we give the sword over to get blood tests analyzed too while they're doing it? Phoenix? That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. That was a very heartbreaking story. I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore. That seems reasonable. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. The battle. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with a staff. Iris, where were you standing when you witnessed all this? What do you mean? What was the blood on the staff? Has blood on it came from the victim's staff. Oh, we haven't tested this blood either. What do you mean? Well, if either of them had noticed you, they might not have continued their battle. I wonder if that's true. The two of them, they were standing near the garden stone lantern. I was watching the whole thing from behind. It was dark where the two of them were, so I think that's why they didn't see me. So it was dark in the garden when the murder took place. Tell me, what did Miss Maya Fey do after she was struck? And then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Nah, Maya could never dodge. No. What happened to the victim's staff then? I'm not sure. The area was very dark, so I really couldn't see. I think it got knocked away somewhere as the fight escalated. That makes sense. That would explain the need for the dagger. Mystic Elise raised the dagger to strike, but Mystic Maya dodged it at the last second. The dagger struck the lantern and fell to the ground. And then at some point, Mystic Maya picked it up. Nothing sounds especially strange yet. What did the victim do when the weapon was stolen from her? Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive, with her back to the stone lantern. You're saying that Maya Fey turned the tables on the victim? Yes. But Mystic Maya wasn't herself at the time. After all, her life was in danger. I still can't believe it. The idea of Maya cornering someone at knife point is just silly. As they say, a cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal. I believe the correct description of a cornered fox is scared and petrified. Your animal analogies have grown tiresome. You were the one who started. Anyway, so after Maya Fey backed the victim into the stone lantern, what happened next? That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Where? Are you absolutely certain that's what you saw? Yes, I'm almost certain. Almost. Almost certain means you're not certain. Okay, but then if the knife was in the tree, but then we have witness from Bikini, eyewitness testimony from Bikini saying the murder weapon was being removed from the corpse. But, like, there's no way she could see a knife like that and mistake that for the big sword. So, and then how did it get back to the tree? Like, no, this is bullshit, almost. The garden was dark. I couldn't really tell who was who. What did she just say? So, in other words, it could have been someone else entirely. We know that Maya Fey was at the inner temple that night, and that the woman that was killed was Elise the Naxim. No, we don't. No, it wasn't Misty Fey. Isn't it fairly obvious who attacked who? That's not even a real name. No, I don't have anything to counter that yet. Well then, witness, please continue with your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. The two of them faced each other for a moment. Then Mystic Maya rushed straight into Mystic Elise. Then Mystic Elise doubled over and fell to the ground. So she was stabbed in the stomach, huh? Yes. Okay, that was weird. This minister flung the knife away, but then she collapsed. Where did that dagger go? I have no idea. It was dark and I couldn't see. According to the detective who found the dagger, it was stuck into the pine tree in the garden. Most likely it was flung towards the tree after the struggle. This is the most likely explanation, yes. After being stabbed in the stomach, did the victim collapse right away? Now that I think of it, she seemed to stare at Mystic Maya for a while, and Mystic Maya stood there not moving an inch. It felt for a moment like time had just stopped. But then, suddenly, as if the spell had worn off, Mystic Elise fell over. It seems like a reasonable story at first, but there's one thing that is completely impossible. The very idea of Maya stabbing someone, that alone is impossible, which means this faulty testimony must contain another contradiction in it somewhere. Well, I can think of 3, I think, but, like, where's the autopsy? Body fell 10 foot... Oh, it's after death. Okay, never mind. When did she do the falling? Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with a staff, but then she dodged Mystic Elise and weapon stole her weapon. The other one was, like, about the eyewitness testimony with the sword. How do I do that? Okay, what do we have? Okay, so let's see what we can do. No, temple surrounding it. Mystic Face people the crime has the victim's blood on his. Okay, so that's not the murder weapon, so I don't think that's it. Do we have a picture of what happened? Has a sword inside. No one knows except for me and Detective Gumshoe. Stab in the back. Okay, so she was stabbed in the stomach corner, so that's wrong. Taking that night from Mangi to Dusty Bridge. Blood on this instead of the staff, I think that might be relevant too to this testimony or what follows. Okay, so it's gotta be that. So where did it say that she was stabbed in the stomach? It was in the follow-up testimony to this, right? Okay, let's try it and see if it works. Oh, wait, shit, Cyberpunk comes out tomorrow. Oh god, Cyberpunk comes out in 1 hour, I think. Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. Huh? Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, this testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions. What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony? According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct? Yes, that's right. But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right? Yes, I think so. But according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back. Ah, that proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris. I mean, well, considering the huge, gigantic sword has fucked with that, real hard, I feel like we need no joke, no memeing, we need an updated autopsy report. Or that's just tampered it to the point that it doesn't even matter anymore. You know what I mean? I don't think you could determine. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. It appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony. What? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? It's simple. People are like books. We've all got a front and a back. You get my drift? And a spine. Is that all you have to say? I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind. Could you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away useful staff, the people fighting being mother and daughter, and now she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach. There are certainly some inconsistencies. Well, Iris, how about it? Well, it's just... If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing. What do you mean? There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in the coffee. If you loved Mia so much, why are you wanting to convict Maya so much? Surely you should be helping us for the sake of Mia. Do you hate Phoenix so much for your bullshit reason that your beloved's sister is gonna go down for a murder that she didn't do because you're just that much of a shit? But to pick out each one requires total concentration and the use of all the senses. Were you really concentrating on what this witness actually said? Prosecutor Godot, explain yourself. The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. And so that means that her testimony is flawless. You can't criticize it at all. It was dark, Forehead. It was dark. She saw something happen and now someone's dead. Just don't question it, Forehead. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light. Light? By the way, did you know Hazakura has a rule that on nights when an acolyte is at the inner temple training, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit. I did wonder what that stone lantern was there for. Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly? Normally, yes, Your Honor. But according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern. Impossible? It hadn't been used in a long time, and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all. How are they fighting then? Most enlightening. Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away. If the staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. I mean, it would be difficult to see anything at all. This is bullshit, Godot. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Isn't that right, Trey? No. Thank you, Ping Crimson, for the 6.3 sub. Thank you. 8 minutes ago. Now that's a recent thank you from me. That's within the 10-minute window. Good job. Thank you, Ping Crimson. Thank you. Order. Here, Your Honor. Let me present the stone lantern into evidence. Maybe it will rekindle the flame of truth in your mind. Stone lantern added to the court record. The lantern from the inner temple garden was not lit the night of the crime. Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face? What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot? This lantern? There's something written on it. Really? Why? It's written in blood? Oh boy. So the judge didn't know about that yet. Written in blood. It says Maya upside down. What the? Oh yes, that's right. After being cornered and then stabbed by Mystic Maya, she turned around and used her blood and wrote Maya on it, and Maya just stood there and let her do it. Mystic at least didn't fall down right away. In fact, it was actually Maya that did it. Maya dipped her finger in the blood and signed the murder. She must have been writing that on a stone lantern behind her, with the blood that was draining out of her body. It certainly looks that way. Pure Danganronpa bullshit. Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about? What do you mean, what are we all talking about? We're talking about the message written in blood. Humph, nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle. Surely you must know that they must have explained it to you, right? Like, could it be? He can't see the bloody writing at all? Now that I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. How did you see the blood on the dagger then? So that's what he meant by that. In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark, and that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Godot, anything further? Oh, Godot's upset. I would be too. Mr. Godot! Okay then, let's move on. Are you just upset that you couldn't see it, like the limitation? Or does this prove something that you don't want us to pick up on? Because, like, surely you should be happy about this. This reinforces your argument. Godot is literally shaking, and somehow I don't think it's from caffeine overdose. I don't think it's possible for him to overdose. I believe it has now been established that Mr. Naxton was killed by my FA. That's just wrong. Now it's time for you to turn your attention to you. Yes, sir. After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears. So sorry, this is cover up. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Crane tradition, so I removed the body from the inner temple myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple, and... I used the sword after alter the way to alter. Okay, has this case had more typos than usual, or have I just not noticed most of them up until now, the way the wound worked? No, that's right, isn't it? That's alright. Shit. I'm the one who's dumb. I'm dumb. Sorry. Ignore me. So you move the body. I got mixed up with because it's an altar with a sword. I'm the dumb one. I'm holding my hands. I'm the dumb one. Me dumb. Joe dumb. Joe dumb. There has been more typos this case though, I think, than the other cases. Yes, I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fae clan, but even so, I never imagined that Elise the Naxton was actually Misty Fae. I've committed a terrible sin. A terrible trick of fate. I believe you're looking for a twist of fate, Your Honor. I intended to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body, but you were spotted by the head nun, correct? Yes, and that's why I couldn't go back. Your story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. Mystic Maya. So you waited until everything was over before making a move. No, it's not like that. It is like that. She saw someone murdered right in front of her eyes. It's not surprising that she was a little timid. Yes, I suppose that's true. Sometimes when I'm watching lawyers argue back and forth with each other, I feel so helpless that I just sit quietly and wait for them to reach a conclusion. It's very believable that she was timid. And then this very timid girl picked up a body, dragged it across a bridge, put it on a snowmobile, drove it back to her temple, dragged it through the temple, put it into the courtyard, picked up a sword from a statue, positioned the body, and then slammed the sword down in its back, spilling blood everywhere. Isn't it your job as the judge to mediate the argument? It wasn't until Mystic Maya saw me that it finally dawned on her what she had done. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Crane tradition. So then, you knew. You knew the significance of the name Maya Fey. Yes, of course I did. That's odd. I mean, Sister Bikini didn't recognize Maya's name, let alone her position. Anyway, she was a very special person indeed. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. Why did you do that? Because I didn't want Mystic Maya to be suspected anyway. Okay, again, like, I'm sorry to harp on about the body moving thing. Like, I'm sure she didn't actually do this, so this is fine, it's bullshit, but they should bring up that it's bullshit. I really don't think someone the size of Iris and Dahlia could move, like it's really hard to move a body I would know. Like it's really hard to move a body. Like especially like hers more than Dahlia's even. Like Dahlia just had to like move her from hiding into a trunk. Like that's very difficult considering the size difference between the two of them. But like she had to drag it like through the snow across a bridge onto a snowmobile. Like holy shit, man. That's really hard. The bodies I've moved have all been alive, so you know, there you go. Because I didn't want to, because I didn't want Mystic Maya to be suspected anyway. I thought the best thing would be to remove the body from the crime scene. You moved her body all by yourself? Yes, I did. It would have been impossible if it wasn't for the snow. The snow, huh? I dragged it behind me all the way across the dusky bridge. Okay, did you have a sled? Or even then, like, she's way bigger than you. It's pretty amazing you could make it all the way across. That's a rickety old bridge. It looks worse than it is. It's surprisingly sturdy despite its age. I mean, it was repaired within the last 5 years, but okay, it's like they say idiots are too stupid to catch even a simple cold. But there's one other thing that bothers me. Why not just throw the body into the Eagle River? Oh, it's the same thing again. It would have been much easier than dragging it all the way to the Hazakura Temple. I thought that it would still cast too much suspicion on Mystic Maya. That's why I tried to take the body as far away as possible. Ha, makes perfect sense to me. Does it? For the time being. Anyway, what did you do after you crossed the bridge? Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple and... The snowmobile, I knew that it would show up sooner or later. Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge. This is the part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more details? About the snowmobile, yeah. Let me hear more about the snowmobile ride. Well, it was very cold that night, so I rode it all the way to the foot of the bridge. I'm sorry, witness, but now I've got a problem with your testimony. Whoa, but she's on your side. Excuse me? Godot, what are you up to now? That night, after the head nun left the remainder of the training to you, she said she walked from the inner temple back to Hazakura Temple. Yes, I'm fairly certain that's what the records indicates. Yeah, and she didn't see a snowmobile on the way back. Let's recall her comments on the subject. Maybe, but when I made it back to Hazakura Temple, it was there, by the main gate. The snowmobile, I mean. The snowmobile was in front of the main gate. This is one of those contradictions, wouldn't you say? Fuck is this, Dahlia? Order, Mr. Godot. Why are you pointing out contradictions in the witness's testimony? Let's just say I like things to be neat and tidy, okay? Well, maybe. Sister Bikini missed it. Yes, maybe she didn't see it. You think she missed it? That doesn't sound right. Ha, whatever. Who gives a shit? Even I don't think this is decisive enough to warrant any more time or effort. It's just... You better be careful in your testimony. That's all I wanted to say. A smart little cookie like you shouldn't have any trouble understanding that. Yes, sir. What was that all about? Why would Godot want to give me a hint? Very well then, let's continue with the testimony. So you transported the body by snowmobile all the way to the Hazakura Temple courtyard. Yes, I thought that way Mystic Maya would never be... I feel like that was strong enough to, like halt this testimony. Okay, whatever. What do we need to present? That's what I thought. Anyway, and then after I used to... Okay, so what about the tracks? If you really did move her body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right? Well, yes, naturally you would expect tracks. This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from the right? Oh, where are the tracks bringing the body in? Yes, I think they are. But I can only see one set of tracks here. I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was still falling when I left Hazakura Temple. Oh, I see. Snow was still falling, huh? And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped. Yeah, but where's the tracks of you dragging a fucking body in? Right? Or did you lift it up? And that's why there's such fresh-looking tracks. How about it, right? It's right. What do you think about this testimony? It's very important. When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. That doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. Your Honor, I'd like the statement Iris made to be added to the testimony, but does it have something to do with the case? It all will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record. This should be fine. Let's get this snow business cleared up, shall we? Yes, sir. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. I used to okay, let's press this to see if we get more information. Is that what you were doing when Sister Bikini saw you? Yes, that's right. She probably thought the worst. Probably. More like definitely. I see. So Sister Bikini mistakenly thought you were the one that murdered Miss Nim. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. It's my fault that this case has gotten so confusing. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. There have been a lot of contradictions in your testimony so far. At this time, are you sure it's all true? Yes, I am. When the murder happened, the snow had already stopped. According to you, that's why the snowmobile tracks were so clear. That's right, I'm certain of it. I think I've trapped her this time. Have we? I see how you think. Snow, huh? What's going on here? If the snow really had stopped by the time of the murder, I mean, there's a bigger hole in the story than that movie, The Grid Revelation. Well then, Mr. Trite, perhaps you'd like to share your theory with us. Is it that the snow would have taken the blood off of the thing? Maybe not. Let's see what's up your sleeve, or rather, at the end of your index finger. I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya. But why would she want to do that? There's only one reason I can think of. I think so. I call it Mystic Maya. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. No, that's wrong. Okay, so how can we prove that the snow was still going when the murder took place? The thing was in the snow again? Shit, man. Her time of death, it was still snowing. You didn't have time to get it here, right? Is that it? Is it just that? It's like approximately 7 to 10:50 p.m. and she would need you need more than 5 minutes to do the snowmobile back, and she would need more than 5 minutes to get there, right? I think that has to be it, right? I hope so. No? Okay, Your Honor, that statement contradicts this evidence. It does, really. Okay. Oh, I've misunderstood something. Shit. Okay. Was there something buried in the snow somewhere? Is it the tracks of moving the body in? Is it just that? No. I think I'm right there, aren't I, though? Like, shouldn't there be tracks? There should be tracks of a body being dragged in here if what she's saying is true, right? Gotta be. Even if she was using a sled. It's gotta be, right? Okay, that's the courtyard, and there's no snow there. Okay, the only other thing that has snow that is related to snow is the weather data. But let's load. And see if there's anything to do with time here. After Mystic Elise died, I called it to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Korean tradition, so I removed the body from the temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Like, where are the tracks for that? Then I used the snowmobile to carry back to Hazakura Temple, and I used the sword to alter the way the wound looked. By the way the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Okay. Let's try this to eliminate it. Yeah, okay. So I think I'm missing something simple. All right, let me dig down and see. So I think this is what we have to prove, but if not, it could be something to do with the snowmobile. Okay, is it just the thing was found in the snow again? Like, if we had this here, right, and this was in the snow, is it just that again? Okay, I feel like we've had a couple of things that should have worked, and they're not working. Was it still snowing when the bridge got struck by lightning? Yeah, it still was when the bridge got struck by lightning. Okay, I feel like that's. How did you cross? Okay, I'm a little annoyed. I feel like these should work. Was this found in snow? Alright, I'm shotgunning it. Here we go. Time to shotgun. Because it's not about contradicting what she's saying, it's about the specific contradiction they want, and I'm blind to what the contradiction they want because I'm stuck on the contradictions that I found that they're not accepting. So that's fine. We did that one, these two already, didn't we? I'm pretty sure we did. We didn't do the crime photo, did we? We did that one already too. And we did think. Okay, I don't think there's anything left. So like it's not this, it's something else. But he made it like the clue made it feel like it was so much about proving that it was the snow. This is a contradiction. This is valid. Okay. Like, there have been a lot of contradictions just for the snow. Yes, I am. When the murder happened, the snow had already stopped. According to you, that's why the snowmobile tracks were so clear. Yeah, that's right. I'm certain of it. I think I've trapped her this time. See how you think. Snow, huh? What's going on here? If the snow really had stopped by the time of the murder, it means there's a bigger hole in her story than that in the movie. That really makes it feel like it's supposed to be like pushing that statement, but I guess not. Let's see what's up your sleeve, or rather, at the end of your index finger. I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya, but why would she want to do that? There's only one reason I can think of. Okay, is it that's the clue? After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought she was on duty, but the just not really caring about the history of temple. If you think that she was stabbed in the stomach, why would you stab her in the back? That's another one, isn't it? Maybe? No, again, that feels like a right contradiction too. That's a little forced though, but whatever. Okay, sorry, I'm back. Okay, after Mystic Elise died, I called it to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect their master of Korean tradition, so I removed the body from the Inn Temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. I then used a snowmobile to carry it back to the Hazakura Temple, and I used to around by the time the murder took place. Okay, so like, if we're supposed to be pressing the snow thing on something else, something that could have happened if it was the snow, well, you couldn't have done that if it stopped snowing because the bridge would be on fire. But if that's the case, it should really work on this. So if that works, I'm going to be a little annoyed. No, it's not that. Okay, is it the weather report on that? Really? You claim the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred, but I'm sorry, Iris, that just isn't possible. What? This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 p.m., but you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time. Why do you say that? Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and had caught on fire. What did you say? The bridge. It was on fire. You don't mean to say you didn't know about it? It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down. What? You crossed the repaired bridge, though. Like, what? But can't... You... What? What can't... It looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney. Order, order, order! The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right, the inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge, body or no body. Witness, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying and I will find you in contempt of court. Do you have anything to say for yourself? The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. Old man. Me? How dare you? Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now. Squat? Diddly. The important thing now is to find out the truth. Isn't that right? Oh, yes, of course, but whether it was snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elisa Maxim was discovered in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. And two, coffee's fucking delicious. The second, the head nun, Sister Bikini. Witness Iris, desecrating Elisa Maxim's body. He makes a good point on both accounts. That's right, I'm not lying. What are you claiming this time? I wasn't myself at all that night, so my memory is still somewhat hazy. You have stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy? It is only human to err. If you're so perfect, Wright, maybe you can explain this for the court. What is it? When the murder happened, the bridge had already burned down. But somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick. Well, if I don't, is that the end? Well, not exactly, no. I know there must be some other way she got across that burnt-out bridge, but unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. So the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation. Well, no one knows! You see what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth. Yeah, okay. Alright then, witness, let's hear your testimony once more. About what, Your Honor? You've admitted that you've moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that in your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Will this be her final testimony? Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body, so I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling, or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Or are you saying that there's a way to cross the burning bridge? So it was just a misunderstanding, I see. This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident. Oh, fuck my life. It certainly was burned to a crisp, and... Oh, fuck my life. One of the snap suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall in. Clearly it would be impossible to carry a corpse across the bridge in this condition. Dusky Bridge photo added to the court record, taken the morning after the crime. Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as the truth, and Maya will be accused of murder. Try it. I'm only going to say it one more time. It is only human to err, and only humans can spot the errors of our ways. The more sense he makes, the less he makes. Alright, Mr. Wright, please begin your final cross-examination. Moving the body. Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. Yes, but if the snow had already stopped when the incident took place, I couldn't have crossed the bridge, naturally. But I think it's just like Mr. Godot said, the body did make it across somehow. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. There's no fucking way! There's no fucking way that they fucking Tarzaned over the fucking canyon. Who is this girl? How the fuck? Like, no! This is no fucking way! This just gotten just confusing. You see, you was sure yourself when you gave your testimony. You said you were sure, so already stopped. I'm terribly sorry, I was wrong. Does she really think an apology is going to get her off the hook? Was the snow still falling or it had stopped? Does it really matter that much? Well, yeah, there's no tracks in the snow. This is no joke. You're giving sworn testimony in a court of law. Well, Mr. Wright, let me ask you a question. Do you remember what the weather was like 1 week ago today? Huh? Well, naturally, it was, You see? It's not that easy to remember, is it? But if it had been some kind of special day, I would have remembered. For example, it was pouring rain on the day of my elementary school graduation. No, it wasn't, right? I have here the day of your graduation. It wasn't raining at all. I knew you were going to bring that up. No one wants to hear about your childhood trauma. What? By the time the murder took place, the snow already stopped. If you insist on obsessing over that one statement, let's see the proof. Show some evidence that the body somehow crossed the bridge while it was on fire.
Or are you saying that there was some way to cross a burning bridge? Well, I don't see why there couldn't be a way across. Mr. Wright, don't you think that sounds a bit silly? A dead body crossing a burning bridge. Did anyone actually witness such a thing? Larry did. If there was, I don't think you'd call someone like that a witness. After all, a dream isn't the same as actually seeing something. I've come all this way, so I owe it to everyone to figure this out. But how do you transport a body across a burning bridge? Even if I don't know the exact answer yet, it's okay. I'll start by examining all my evidence and see where that takes me. I've got to be like a shark. If I don't keep moving, I'm good as dead. Bless you, Larice! Hold on. This might not be the part we have to push. A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility. What? Ha, you're saying it's possible. Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air. I'll show you something else that was in thin air. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen. Preposterous. Who is it? Who is this witness? I can't chicken out here. I've got to keep on the attack and go, go, go. Miss Lisa Naxton's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Larice Naxton. Brilliant, highly gifted apprentice. Remember what he said in his testimony. That night, he was at the Mountain Shack, Heavenly Hall, and that's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen this sketch before. Okay, what? Is that drawing of what he witnessed that night? Are you serious? Today's an April Fool's Day, is it? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? Are you using this pathetic cruelty to support your argument? Uh-oh, the judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket. No, he's not the only one! Huh, well, Trey, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old, does this sketch prove anything? Yes, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm going to prove it. Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. Wait! Upside down? If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with this sketch? Upside down? Why did Godot say that? Alright then, let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is this sketch trying to show? I don't think old Whiskerface is going to forgive any more mistakes. Alright, Phoenix, look carefully and think it over. This sketch drawn by Larice Maxim is evidence of nothing, a complete contradiction. Exactly what happened. Exactly what happened. Of course, the victim was flying through the air. You could see it right there in the sketch. Whoosh. You know, you're starting to remind me of yesterday's witness. What? That was the last thing I wanted to hear. You weren't here! Do you have any evidence that the victim flew through the air? Just so you know, we haven't discovered a giant human catapult at the inner temple yet. Ugh, I wish they had. Even if you're a lousy lawyer, at least you're 1 cup's worth of entertainment. I think we should skip the penalty this time. Ugh, there must be some way, I just know it. There must be a way to use Larry's sketch to show the truth of what happened. Alright then, the witness will return to her testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Wait, that's it? Other than the walking in the bridge, the body just... Wait, was I supposed to say... Wait, but... So, it was like, is evidence of nothing is a contradiction. It's a contradiction because it's supposed to be upside down. That doesn't fit. A complete contradiction. Something is obviously funny about the sketch. I know art critic, but even I can see that. It shouldn't be contradiction. It should be a different word. That's not... No. Whatever. That's not what I mean. There's no penalty, so who cares? Larice Maxim stated over and over that this sketch was exactly as he saw it. However, if we're to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it. It contradicts reality. This is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to that finger-pointing thing again. Okay, Trey, show exactly what contradicts reality as we know it. Well, her flying is what contradicts reality. This flying figure, naturally. After all, people haven't learned to fly yet, or did I miss something?
Mr. Wright, the answer just now. It was lethal. Oh, it's the fucking suspension ropes. I thought it was gonna be fly. People can't fly, therefore it's upside down. You know, fucking Mr. Wright. After dragging us all the way to this point, this answer is embarrassing. It's so embarrassing. I'm actually blushing. Blushing only suits women. And no, rethink things. But no, put this thing. Shh. All right, third time. Here we go. Third time's the charm. Here we go. Don't mind me. Complete contradiction. Okay. It will accept both of them, right? It has to be that. It's this wire connected to the bridge. The wire? Huh. Is that the thing that contradicts reality? It is indeed. Then show us the reality it supposedly conflicts with. Show us something that will point out how the sketch contradicts reality. The photo. That's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct? Yes, now compare the kid sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But on the actual Dusky Bridge, jumping Jehoshaphat, the wires are below the guard wires. Whoa! Order! This sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong? Yeah, that's what I thought too. Or perhaps he just drew it wrong. Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. I mean, these are some pretty good rebuttals, right? With someone like Larice, I admit a mistake is a definite possibility, but then that begs the question, why did he make a mistake? What was the reason? Are you saying you know the answer to that? Listen, think back, alright? Remember what Larice was doing when he witnessed this event. He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come. Phrasing, he waited and finally he lay down. Phrasing! But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position Larice must have been in at this time. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did. He was lying on his back. Did he say that? I can't see how it relates. But it does, Your Honor. That is the reason why the wires on the sketch will go up instead of down. Ah! Ugh, no way. Larice Nim witnessed the event while he was lying on his back, face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down. Alright, and with that pounding of the gavel, it's time for our second break. Alright. This one will be, actually, I should take the dogs out. It's going to be 10 minutes. I'm going to take the dogs out real quick. Back in 10 minutes. Alright, we're back. That might be the last break. I think we might just play until we're done now. Unless I desperately need to pee at some point. Again, like contrary to what I said earlier, like, you shouldn't sit for too long, but in the interest of getting it done. Maybe we'll take a much shorter break in 2 hours again. Thank you, Etiquette, for the 18-month resub. Thank you very much. And thank you, One Trip Man, nice, for the 26-month resub. Thank you to both of you. Thank you, Etiquette. Thank you, One Trip Man. About an hour. I think it's more than an hour because we still haven't, like, found out about what's going on with the Godot. It seems like there's a whole other, at least one more testimony witness to hear from in this case. I don't know. We'll see. So then, this sketch should actually, I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view the recent Maximus sketch is like this. My God. This is how it should actually... How did they pull this shit out? What are we talking about? Who does this shit? Like, did they set the bridge on fire on purpose before that? Like, what? Like, there's no one in the world that has more experience than Dahlia jumping off this bridge, except for me now, and that's why I was able to see through that. Like, what the fuck? The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge. It was actually swinging below. That's right. Just like a pendulum.
Objection.
Order. Of all things to say, a pendulum. The bridge was burning to a crisp. There was no way to get across it. But if the body had been found in the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across the other side. And a pendulum was the only way to get it done.
Objection.
Pendulum effect? And not show you my pendulum trick? Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff. Yes, that sounds right. In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you'd have to plan ahead. The lightning strike at night can only have been an accident. Really? So it... no! No, really? No, come on, really? We're really... That's really it! That's really it! Really? I just killed someone, time to take over a temple. Oh no! Lightning! Really? Oh, don't worry, I can take care of this. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Now we're DMCA. Culprit repaired the rope beforehand. So then, didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them. What? I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there. In that case, Miss Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope on hand to create a pendulum? Okay, it's this, right? And the meaning of this is, if you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard. Oh, you notice my beard? This is one of the wires in the bridge. When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire... Hold on. So make a thumb and your pinky to stretch out for that wire, okay? And then hold your pinky at the top of the bridge and then like just turn it to the left. And your thumb doesn't even make it off the screen. Never mind fucking like to the other side. Perspective. The criminal didn't have any time to waste. So they tried the wire around at least the Maximus body. What? There was simply no other way to move the body. Let's go back to flying. Glug, 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 glug. Mr. Godot. It seems that Mr. Godot is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. It seems that the odds of a rope being readily available were very high, so I suppose that it's not an impossibility after all. Possible or impossible? That's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Try it. I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence that the body was swung over like a pendulum? She fell 10 feet after death. Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires... But then how did the killer get across too? Or was someone there waiting for it? How did they know? Crane Technique Radio? According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map. Oh, for fuck's sake, one of the... So then what was the spot where that was the spot where the criminal... Yes, precisely. Now let us consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. If the body was pushed from this point here, it would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point. Did you say drop? Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. What? What makes you think something like that happened? Because I have evidence that suggests her body was dropped some distance. What kind of evidence? Take a look at this autopsy report. It's updated. It says here that her body fell about 10 feet after her death. But that's the same height as the discrepancy between the stories of the building in the back. They wouldn't drag the body through the Temple Phoenix. They would just take it to the wall and dump it over. 10 feet, huh? There's only evidence of one 10-foot drop. That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to forward momentum, but then came loose and fell about 10. This is complete insanity. And then as a result of the landing impact, this makes Turnabout Big Top just just fucking fine. Like, this is complete insanity. The crystal sphere was knocked loose. What, you put the staff on her too? That's yes, this blood-stained amethyst crystal. It's the one that came off Miss Elise and Axum's staff. And even more important is the place where this crystal sphere was found. Indeed, I believe it was here. The crystal was found. Ah! Precisely, Your Honor, in the very spot where the pendulum would arrive if you get the right amount of speed. This explains your theory quite well, Mr. To do this, to think of this, and then to do it on your first try, and to think it would work out. Like, if you were just a little off when you let go, it would just swing out to the side, and then it would just go into the water. Floosh! Like, oh, he's right as the body that could not move then. Impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. Mr. Wright. I thought this cold coffee might help cool you down. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Godot? That was a dark and bitter guess that you made, Trey. But you forgot about one thing. Oh, and what would that be? The aroma. Huh? A coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma. The rest of the court doesn't speak Coffinese. Can you elaborate a bit more? How did the killer get across? If the criminal didn't send the body to the side like you say, then naturally, there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it. No! After this shit, Godot, if she was capable of doing that, she was also fully capable of shimmying across the burning bridge, like, just fine. An accomplice? The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge. So, who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Trite? Mr. Godot is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do. Yes, Your Honor. The body couldn't have made it to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice. Very well then, if you please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person that received the body on Hazakura Temple side? It was Iris. It can only be you, Sister Iris. Huh? But I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it. Try it. Were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the inner temple garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath. I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Godot? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim. Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in 2 different places at the same time. Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Rick, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony? Mention what? The pendulum, of course. Using the sketch drawn by an eyewitness. I have established how the body was moved using the burnout bridge. Which means it's now a fact that this occurred. Yeah, sure, something you should have already known. Yeah, it's a fact. It's locked in. No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum. But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help. So you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with. What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright? What? What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this witness isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple? No, really? I was right? Are you serious, Wright? You mean this woman is? There's no one beside Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. And why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. The woman that's standing there at the witness stand. Her real name is... Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought I'd have to utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Hawthorne! Sister Iris had a twin sister. And you're looking at her, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. That name rings some bells, distant bells, but bells nonetheless. Lights out. It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne. I had it prepared, just in case this happened. Oh yes, I remember now. That case. 5 years ago. My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence. The honor's all mine. No, the honor's all mine. Ooh, nice comeback to reality. Cool. But according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month. She escaped. So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom. What? Order, order, order! Wait a moment. How can you... My sister, she's already dead. What kind of... You of all people should already understand. After all, the blood of the master of the crane channeling technique flows within that body. The crane channeling technique? Now where have I heard that? Here you go, Your Honor. Here's all the information about the crane channeling technique. Oh, it takes me back to that case 2 years ago. Double, double, and donut holes. Where have I heard that before? Here you go, Your Honor. All the information about double, double, and donut holes. Ah, that takes me back to yesterday. That's right, you're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder to the temple where her twin sister Iris was. Okay, so... Like, is this... Doesn't seem to have any spiritual power. Is this a lie? Or... Like, her hair... Like, maybe? Is this Maya? Or is this, Is this a lie? That hair looks distinctly darker to me. Is it darker in the courtroom? On the very night of the murder, it's how Louise's twin sister Iris was. Well, if you're going to put things that way, then yes. We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happens? Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions. No, that looks about the same. Yeah, it's definitely different. And it's been, like, firmly established that, well, I mean, not that firmly, but, like, it's been mostly established that when someone inhabits a spirit medium's body, their hair color doesn't change. What's that? These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of that plan that called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple. 2 of them. Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, in other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time. That means the Iris was... was the real Iris. I mean... like... doesn't it have to be her? Because Dahlia's hair is red. So if Dahlia was inhabiting Maya's body, why would her hair change to Iris's color? Right? That means the Iris. So it has to be Iris being inhabited by Dahlia. That means that Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris. And the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris, meaning that the Iris Sister Bikini saw at the in the temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you know what you're saying, Trite? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business. Yes, it's true that you found plans to talk about it. However, there's only one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris. What? What? Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. It was later the body was moved by the pendulum, or bipendulum. Sorry, that's right. Naturally, that would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far? Yes. After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall. There they found Iris in her room and arrested her, and ever since then she's been under police supervision at the detention center. Yes, I suppose I can't deny any of that. Phew, thank goodness. It looks like he's finally convinced. But something still seems off, way off. I'm still not convinced that the Iris here is the same one that for the other. No, she was there was a moment where she was gone. Ha. I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous. Earthquake! Like the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switch places. Switch places! To be perfectly honest, I don't know what the fuck's going on. There's still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do know that unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial. Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia, or so she says, which means they must have switched places somewhere. Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne? There was one, yep. Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance. Oh, explain yourself. Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown. Unknown? What do you mean? What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised. Well, who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move about freely like that? I'm sorry, I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. The person who gave Iris a chance to move freely about was Ooh. This is Mr. Chadworth, isn't it? Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not? An earthquake? I was asleep. Your Honor, here's all the information about the earthquake. Ah, thank you. Earthquake. Oh my goodness, the inner temple, this kind of tremor might... How could I have... She fled. She escaped. We went to the inner temple right away. Shit. And then they switched place. So that was Dahlia? Oh man. So no one else crossed the bridge before that? I thought... So it really was unattended. When Chadworth and Gumshoe came to get us at the temple, that bridge was fixed and really was unattended. There was no one there, and then they crossed afterwards. So that means that this person was like Maya infested by Dahlia, just waiting over here, and Pearl just didn't see the whole time. She hid from Pearl. So the real Iris is behind the bars, or... It's true, Iris was already there. I did not see that coming. I wonder why they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here. No judge in his right mind would consider the idea of spirit channeling and... Be quiet. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge. Did that voice? Guess I'll have to ask again. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. Oh, nice comeback. Nice. That's one of my rules. I'm annoyed by the hair, but okay. Dahlia Hawthorne, and my current profession, permanently retired. Ha. So you're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh? Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me. What is going on here? Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought we'd meet again, and I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time, I'll end it, for her and for myself. February 10, 1:06 p.m., District Court, Courtroom Number 7. Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness. Alright, technically, it's a new person on the stand, right? Well, same person, but now the mask has come off. Here we go. Yes, how can I help you, Mr. Judge? Well, it seems that if we're to learn the truth, and you really are from beyond the grave, fuck the trial. I have a lot of questions about the afterlife. It just seems inconsequential right now. Tell me what happens. We'll need to hear your testimony. Ah, yes, we still care about the trial. Okay, all right, I have no problem with that. But when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown. In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night. The whole plan began with my death, a stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master again. Round 2, but for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. So that means you really are... Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fay? Yes. You have a problem with that? Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way. Watch yourself, Trey. If you've got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules. Godot, can you just fuck off? Mr. Godot is correct. Really? And by the way, that's one of my rules as well. I'm sorry. Someone just revealed themselves that there are ghosts from beyond the grave that's inhabiting an unknown vessel. And we're still being like, cross-examination bullshit, you have to follow etiquette. Like, are you fucking serious? Like, to kill Maya, could it be true? Present some fucking evidence, Phoenix. Alright, okay, cool. Alright, let's go. The plan. The whole plan began with my death. You were executed last month, correct? Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant. How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay? But through that hanging, I learned a lot about pendulums, apparently, so we're fine. Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her. What? I see, so that's when you discussed the plan. Ha, are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well, even though I'm her own daughter. All to make Pearl Fay the master of Crane. She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. Is it me or is her hair darker now? No, it's about the same. The honor she lost when her younger sister Misty took her place in the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan. A plan, huh? A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as next master. You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct? Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us. You and your twin sister, Iris. That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father. Abandoned? The only person I've ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple. Wow, that's cold. You mean Iris? Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general. But he still took them away from Morgan. How horrible! The really horrible one was that woman. That bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power, unfortunately for her. Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family. But for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die. Maya would have to die, but why? For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master. So can she just stay in Maya as long as she wants? Is that it? Like, can't Maya push her out? Like, I remember that being a thing for the case. Like, she couldn't control it last time, but I thought it was still like there was like a time limit or something. Like, the remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of. But Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya. How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all. That's ridiculous. She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally the life of Maya Fay as well. How could anyone do that? The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. You were going to kill Maya? Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing any of you can do to me. That's true, that's right. So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin, on Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple. She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it. And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini. I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night, but she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway. But why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she? Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her. Backstabber. If it wasn't for that pesky lightning bolt, we would have got away with it too. Oh, please have Mia be the one that made the lightning bolt appear from beyond the grave. Please. No, but then she just would have prevented the murder. No, that can't be it. You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway. The plan went wrong, but it seems to succeed anyway. You think the plan was a success? You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fay is dead. Phoenix, I think if you do a round of thinking time, you can prove this wrong right now. Now the title of Master will pass on to Pearl Faye. That's absurd. Maya is just sleeping. She's just trapped inside the sacred cavern. Phoenix, really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you? My darling Feeny. I mean, like, she could be lying, I guess. Yeah, that's true. She could be lying. Like, why believe her? Still, you should bring it up. Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivete and your pathetic faith in other people. I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Faye's plan? Oh, man. So when she told us when we were outside the psycho locks on the gate, let me tell you, she despised you. That was her saying, I despise you. Oh, that was like a big jab. Oh, shit. That's cold. Damn. She's so hot. I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of. If that's how you feel, why did you help her carry it out? Why did you do it? Why would you kill Maya? You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that. So then tell me, why? Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself, for my own personal satisfaction. What did you say? So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead? Do you understand now why I would kill my Faye, what my goal was? Alright, so I feel like this is the last one we pressed, right? Obviously, it's because you were helping Morgan Faye. Helping? Don't make me laugh. From the day I was born to the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, and in the end, I died for myself. I thought that was obvious. Even when I was a toddler and my sister asked me to pass her a toy, I said, no. Fuck you, Iris. Go get it yourself. So she wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. She was just using Morgan and her plan so she could accomplish her own goal. All I wanted to do was kill Maya Faye. That was the only way I could think of to get revenge. Revenge? It looks like I have no choice but to present that piece of evidence. I can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya. I've got to keep a cool head, and I need to get more information out of her. It's the only way to understand this plan and what she was after as well. Okay, what are we presenting? This? That Maya was written on here? This seems kind of vague. Am I contradicting something? Or like I don't know, chat. Okay, so the whole plan began with that. Okay, I don't know what to do about that. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Faye to install her own daughter as the next master. Before to work, Maya Faye would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but seems to have succeeded anyway. Do you understand now why I would kill Maya Faye now? What my goal was? Okay, so like, I kind of feel like it would be your goal was to just to make this hurt for us because we put you away, or it was you have a body now and you can come back to life, or... I'm not here. I was gonna say you wanted to hurt me, but okay. So if it's either I wanted to hurt for revenge for what happens, and that's either against us because we testified, or Mia because she no, she wasn't prosecuted. She kind of turned into a prosecutor at the end though, but like she was the defense attorney that nailed her, or her goal was to get a body to come back. But I don't think we're there yet, so let's just try it, and if it doesn't work, I'll go with Mia. No, it's not that. Alright, let's try Mia, and if that doesn't work, I have no idea. Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself? As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore, because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them. Yeah, this makes sense. You wanted to take revenge on someone. I was sentenced to die because of that woman, Mia Fey. I somehow knew this was it. I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she had made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up. And the reason it was impossible was it perhaps because Mia Fey had already died. Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead. And how do you do that? Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. Tell us more about that. That sounds very curious. Almost like it's one of the answers to life's great mysteries. Let's hear more about that. Fuck the trial. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans. Just for that you would kill Maya? Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey. You're no different than the Phantom Thieves. As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Starting to get worried about Pearl. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless. Humph. Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you, there's not a thing you can do to me. Grr. That night. About 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon-warding hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple. I picked up a spare, even though it was impossible for anyone else to have a spare, and we're just kind of glossing over that now. So, it was Elise Nim who channeled her after all. That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back. What did you do then? That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... So then you're saying you stabbed Maya. Alright, so this whole thing is horseshit. It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. What does that mean? No clear memory. I don't know. I think I was stabbed. You were stabbed. At the last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me. I'm sure of it. That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a French fry with a plastic fork. She'd do it with her hands. Like a Chad. Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness, but before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped it would cast suspicion on her. I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end. Okay, did I miss them asking the obvious question? Who the fuck are you channeling into right now then? Like, or is it just implied that it's Iris? Even though they said that they don't have any spirit power. Like, she literally just said that on the stand, that neither her or Iris have any spirit power. Like, that's where my memory temporarily stops. It stops. I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya with my own 2 hands. My very last memory was Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness. You were in the sacred cavern? The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I had been trapped in there. But how did you wind up in there? Thanks for 100 bits from Bouncy Bob. Thank you, Bouncy Bob. I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead, and I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself. For a ghost, you're one tough cookie. I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out. The trick lock stopped you, huh? I didn't know how to remove it. So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside the sacred cavern. Yes. Oh, okay. Does even she not know who she is? I want to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible, but it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it. Interrupted. It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall. How do you know how to open it? What? Who? Could it have been Maya? I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see. Why not? If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the sacred cavern. That morning, only 2 people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll and gravy. Surely she just would have stayed inside there the whole time, right? It would have been warmer in there. Still, I finally managed to remove the lock, but I was too late. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? The flies had already started to gather. The bridge had been fixed, and the police had started their investigation, correct? Naturally, I couldn't go out, so instead I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped, and she knows how to open it now because she put it back on. But just then, Lady Luck showed up. Lady Luck. After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself. The real Iris. She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was all right, stupid girl. I came up from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. Damn, the hatred, and I locked her away in my place. Just had these. They were in the corner. I had finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded. Okay, so who channeled into Pearl and put her in the cage in the cave? Is it Mia or was it Misty? One of them channeled into Pearl and put her in there and put the lock on it. Had to be. It was then that I had learned that the plan had actually succeeded. So what do you mean your plan had succeeded? I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I'd assumed that it was Pearl Fey. Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions, but I was wrong. The person that actually called my spirit back was Misty Fey, the picture book author. What? Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. And you just woke up in another body and you're like, seems legit, and my fate wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all, so even so I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit, and that is matricide, the sin of killing her own mother. Ugh, no way. Order in the court. What is the meaning of this? It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fey. Oh, so Misty summoned, read the note when Pearl gave her the note and said, "What does this mean?" And she read it all, immediately clicked in what was going on. It was like, holy shit, I don't have much time. Fuck, what do I do? Well, I know that if I channel her, then Pearl can't, and I'll save Pearl from doing something awful, I guess. Maybe? I don't know. Let's see. It was true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fey. But even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Faye's life was none other than your darling little Maya. Ridiculous. That's nonsense. Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence? The fact that Maya Fey has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it? Huh? The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple. That much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be. Where? Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River. Where else? She must have tried to do that pendulum trick and fucked it up. Poor girl. Eagle River. Maya Fey killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. Yeah, Nick survived. Maya could too. So, what do you have to say now? Feeny. Ooh, I feel like the sweating belies the seriousness of the situation. Oops. Sorry, that's my phone. What kind of ringtone is that? Beep. Oh, you're answering it! God damn, what a chat. Oh, please, don't let's interrupt. Okay, thanks. Beep. Was it something important? They just finished roasting my coffee beans, removing the locks from the sacred cavern. That's great. What about Maya? There was a woman in the cave. Was it Maya Fey? It was the accused, Sister Iris. Huh? Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that. So, what about Maya? Where is she? Okay, I apologize if I missed something, okay? But I'm getting really fucking irritated that they're not saying, okay then, Dahlia, who the fuck do you think you're in now? Like, you fucking, like... You think Maya threw herself in the river and Misty's dead, and like, do you not know that Pearls is walking around? Like, there's no one else found inside the sacred cavern. No, it can't be. I told you, didn't I? She's dead. No. No. It seems that this case has come to an end. A tragic end. Guilty! Sadly appears the killer of Misty Fey, also known as Misty Fey, was her own daughter, Maya Fey. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Fey jumped into her death into the raging waters of the Eagle River. It can't be. Ha. Ooh, are you against her now that you realized she was trying to hurt Mia? Oh, please. Godot Redemption arc. It starts. Try it. Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. no matter how improbable it may seem. Well, what is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot? It means I accept your pendulum explanation. Just wanted you to know. Good trial. See you next time. According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden, which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side near the bridge. That's right, that's where she jumped from. Oh, but there's thing there. I mean, she could have gone further down where the water is, but I guess we're not. This is the only place possible because that's the only place that had artwork. That's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there. What? Don't get your panties all twisted up, Trite. Just relax and think through the whole thing again. So it's impossible. Maya couldn't have thrown herself into the Eagle River. Well, Mr. Wright. Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Fey threw herself into the river from the temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim? Where's the temple map? Yeah, here. Okay. I mean, she could have gone over there, over here. I mean, her goal was to kill herself, so she could have just thrown herself at the rocks and then just slid down. A big bird came down and took her away. It could have happened. Proved that it didn't. Proved that it could happen. You never know. A big fish was a river shark jumped out of the water and grabbed her in its mouth and dragged her in. A kraken, a Karen. You know, there's a Karen in that river. I saw it when I was in there. It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than this witness. What did you say? 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. Damn, I really thought maybe like she did a bungee jump to survive that jump, and that's how she knew about the pendulum thing. But no, it's just complete horseshit. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf. Oh, you're right. Yes, this is the avenue that we're progressing. Okay, she wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we should be able to see her body in this photo. Ah. Probably icy down there. If you landed, you'd just slip right off, wouldn't you? Ha. So you finally figured it out. No. Order! You're just playing with me. My face body is at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding. Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Yes, just a few minutes ago. Got him! He doesn't even acknowledge it. Maya Fey wasn't inside the secret cache. We now know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River. Correct, that eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be. What? What is this one possibility you were talking about? I'm just happy to be here, by the way. I lost track of this a long time ago. Gonna sleep well tonight. That's obviously a bluff. So where is her dead body then? Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally the living have no way to punish the dead, but I think there is a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya is this very instant? Maya Fey is in the inner temple, in Hezekiah Temple, in this very court. There's only one possibility left, namely, she's right here in this very courtroom. Where? What? You say she's here in my courtroom? Oh, I see her. She's in the audience. Hello, Maya. Oh, hi. You solved it, Nick. Yes, I'm here in the audience. I don't know who the fuck she's inhabiting, but yes, I've been watching the whole time. Good job. Welcome to the League of Lawyers. Dahlia. Let's see if I call these. I really misunderstood one thing, you see. Someone. There's one more thing you misunderstood. What do you mean? Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Fey, that pathetic little sniveling runt. You're wrong. That pathetic sniveling little runt is actually right next to me. She's too short to be seen over the bench. She's been here the whole time. She's coloring. Pearls tried, but she couldn't do it. I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. Isn't there any explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone called me before Pearl did, but who? Pearls even tried again on the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now. Am I correct? Ah! It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. There was someone else who called you before she could. Okay, hold on. Didn't she already say that Misty Faye channeled her? Okay, I'm confused what it wants. Does it want who channeled now? Or does it, like, at the beginning? Or does it want who channeled at the end? I think it wants Maya. However, I'm a lawyer. No, that's not who. How can I come to this far and still not get it? Pearls couldn't channel her, and Maya had disappeared. There's only one possible answer. Mr. Wright, you can humble yourself like a wino in your own time. Please, give me just one more chance. It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. There was someone else who called you before she could. This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Faye is gone. There's only one possibility left. Come on already! I can't stand the tension. Bikini. Dahlia Hawthorne. The person channeling you right now must be Maya Faye. What? What? But how could that be? Remember what this witness Dahlia Hawthorne said about her goal. She said that her goal was to kill Maya Faye. Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her... Yeah. Well, Gramps, what would happen? You wouldn't be able to kill her. Could it be? It looks like you finally understand, Your Honor. Well, I don't. Where are you going on? Dahlia, are you fucking dumb? Damn, if she had just stayed at the gate and saw Pearl, she'd be like, oh shit, I'm Maya. Time to go to the river. What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. There's only one reason. To protect herself from you. To protect herself? Maya, this is a really dumb plan. Yes, on the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Okay, so Maya locked it, put herself in there, and then channeled it. Okay, but you know, you could still smash your head against the wall a bit, killing Maya Faye. The path back to Hazakura was closed off, and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide? You mean that's when she channeled me? All this time you thought you had been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you. No, no, don't say that. You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp. Okay, I'm a smidge confused about something. Let's wait and see if they go into it. I'm a smidge confused. All right. About the pendulum shit. I'm a little confused. Maya Faye killed herself. Isn't it obvious? Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple. I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who has never been out in the real world. She could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could have ever given her such a brilliant idea? Well, me, of course. Woo! 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 She actually was there! She was coloring! No! Really? How many coloring books are there? Mia Faye. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. So it's true. It was you. Yes. You're something else. But what? What are you doing here? That hair. It's Pearl's, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. Okay, was Pearls down there coloring, or did Mia just like solid snake her way into the courtroom behind the bench and then jump up and was like, "It was me." You just had cornered Maya in the hidden temple garden, and then in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Fey. Okay, so here's what I'm confused about. Who did the pendulum? Didn't Mia do the pendulum? I was stabbed by Maya. Why would she do that by Maya Fey? Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. She did. Not terribly surprising since she was about to be killed. When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help, so she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do. She did that? I can't believe it. Of course, I didn't have all the details, but I did know that there was a bridge on fire and some suspension rope there, so I tied my mom's body just to see what would happen. I just was curious to see if I could get her across the other side, and I did. I could have just left it there and not show you my pendulum trick. Like, what the fuck? The one thing is perfectly clear, and that was, I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the Sacred Cavern until help arrived. I think you should have did them as a different order, so it was Maya who put the lock on there. Yes, but why did you order her to do those 2 things? If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Fey. Pearls? Yes, Pearl didn't properly understand the plan, so all she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Fey's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Fey to kill Maya at all costs. Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along. I'm just gonna pretend I know what's going on. How dare you? I won't forget this. Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? What do you mean by another? Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended up a failure. You've never killed anyone! How dare you? 11 years ago. The fake kidnapping, your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but... After Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed. Shut your mouth. That wasn't my fault. It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman. And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but not for a lack of glass eating. You wound up killing someone else. Oh, she did kill him. Yeah. Well, he might bust in the courtroom any minute now, actually. As a result, you were sentenced to death. Damn, killed with another swinging cable. All of the comebacks, man. It just keeps coming back. Also with a big blast of lightning. Damn, it just keeps coming back. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny. I mean, it's a bit funny. You wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face. And now this. You've messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape, even though she was right there in front of you. Mia Fey. You spinster. I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would. And if only you had gotten this spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged to death. True. but I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me. What? What did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between. Wait, there's an in between? You will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all of eternity. Grr, grr, grr. I remember what you said earlier in the trials. He's like, yeah, you know what, I agree. You said there was no way we could punish you because you were already dead. What about it? Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne. A miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. I kind of feel like we're instigating a psychopath here, Mia. Like, and for you, there is no escape from that. No hope of freedom. Like, in the context of eternity, this seems real fucking petty. Since the day you were executed. I'm glad to know that the afterlife is just more of the same bullshit. The narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burnt to a crisp. You... Oh, you're wrong. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you? It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is Maya back. Is you to come out of Maya's body right now. Ah. The power of anime compels you. Oh, that worked? Now this is anime. I'm not ready to go. Oh, her hair changed back. That's good. Nick. Sis. Oh, time for the Dutch to pass out. What just happened? Now then, I assume you are the real Iris. Yes, I was just rescued from the sacred cavern. Alright, let's commence the trial. Did you do it? I must say, you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godot, what happened to Dahlia Hawk? Okay. Alright. Is this the end? Like, I feel like there's gonna be some story clearing up at the end. Who did the pendulum trick? Like, as far as I understand, the ghost of Dahlia was channeled by Misty Faye, and then Misty Faye and Maya had a fight, and then then after that fight, she like was dead, and she was unconscious, and she passed out, like, and then once she woke up again, she was in the cavern. Who the fuck did the pendulum? Mr. Godot, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne? If you ask me, Your Honor, it looks like she went back to the hell she came from. It seems that Misty Faye wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Faye, as well as the young Pearl Faye, were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan. Chat says there's... I don't understand how there's more. Okay, let's just keep going. Let's keep going. The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again. Your Honor? Yes, what is it? About this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now. Oh, that's because I'm not actually the judge. I'm a spirit being channeled myself. Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a connected effort to study up on the crane channeling technique. Hey, isn't it the New Year's issue of Occult? I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench, and in all that time, I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different, and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where My brother and I used to differ. Huh, I never thought of it that way. Wait, what? At any rate, it's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Objection.
Did Mia leave? You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor. What do you mean by that, Mr. Godot? This trial, it isn't over. Oh, what do you mean it's not over? That's what he means. What? What? Try it. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony. Huh? Dahlia's testimony? I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone. Ooh, yes, that's right. The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. Elise Nim. No, Misty Faye. But who killed her? Who cares? We still know who did it. This isn't over. Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. We can't let her walk until there is evidence that proves her innocence. No way. But this court isn't prepared for any further testimony. I was just about to say that despite all the bullshit that went on in this case, that it actually had really great pacing, and it was paced really well, except for I think the second investigation went on a touch too long, maybe 20 minutes too long. I was just about to say that this was paced quite well, but no, wait, there's more. Like, okay, this better be good. This court isn't prepared for any further testimony. The prosecution is ready to call our final witness. Final witness? This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye. Indeed. We call to the stand Misty Faye. Is it really all right, Mr. Prosecutor? Of course it's all right, Madam Attorney. Very well then. Who is this final witness? Ha, isn't it obvious? There's one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case. Someone who saw the murder take place. The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes. Mia. You mean Maya? You can't. Oh, Maya, you can't. She can't testify after what she's been through. I agree. We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand. Very well. But first, we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. We should really wait till tomorrow. She's been, like, in a cave, and once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial. Get the doctor on the phone right now. Hey, Trey, that's what I'm going to say to you, so listen up. What is it? I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you. You've got some nerve, but that's not going to happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do this by yourself. How about you come over here and have a fucking conversation with Mia? That's enough. This court is now in recess. February 10, 2:56 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 1. I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me, but I was missing all day and we didn't even have a chance to talk. She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places and Iris was inside the sacred cavern. I'm not gonna rush it, don't worry. I just want it to be worth it. It's not about rushing it to end the stream. It's about, I feel like this was paced very well. So like if this end portion is great and justifies itself, then awesome. But I was expecting right now that right now we were gonna go into like Godot would finally talk to Mia, we'd finally have a talk about everything that happened, and Maya, you're safe, and then we go to the ending, and that would be the end. So like, for this to continue on with the trial before we get to that portion, because that has to happen at the end, then like it has to really justify itself, because I feel like this was quite well paced. But we'll see. Like I'm not judging it yet. We have to see. I wanted to, at least to be in the defendant's box today to root you on. Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you, why did you help your sister out as much as you did? Huh? If you had tried to get help at the Sacred Cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there. My sister, I felt sorry for her. Is it something like... she's dead now too, and she was channeling someone, and someone was channeling her? Who was left to channel them, though? Who the fuck did the pendulum? My sister, I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by her mother and never got any love from our father either. Yes, but maybe can she channel after all? But it was the same for you too, wasn't it? Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her. Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago? Yes, I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister, Valerie, ended up dead. That was the case that wounded Mia so badly. But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder. Some people, you must mean, yes, 2 defense attorneys, Mia Fey and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth, Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. The poison for Armando. Armando's poison. You. That's right. Iris, there's one more thing I have to ask you. Yes, what is it? On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise Axum, was it really you? Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone. You have a cell phone? Beat, there's a problem. Come to the inner temple right away. I got on the snowmobile and headed for the inner temple, but... oh no, the lightning strike. The path to the inner temple was cut off, right? Exactly. Beep. We can't just leave the body here. Quick. Pendulum effect. I know what you're doing. So you've got to do exactly what I say. Got it? It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much. The staff that Mystic Elise always held. What about the sheath for it? Was that just tucked in her clothes or something? I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff. Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile. But why? Why did you alter the body? I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with the sword. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground. Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it. I see. Victim staff updated in the court record has a sword hidden inside the actual weapon used to murder the victim. Defendant, yes, the judge is calling you. It actually was Maya. She's going to prison. Best ending ever. He wants you to see you in his chambers. The last line will be, Nick, do you think they have burgers on death row? Boom, dun dun. What a powerful, confident, brave ending to end on that sour note. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne. All right. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you. Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me. Love you. So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning. Phoenix. Mia, how is Maya doing? Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case. I see. You don't mean she's learned who at least Anaxinem really was? Yes, I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew. But why? Maya is stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it. What do you mean by that? I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial is about to restart. The real killer. Do you know who it is yet? Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still. I think that just maybe I know who it was. It was me. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the Inner Temple, and the criminal wasn't just there by accident, which means that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. And one more thing. The victim was moved to the Hazakura Temple side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the Inner Temple side for almost an entire day. Exactly, so the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazakura Temple the following day. Oh shit, it was Pearl! That's as much as help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win or lose. Okay, I've got it. Thank you, Mia. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see anyway, and who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me, all by myself. How is this still going? February 10th, 3:36 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 7. You really didn't talk to your dead girlfriend. Alright, cool. You're just a nothing character to me now, Godot. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You're not even human. Holy shit. Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the test we had performed earlier. Tests. Yes, tests. On the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree. Has Maya's blood on it. Oh yeah, that. I totally forgot about it. That's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim. So what are the results? Was it the victim's blood, or due to time constraints, a full test wasn't possible? However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. It's Fey blood. The blood that was on this dagger was not the victim's blood. Oh shit. That is all. Now then, let's restart this trial. Well, Maya, do you have a wound? So it wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. Then whose was it? Dagger found stuck in a pine tree Inner Temple Garden. The blood doesn't match the victim's. Okay, Maya, do you have a wound? No. Pearl, do you have a wound? No. Okay, well then it was just a knife someone used for hunting and just stabbed it in the tree and forgot about it. I'm sure both the defense and the prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Is it? Both sides will need to show there's some firm evidence with their claims. I understand, Your Honor. From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking, so let's finish this quickly. Agreed. Very well. Please bring in the last witness. Is this the first time Maya's been on the stand? I know she came on the stand to, like, protest something, but is it the first time she's been a witness on the stand? Witness, please tell us your name and profession. Maya Fey, my profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Co. Law Offices. Maya. According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the Crane channeling technique. I'm frightened. The Fey clan, I don't want any more to do with it. Oh, Maya, the pain the Fey bloodline causes must be unbearable. Very well. You don't have to be anymore. I'm a judge. I can make that happen. Now then, Miss Fey, when the event occurred, you were in the Garden of the Inner Temple, and you witnessed the moment of Miss Elise Maxim's murder. Is this correct? I didn't see any...
Objection.
Straighten up this instant, young lady. Huh? Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later. Oh man, now this is Chadworth, but your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out, and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. I mean, like, are you specifically talking about this case? Because she didn't see shit in this case. She's been, like, possessed the whole time. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? Witness, if you please. Yes, Your Honor. Oh man, I can't believe that this trial is making me actually give a shit about Maya. What the fuck? At the inner temple. I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me!" Then something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness. Fuck, was it gravy? So you were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been the staff. Maya, the person who hit you, it was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was. Maya, think hard. Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't. Ha. Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone. It seems that it will be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright, please begin your cross-examination. I don't want to do it. Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all. Fucked up. At the inner temple. I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Who else was on the inner temple side that night? Well, Sister Bikini, of course, but I remember her saying that Iris would be coming later as well. On the day after the incident, Chadworth met Bikini at Hazakura Temple. That means she couldn't be the criminal. So then, did Iris actually come later like she said? Well, let me think. She seems confused. It's probably because she's so tired. No, I'm sure I didn't see her. She must have come while I was preparing for the training. Sometimes left click doesn't work, man. Suddenly someone struck me over the head. Who did it? Who hit you? Well, I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind. You didn't see the person? But after that, your attacker was in front of you. How could you not see who it was? Oh, let me think for a sec. I'm sorry, I just can't remember. Maya is really having a hard time. What should I do? Press harder. Come on, Maya, this isn't making sense. Why didn't you see this person? Well, let me think. It was, oh yeah, that's right. It was dark. That's it. It was dark. It's not good to have too much light around when someone is undergoing spiritual training. Come to think of it, there was an earlier testimony to that effect as well. So it was dark in the garden the night of the crime. Didn't they say the opposite, that they wanted light in there? Which is why she didn't see her attacker. I thought maybe she was trying to hide something, but I guess not. Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker was most likely the spirit that was channeled by at least an Dioxnym, Dahlia Hawthorne. Very well, please continue with your testimony. What happened after you were struck on the head? I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. What happened afterwards? My attacker was in front of me, blocking off my escape, I think. You think? After getting hit like that, I was in a state of panic. There were only two things rolling around in my mind at the time. Well now, this is beginning to get interesting. So what were the two things rolling around in your mind? My name is Maya Fey. 1 + 1 = 2. You see, for some crazy reason, I was afraid I was going to lose my memory. I know it's odd considering my life was in danger, but that's how it was. That's not odd at all. Your actions are understandable, given the circumstances. So what did you do then? I think I screamed, "Help me." You think you screamed, but you're not sure? Just got hit in the head, Nick. Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. It was it a man, a woman, an adult, a child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits. Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have sold my robes. If they went down that far, I thought this person might attack me, so anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought it was my last hope. Well, it sounds like poor little Maya really was out of her mind, but I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do I do? Do I press her for more details? What did she scream? My last hope. Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff? What do you mean by your last hope? No. That's what you said. You said my last hope. Huh? What? I said what? Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, "Help me." Yeah. But you testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope. Oh, well, that's like what you do. That's like, what do you call it when that happens? Maya's not doing so well up there. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at. What did you just say? Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming to for help. What is it now? I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out. Huh? Witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there was another person. I meant to keep that part a secret. It was a bear. Nah, what have I done? It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say. I mean, that's what science says too, a ton of pressure. You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber, even though every witness literally does. Witness, the information you just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony. I could see the man behind it. I could see a man behind my attacker by the light of the stone lantern. What? A man? Who was this man? Well, you see, I couldn't see. You couldn't see? She used this excuse twice now. Well, you know, lantern light isn't very bright, but I saw a red light. Lantern light, did you say? There's a great big stone lantern in the garden. They always light it when the acolyte is there for training. Hey, you know what they say, under the lantern, darkness reigns. So I could see the person that was further away, but not my attacker, who was closer. Plus, there weren't any other light sources in the garden at the time. Then something warm splashed over me. You don't mean, was it... I didn't know it at the time, but I think it was probably blood. Is she saying that's when Miss Jackson, who was channeling Dahlia, was stabbed in the back by the killer? At that moment, I was paralyzed with fear. I was just sitting there in the snow. I'm sure blood got on everything around me. That's when I lost consciousness. So what happened next? I don't remember. How were you saved? You don't even remember that. No, I haven't got any idea. I really don't know what happened at all. That's too bad. I've worked side by side with Maya for 2 years now. I can tell when she's trying to hide something by how she acts, and right now, I'm absolutely certain she's hiding something. Okay. So there was a man standing behind your attacker. Yeah. That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Diaxnem, otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother. The killer. Maya, you know who killed your mother? Don't you? Was it really Godot? Like, he has that whole day that he's unaccounted for. And was he already there when we got there and just passed it off that I'm just arriving, here I am, time to do some investigating? Like... what is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? To be frank, Your Honor, I think she is in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed the huge problem with her testimony. Huh? What do you mean? What problem? Maya, on the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission. Huh? What? It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night. No, I swear I saw a light, a red light. 3 lines of red light. Order in the court. Mr. Godot, explain this. Add the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of café au lait. Café au lait? Is that even legal? No, that's what makes it delicious. Mr. Tride's words are the milk and you are the spoon. Your Honor, I'm a spoon. I'm no spoony bard, I'll have you know, but I do like the spoon. Big or little, you must have noticed too, Tride. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that. Sorry, but that's not going to cut it. What did you say? If there was truly no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony. Nick, may I recall the witness's statement about her attacker? She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, The witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker, and she quite clearly described him as a man. In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person. Nick, I think we should let this go, bro. I don't think that the judge is actually going to convict Iris, all right? I feel like maybe we should let this one go. Maybe stop picking at the scab, despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker. No. Order. What in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying Miss Faye saw the real killer under pitch black conditions?
Objection.
Right. Do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There was no other light source at the scene. There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark, and now you're trying to cover for him because he had glow-in-the-dark star stickers. It was Yusuke. Yusuke coming around with his glow-in-the-dark star sticker. Oh shit! Cover for the man that killed her mother. There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. He was covered in paint, glow in the dark. It was Larry. You know who this man is. Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you. Nick, can we let this go? Haha. You talk a good game, Trey, but let's see if you can walk the walk. I mean, he's the one who's pushing it. If it was him, it was pitch black. So what could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff. No, Nick, don't. Please, stop. Maya is dead set on protecting this guy, the man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth. All right, Mr. Wright, time to show us what you got. Who is this person that you say Miss Faye saw in the darkness? It was me. I mean, really? Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes? Turn off the lights. Oh, and there was a blackout! Oh, they set it up! Oh, nice! Nice! Good job, game. Well, what? But how do you propose to show us something like that? It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night. Conditions? Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off. Whoa, this is, but it can't be. Ha. Oh shit, someone's dead now. That was a nice bit of deduction. Trey. Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder. Order! Prosecutor Godot, what is the meaning of this? My last cup of coffee. Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it? Ha. Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person. What do you mean by that? If you've got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night? Was it 3 glowing red lights? No, Nick, it was 4. There are 4 lights. Well, witness, answer the question. You're wrong. I never saw that. Maya, I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man, for a totally different reason. What? Glow-in-the-dark codpiece. Stop your chattering, Your Honor. Chattering? If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Alright. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man. Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but... The killer. When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit, and the body was gone, and all the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man. Whoa! What the fuck? So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man. Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor. No need to apologize. It is Mr. Godot said. You're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would devolve into sexism when you're confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Whoa! You exhausted too? Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. You're supposed to be sexy judge, not sexist judge. So you lost consciousness when you were in the garden, is that right? Yes, I think it happened when the victim was stabbed. So then the person that carried you into the inner temple, it could only have been the killer. That's what I think too. So the killer carried Maya into the inner temple. Doo-doo. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. Doo-doo. Naturally, the killer must have done it right. Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. I don't know. It looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. I think we need to gather some more information before I ask her again. The torches were lit and the body was gone. So he cleaned the crime scene and did. Oh, that's why he was so upset about the red lettering on the lantern, because he couldn't see it. Oh, that must have been so fucking frustrating that his condition caused him to miss that. Fuck. The torches were lit. Yes, that's how I noticed that the whole scene had changed. I'm going to say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be? The killer probably lit them, since it'd be impossible to do any cover work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body? That's true. It's hard to see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. Look at that. Why did you push this? It was done. We were about to say it was fine. Why would you push? The only one who would want to gain anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya. Very well. Let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene. And all the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? It did look really odd. The snow was removed in an unnatural-looking rectangular shape around the lantern. Yeah, why didn't you just clear more of it? Why make it look so obvious? There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple, and they're all really heavy, way too heavy for me to use. An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take the snow away? Well, there's one thing I can think of. Didn't you say that a lot of the victim's blood sprayed onto the snow, even though it was a point that the blood didn't come out because the knife was still in it? Yeah, the area I collapsed in ended up being splattered. In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation. Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it, there was no need to remove that amount. That's true. He could have scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood. It looks like there are some mysteries behind this issue. The rest was covered in gravy, but I think this will help explain them. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man. So you're saying that you never saw the killer, right? Yes, but earlier you very clearly stated that you saw a man behind your attacker. Nick, I'm sorry. The killer certainly went through a lot of trouble. Moving the body by pendulum, manipulating the crime scene. But for what purpose? Why do all that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. When I came to, wait, what am... When I came to, just lying there trying the whole floor by the time I got back to the garden. Did you even get back to the garden? I thought you were locked in afterwards. The blood on it? Let's try. Yeah, I didn't think so, but good to try. Good to try. Alright. We have to say scum because we're so low on health. Not that we didn't say scum before. When I came to, was just lying there on a training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit and the body was gone. And all the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man. The only contradiction I can think of here is that she couldn't leave the training hall after she woke up because she was Dahlia at that point with the note, right? But maybe not. Following up to the garden facility changed, torches were lit, and the body was gone. Were the torches lit? And all the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. Since the person did all that work alone, I don't know what it wants from me. I'm sorry. Does it want that Pearl was on that side too? Where was Pearl? Do I need to press something again? Let's see. I lost conscious when you were in the garden last night. Yes, the thing happened when the victim was stabbed. The person could be only the killer. That's what I think too. So the killer did the temple. What's on the harm? Naturally, the killer must have done it right. Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? That must have been to hide. The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something. Okay, it was one of those you have to push again bullshit moments. I hate that so much. You did. Yes, I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence for me, for my sake. What? Hiding it for you? For you? Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden, she may have thought you had done it. Okay, so Godot is clearly, you know, covering for Maya because out of respect for Mia and everything, and that he like maybe he's just proving that Phoenix is inadequate, or maybe I don't know if it goes that far because he hates Phoenix so much. But what I don't understand is why is he pushing this? Like this was over. Why is he trying to get convicted? No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened. Yes, I'm sure of it. Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. It was for my sake. Okay. Did it for your sake? Well, if the body and the blood hadn't been removed, I would have immediately been a prime suspect, right? Yes, I suppose that's true. Yeah, and if that happened, the body would have caused some other problems too. If her real identity had come out right then, it would have been turned terrible. Okay, but the blood was still on there. So I think that's the refutation, and it's like, well, why wouldn't you have cleaned up the blood? It's like, well, because you can't see it, as we found out earlier. Master Crane killed by her own daughter. I don't think Maya would have been able to handle it. But still, it's rather difficult to fathom the killer's motives. What reason is there to go through that much trouble to protect you? Okay, I think there could be a really, really good ending here, but it might have some problems if they go there, and I don't think they have the balls to do it. If they had the balls to do it and it worked out well, I think that would have been a really cool ending. But I don't think they're going there. I think Godot really did kill her. My idea would be that Maya actually did kill her and doesn't really remember, and Godot is taking the fall for this, so Maya doesn't have to live with the guilt of killing her own mother. That Maya actually did do it, and Godot is pushing this so hard, so Maya thinks it wasn't her, and he's gonna be like, no, I did it, and to save her from that. But I actually do think Godot did it. The body released the next time was carried all the way to the Hazakura Temple's courtyard. Then at the garden, the real scene of the crime. The snow that we suspect was covered in blood that was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. Oh, and what would that be? You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godot. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern? Ah! Oh, you're right.
Order, but Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene? Indeed, but it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow, and not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody handwriting. But if that's the case, do you have any explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body and remove all that snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern? I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it. Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written on the bloody lantern? The killer wrote it, pinned the crime on the killer didn't notice it. Prosecutor Godot, early in this trial, you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stolen lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it. But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that. You're right. There's no way any normal person would. What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? There's only one person involved in this incident. That could fly. Who could have missed seeing the blood? Oh, rather, yeah, that's true, yeah. And who would that be? Who was the person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing? Okay. I feel like maybe this moment would be stronger if we hadn't just done that last time. Mr. Godot, this is what you said yesterday. My eyesight's pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. Still saw them fighting in the dark, though. You can't see everything. Is that correct, Mr. Godot? This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented. This lantern? There's something written on it. Why? It's written in blood? Humph. Nonsense. This lantern, it's clean as a whistle. Mr. Godot, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? Oh shit, sorry. Thank you, Artex Flow, for the 37-month resub. Holy shit, 37 months is a lot. Thank you, Artex Flow. Thank you, Balder, for the 2-month resub. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry, 5 months. 5 months. So, Purple Haworthia. There we go. Haworthia for the 3-month resub. Thank you very much. And thank you, Morb Bo, for the new sub as well. Thank you so much. And thank you for most of you sticking around, even though Cyberpunk is out, I think. I think we're almost done. You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before, during the poisoning case at Tribulations. This is the apron the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time, and somehow spilled coffee. There's something still bothering you, Mr. Godot. Why do you have not explained the bloodstain in the car? Okay, I really like how that had nothing to do with that case, and yet it still was here because they set up all these details from the last case. Okay, like this case has a lot of bullshit, but there's one of the things that impresses me the most about story construction is when writers have the forethought to put details in early that set up that have payoff way later. You know what I mean? Like that, and they made it a good moment too. They made it like, whoa, okay, well, how did you not see it? They made it kind of pass off as funny. It was a little intrigue. Is it ketchup? Is it blood? You know what I mean? Like I really like when they do that. And this is pretty cool how they set up a lot of things with Godot throughout the whole entire game. A lot of things are coming back. It's neat. Bloodstain. The bloodstain. What bloodstain would that be? Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood colored stain that's smeared all over the apron. That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain. You'll love One Piece then? Nah. You could see the coffee on. You couldn't see the ketchup because it was red. It's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them? So then, Mr. Godot, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see red writing on the lantern? Hey, Gramps, didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea. I wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe that Prosecutor Godot is the murderer. But there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. Well, he killed to protect Maya, but surely that's alright. Mr. Godot, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise the Accident, also known as Miss Misty Fey. It's hard to believe this may be true. However, once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you and has become the defense attorney to the prosecutor. Ah. Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on. How does a little graffiti make me into the killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there. I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red. This is Rich. Do go on, Trey. The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow. The snow? How so? Oh, he couldn't see it. Oh, that was wrong. I remember saying that and thinking that. And so, yeah. Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. You wanted to hide the blazed snow. Why not take out just that area? Yes, why didn't you just take that area? Ah, could it be? Yeah, the killer couldn't see red blood that seeped into the snow. And he couldn't remove all the snow. He couldn't be sure where the blood landed, so he removed the whole area. Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? No, Maya said the lanterns were lit, or the torches were lit. Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He would have been able to see just fine. Meanwhile, Pearl has just left to wander around in the frozen wasteland of the mountain all by herself. It seems that, once again, this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godot? Wait just a minute. Maya, what is it, witness? Mr. Godot isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the Inner Temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after that old bridge got fixed up. Maya, you can't testify to something like that. Why? What do you mean? Eek! After the murder happened, you didn't even exist. She didn't. I'm afraid I don't follow. Are you senile, old man? We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh, that's right. Please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me. I mean, I feel like you should for her sake, but like this should be done. You plant the cover for Godot no matter what the cost. If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Ha, nicely done, Trey. Very well, let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened at the Inner Temple after the murder. Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling, and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearlie was there at the Inner Temple, too. After the incident, Pearlie was also stuck on the Inner Temple side that night. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. There's a spare prep room? That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the Inner Temple for the first time. He found Pearlie first and cheered her right up. Who is this Pearlie? That's my little cousin, Pearl Fay. You've seen her a million fucking times. When did you hear about this? Oh, just a while ago when I was in the medical office. I'm terribly sorry. But what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. What? Come on. Pearlie would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be. That doesn't help you. Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath. Ha. The prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness. Mr. Godot, let's just move on to the cross-examination. If the defense has no objections. This is highly unusual, but... Well, Mr. Wright. I mean, it's not. It happens every case. Let's get this cross-examination started. Where do you think Pearl slept that night? Okay, either I'm really tired or that's wrong. In a spare prep room next to the training hall, I guess. There's a rule that you can't enter the training hall during an acolyte's training, but even so, why did she go to the Inner Temple in the first place? It seems that Pearls became very worried about Maya. She knew that the spiritual training I was about to undergo was very intense, so even though the bridge burned down and she was stranded, she still didn't go in until, it got desperate. Pearls was supposed to channel Dahlia Hawthorne, but she couldn't do it. That's why she headed to the Inner Temple. However, Dahlia Hawthorne was already there, possessing the body of Elise Diaxnim. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. She searched the entire Inner Temple side, end to end. Well, you see, Pearlie gets pretty scared when she's alone, and there weren't that many places to look. She says that she even went back and forth several times, but she never went to the garden because it says no entry. The inner temple side has 2 structures, the inner training hall and the spare prep room. There's also a storage shack, I think. That's about it. There's a storage shack too? Pearls was looking for other people, right? Would she have really examined the storage shack all that carefully? Well, if it was me, that would be the first place I would investigate. So that means it's possible that someone may have been hiding in the storage shack. Next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. Pearls didn't hear the sound of them working on the bridge? What do you mean? I was just wondering why she would stay in the prep room. If it was me, I'd at least go out and wait at the foot of the bridge. Yeah, oh, well, Pearlie said she was sleeping at the time. She said she was so scared during the night that she couldn't sleep well and woke up a bunch of times. Oh, poor Pearls, poor little girl. Yeah, I mean the judgment, all along like that. Well, we know that she had at least one friend in the sacred cavern, Dahlia Hawthorne, who was busy battling with the trick lock. She couldn't let anyone see her, so she wouldn't have shown herself to Pearls. What happened after the bridge was finally fixed? That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the Inner Temple for the first time. So it was your first time in the Inner Temple side, Mr. Godot? That's funny. Am I imagining things, or did the defense ask me a question? Mr. Wright, please save your questions for the witness. What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor. Touché, Mr. Wright. Touché. Oh well. What do you have to say, Mr. Godot? Alright, we're 2 hours again for another break, but I think we're close to the end. I think we just keep going. I'm gonna guess there's another half hour to an hour left. Hot nights and even hotter coffee, that's what I always say. If it hadn't been for this case, I never would have visited there. A freezing cold temple in the mountains, I think I'll pass. So you had never visited Hazakura Temple or the Inner Temple, huh? You want to say something, Trey? In any case, I have to find a crack in Godot's armor. While I cross-examine Maya, that is. Very well, please go on with your testimony. After fixing the bridge, policeman came over to the Inner Temple side, right? That includes, like, the ending credits and shit. Like, I don't think there's another hour of trial left. Yes, then Mr. Godot, he found Pearlie first and cheered her right up. I thought we found Pearlie first. He cheered her up. That's what Pearlie said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot. And here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict. Cut it out. You're making me blush. This guy is really beginning to get on my nerves in more ways than one. The truth is, there aren't that many places to look on the Inner Temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with the fine-tooth combs, so I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way, Godot style. I'm the same way. I like to hand down verdicts in my own way, judge style. Maybe I should ask some questions, Phoenix style. Cheering Pearls up. So you cheered Pearls up? When I found that little girl, the first thing she asked about was her cousin, Maya Fey. Really? The bridge had burned down, and she was huddled up in that tiny shack with no heat. Even though she must have had a truly terrifying night out there, she asked about you before she said a thing about herself. Pearlie, I noticed that you weren't anywhere on the Inner Temple side, but I couldn't find it in me to tell her that, so I gave her my last cup. You gave her coffee with milk and sugar to hide the bitterness of the harsh truth. Whatever. Well, what a sweet story. Snibble. You gave her double-double. He had a thermos of coffee. Why doesn't that surprise me? There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the Inner Temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed at least the accident. Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, Godot's investigation. Alright. You said that you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything? It looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Trey. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern. Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles. The only thing odd I discovered was the beauty in the training hall. Beauty? Misty Fey, naturally. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western taste. Oh no! You're fucked Godot! Western taste. Could he find a stranger way to describe gravy? So from there, you headed to the prep room. Wait a sec. What did Godot just say? I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been in the Inner Temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Misty Fey. Wait, what? How do I say that? I guess this one? Mr. Godot, the first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the Inner Temple was long before the murder took place. Why do you say that? Because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall. Hanging scroll? But Mr. Godot is right. The scroll shows a picture of my mother. No, there's gravy on it. Ah, that's right. I can't see red, and I also can't see gravy. I know you know who it is, but this is something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired 2 years after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. What's that wonderfully delicious smell? The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy. Gravy? But why gravy? Nick? Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godot, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have any way of knowing it was Misty Faye. Wait a minute, Nick. Yes? Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look, at the top. There's a crest there. It's the mark of the master, correct? Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark, then you could guess that there was a picture of Misty Faye on there. Nope. True, but Mr. Godot described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Oh. Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godot! On the day of the murder, you were hiding at the Inner Temple long before the crime took place. Can I ask you just one little thing, Trey? What is it? This whole theory of yours, it all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed. That's right, otherwise there's no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene. Of course Mr. Go knew about the plan. Huh? Well, what did you say? Is it really possible that another person knew about the plan? Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Shit. Open once before. Yeah. This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plan for her daughter's future. It's complete horseshit, by the way, and these instructions were hidden somewhere in the Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed. Unsealed? Yes, the killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the Inner Temple. And you still insist this crafty killer is me. You bet I do. But you just said that the instructions were hidden. That's right, Mr. Godot couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden. If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out. Yes, and when was that? During a visit. A visit? Morgan Fay told her daughter Pearl about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center, that would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden. Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center? Yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Godot. But what? So wait, what? He just like went and eavesdropped on meetings until aha. What? Order! Mr. Godot, you're under fire again. This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge, and you were the only one that could have acquired this information for the murder. Humans are afraid of the dark. And yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee. Or tea. Or Coke. Or Ribena. Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean? It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the Inner Temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all of that just to protect this witness? That's right. If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. I am am what you see. I am certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress. The killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life, his behavior is still a little too unnatural. However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs. I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick? Maya, whose side are you on? Maya. I guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot. I think Maya's gonna be fucking back off to her village after this. This is the end for the same reason, huh? Okay, Trite, I'm all ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you. Well, what's this? There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably. Chadworth. There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she is Mia Fey's only sister. Mia Fey. You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney. Oh, wait a second here. Mr. Godot is a defense attorney. You're on the wrong side. Get on the other side. We'll bring in a new one. Sorry for this interruption, everybody. With your honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Godot. His real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right? No, I'm his twin brother. The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago. Diego Armando! That name rings a bell. It should, Your Honor. All of this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia Fey's first time in court, the tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. I like that it was a different person last time when they moved back to that. That was cool. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her, Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked. Did he change his tie when his hair changed too? Damn. It was fucking styling. It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself. Mia, you can't cry yet. Oh, man. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. Well, I'm crying now. I was moved by her, the way she put all her faith into her clients, that pure, sweet heart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Me and I thoroughly investigated that fat gay kidnapping incident. Then one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria. Ah, I just remembered. They have great chicken nuggets. 6 years ago, right here in this courthouse, you were poisoned. Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee. Some newspapers at the time called it a murder. But very little information about the case was released to the press, and since then I always brew my own. That's why I do it, so it's never poison again. Roast my own beans, everything, no poison. But you weren't dead at all. No official reports ever actually called it a murder. What? I was just in a deep, deep coma. I see. Alright, my body shut down, but my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight, and all my hair turned white due to the damage it caused. All of it? That's terrible. Apparently, it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poison brew. Then one morning, my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee. Oh man, the trial of the grasses. 5 years? Were you asleep for 5 years? And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. Like, not like your parents or your siblings or anything like that. No, Mia Fey, from the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. That woman I loved, the woman I loved had been murdered, and the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death. Damn, the woman you loved us now, Phoenix, Godot. The woman you loathed, the woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee, Dahlia Hawthorne. Ha. Good old Mia, she didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up. That's so sad. For someone like me, for someone who had slept away their best days, there were only 2 reasons left to live, and it was for those 2 reasons I decided to become a prosecutor. If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live? The first was you, Trey. Huh? Me? If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey never would have died, much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her, but you let her die. It was all your fault. It wasn't like that. I wanted to see for myself what kind of a man you really were. So that's why you became a prosecutor. My other reason for living. She goes by the name of Mia Fey. Huh? You mean me? You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Crane Village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. So I asked the jail to fucking call me on my cell phone right away if she ever had a visitor, and I just rushed down there and overheard whatever they were saying. But fucking Phoenix couldn't even get a phone call to the prison to see if Dahlia Hawthorne was still fucking alive. You're fucking useless, Phoenix. This is why I had to go there and make sure that Maya didn't kill you. You fucking suck. He's right, you know. You do suck. He's right, you do suck. You're out to the League of Lawyers. You fucking suck, Phoenix. My role as a prosecutor has put me in the perfect position to do something about her. That's how you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center. I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it. And it's a good thing I did, because she would be dead if I hadn't done it. You fucking suck. And he's right, you kind of fucking suck. That makes sense. Pearls had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out. Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contracted... Well, you could have just added to the note then, and then she wouldn't have done it. Why didn't you just add a page to the note? This will result in Maya's death, but I think this is a sacrifice we have to make as the family. You'll do it, Pearls, won't you? And then she was like, nah, I'm not doing this then, fuck it. I contacted both of my accomplices, Iris of Hazakura Temple and Misty Fey. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall on my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Fey. But, how did you contact my mother? She'd been missing for almost 20 years. Officially, yes. What? What do you mean, officially? You've heard about it, haven't you? And then afterwards, we got like 500 of these magazines of the occult, and we just sprinkled around your life. Do you have any idea how many of them you missed before you picked up that first one and finally showed her the Nick? You owe me $200,000. You haven't heard about it, have you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government. Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. She said that the Master of Crane had great authority. Even without her official position, Misty Face still wielded great influence. Police have been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's why I was able to contact her, again, because of my position as a prosecutor. So my mother was cooperating with you, and she still didn't want to talk to me? Don't ever forget, no matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you. Okay, yeah, that's a supplement for not being around for her entire fucking childhood. Yeah, okay, she was hadn't seen her since she was 2, but oh yeah, okay, that's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff. Her staff, the one with the sword in it. The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time in Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fey if necessary. She also wrote a book. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price. Mother... I care now! That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. Take part in it. You mean Pearls, don't you? We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne. Or just, you know, pick her up and put her in a car and drive her away. Get Nick. Just don't go! What the fuck? We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne. Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight? The same thing we do every night. Well... if you'd like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together. We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up. She was worried and followed me to the inner temple. Damn, foiled again. We just really thought she would showed up, so we didn't keep tabs on her at all. I could get down to the fucking detention center in 5 seconds, but we lost track of a 9-year-old. That was the one thing we were most afraid of, and that's why Misty Faye had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body. What? What do you mean? If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself. As Master of Crane, Misty Faye's power is supreme, so that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Faye wouldn't be able to. What? This is true! My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Faye. Why not go into the sacred tunnel and put the locks on the gate and then channel her? That's why I hid myself in the inner temple, just in case you needed to be safe. This was a dumb fucking plan. This is the worst plan. Just the worst. The worst fucking plan, just in case you needed to be safe from Dahlia Hawthorne. Godot. Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to try. Huh? There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney, but you're a horrible fucking person. You're going to have to do the rest yourself. The background leading up to the incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only 2 possible suspects right now. Maya Faye. And I'm sad to say, you, Mr. Godot. Well, Trey, if you're the real deal, let's finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own. No, Nick, please don't. Maya, I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why I had to protect Mr. Godot. Why didn't you get me on it? Why don't you trust me, Maya? Trust me. Trust Nick. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia and me too. When you didn't, Maya, I know that. And Nick. But even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify. Miss Faye, your testimony, please. This is the final testimony. God, I hope so. Don't bother trying to hide anything because I'll know. I want to, because I have a Magatama. I want to hear the truth from your own. I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick. Alright, young lady, tell us about your moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder? The time of the murder. Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights through them. I thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead though, and so she struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly, the red lights went out, and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed, and I lost consciousness. These red lights! I thought you said you don't remember seeing them. I'm sorry, I lied. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden. Ha, things break, Trey. Even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? It looks like you still can't prove it. Maya's telling the truth this time. I know it. The rest is up to me. Well then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness. The time of the murder. Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights through them. Okay, well, that's the slam dunk. We're done. Lights shining in the dark. I don't think you can make a mistake about that. Yeah, you're right. I think I saw them, but I can't say for certain. And I can't tell you for sure that they were from Mr. Godot's mask either. I don't get the feeling she's covering for him anymore, but press harder. But just after that, you turned toward the lights and called for help. Isn't that because you thought the lights were coming from Mr. Godot's mask? Yeah, I guess so. Maybe that's what I was thinking of at the time, but I can't remember after all. There was a person I couldn't identify in front of me. Maya's life was in terrible danger at the time. There's no way she can remember the details that seem perfectly. Alright then, let's go with the testimony. What did you do when you saw the red lights? I thought I'd ask for help, but just uncovered smell of blood. That blood, was it Dahlia Hawthorne's blood? I think so, probably, just at that moment. I heard a soft scream that seemed to be close by. It was a woman's voice, so that was when the killer stabbed the victim from behind with a murder weapon. Is that right? Without a doubt, Maya was in the middle of a really dangerous situation. Anyway, the victim was stabbed by the murder weapon. What happened after that? She wasn't dead though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. Struck back? How do you know that? Well, you're right. I didn't see it exactly, but I could tell by the sounds of their breathing and movement. And also, the smell of blood. You have witnessed more horror than any young lady should ever have in one life. So then, what did you do at that point? Alright, so is the blood on the knife Godot's? I couldn't move. I could just barely make out the shadows moving in the dark, but I had no idea what to do. Could you still see the red lights you mentioned earlier? That wasn't the right voice. Yes, I think so. But suddenly the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. They went out? Yes, suddenly I couldn't see them at all. What could it mean? If the red lights were coming from Godot's mask, and they went out right in the middle of the fight, maybe the mask was damaged. Or maybe it was knocked off. Or maybe the batteries ran out. Right? Or maybe those little red pinhead looking lights just stopped working. Take off your mask so we can see the cut that the knife made. Godot, let's go. What could have really happened then? At that moment, there was a horrible scream. What do you mean by just at that moment? Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out? Yes, that's right. The scream that you heard then was a Dahlia Hawthorne? I don't think so. I was pretty sure it was a man's voice. What? So then, that scream came from the killer. That's got to be it. I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it. And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh? After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems to make sense to me. It sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kind of wonder if there's a contradiction. I'm sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction. That makes sense after all. Okay. Let's save it. That makes sense after all. My deductions are almost certainly never correct. Remember the testimony she just gave. Before the killer let out a scream, Maya said she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged into the victim. Ah, is that right? She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff. It was the knife. If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Trey. There's only one thing I can think of that could have been used as a weapon here. Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff. What could she have used to strike back at the killer? This one! A broken coffee cup. Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. This dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck into a pine tree. Yes, yeah, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me. Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well. Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood of the dagger could have been from the victim. Have you forgotten that the blood has already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body. Let me get out my wound detector. So you're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer? Exactly. A DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Godot, it would prove that it's your blood. Nice theory, Trey. Order in the court. Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test. Ha. Let me ask you something, Trey. Let's just say that it turned out that I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? What? Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There was already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom. Yes, what does that prove? Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it. It can't be. In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Trey. That this evidence is now fucking void. That blood, it doesn't belong to me. Not a chance. What? In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. Alright then, witness. Wait a minute. What's the problem? I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction. Next explanation. Maya, this dagger, you said that it wounded the killer. That's right. But Godot isn't wounded. If Mr. Godot really had been cut with a dagger, his clothes should be bloody or have a rip in them, right? Maya, Maybe he just changed his clothes. That solved the contradiction pretty easily. What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder? Everyone that was on the inner temple side got trapped there. He brought a change of clothes. Yeah, that's right. And once the bridge was fixed and the police headed for the inner temple, Mr. Godot was already there waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes. Ah. Order in the court, what the witness says. Did he wash the blood off his face? I feel like it's under his mask. Change clothes. So, did he wash the blood off his face in that water bowl, and that's what Gumshoe got on him when he broke it, or when he brought it with him? But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes? Did the judge take smart pills during the last recess? Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. That way he wouldn't get any blood on him. That's impossible, Tribulations. You know how cold it gets up there late at night. After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid. Ah. Ha. So, that's all you got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Right now, if Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already. If Mia Fey were here. So come on, Wright. Can you do it or not? How about it, Mr. Wright? You've accused Mr. Godot of being the killer, but can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence? Uh-oh. The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is, I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. Remember when Nick started seeing Mia even without Maya's help and channeling and shit? And that just kind of went nowhere, huh? I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition, just as you want it. Ah, that's good. A fighter to the bitter end, try. Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't we go for an unlimited penalty? Oh shit! Oh shit! Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot? Because it doesn't matter to me. I can save scum. I've got the one piece of evidence I need. Give me a break. You've got nothing, Trite. So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I've got to think outside the box and approach this from a different angle. Alright then, Mr. Trite. I'm cool. I'm gonna do this for us now. Godot sounds super cool, and I want to be super cool, Judge. Alright then, Mr. Wright. Let's hear what you got. There's one thing that I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger. But we decided it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there should have been no blood stain on his clothing. There's one place the killer could have just hidden his wound. What did you say? Hidden? This is it, my last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. The blood all went in his underwear, and he just took his underwear off. I don't need to think about why there were no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound. This is the end of the line, the final stop, Trite. Let's hear what you got. Where is the location where the killer hid his wound? What? How can I say mask? Do I just say mask? Do I have a mask? Gravy! Take away other people, Larry's next to him. Receive the lights out of the building as evil spirits. Original crime. This is a murder weapon. Sword inside of the weapon. It's on the back. Taking that knight from the main gate. Crime. Fate. 4. Okay, how do I say under his mask? It's gotta be, right? It's gotta be under his mask. Is this too easy? Is this too easy? Is this too... Wait, I'm a lawyer! Ha, I don't know what you're talking about, and frankly, I don't need to know. What I need to know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Trite? Well, it looks like you've proven one thing, that you're nothing but a fake. Wait a minute. I don't think so. A promise is a promise. Ha, it was fun while it lasted. See you later. Try. That's enough. This court sees no reason to further prolong the trial, nor is there any need for more time to decide the case against the defendant. This case is extremely clear. I see no room for misinterpretation of the facts. This court finds the defendant, Iris of Hazakura Temple, guilty. Yeah, Iris. Iris is guilty. Yeah. Oh, she's back. Okay, cool. Okay, so it has to be like, it's just his mask, right? Huh. Shit! Alright, what is it then? Wait, what? What was that just now? Mia? It can't be. Oh, we're Godot now! You're living on through him? I live on through this idiot! Even as you speak, you're still hiding the wound. I live on through this arm! It's beneath your mask. During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godot, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved. Arg. Just now, I saw her spirit in you. She lives in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago, you helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. And you fucked her, Phoenix. I know you did. Don't like you. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought. Mr. Godot. But I was wrong about you. I knew from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive was myself. Was me. You, yourself. I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth to escape the harshest of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask. I threw away my true name, Waffle's data pawn. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit. But you saved Maya. Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now. Anyway, what do you mean? Are you listening, Maya? If I had really wanted to save you, then there's one person that I should have gone and talked to right away. Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick? No, Chadworth, but I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother, but I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason? No, why? I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all, huh? I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia, nothing more. And even though it was a dumb plan, everyone else went along with it. That's why I let you walk right into a situation I knew was dangerous. Forgive me. You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya. Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure. What do you mean by that? That night, in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette. A part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye, or even that little girl, but I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by pure desire to protect Maya Faye, or was it something else?
Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Could it have been simply a desire for revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. The stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from me as death. Instead, you picked up where she left off as the true defender of the people. In that one moment, I understood everything. Mr. Godot. Delicious coffee. I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando. Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me. Oh, it doesn't matter. Guilty. Huh. Thanks. Your wound. It's bleeding. Ha. Did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears. Oh, nice. Tears. Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment. Mr. Armando, you do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. Ah, they shouldn't have said that again. It's fine. It's good. It doesn't bring it down, but I think it would have been better if they didn't say that again. This time, it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant. Yes, Your Honor. You're still here, although you were directly involved in the murder. Tampering with the body in the crime scene is a serious offense in itself. I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained it to me very carefully. I knew the risk, and I willingly cooperated anyway. Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say? Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you. Apologize to me for what? For the case 5 years ago, of course. I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover? Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly poop without pain. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me. It's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other. Huh? What do you mean? You and my sister, you only met twice. Huh? We only met twice? The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courthouse. The next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine. So it was Iris that showed up every single time and said, hey, please give me that necklace back. And Phoenix just went, no, ha 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 ha. And then they went on a date. No. And then Tom Swallow was... No way, it can't be true. I mean, during our whole relationship, we were... For those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister. Huh? It wasn't Dahlia. Who else could it be? I hope one day you can forgive me, Feeny. You mean... That's right. I lied to you. For 8 months. But why? Why would you do such a thing? Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance, she couldn't move about freely. So that's why you... My sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst. She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice. You mean she was ready to kill me, don't you? She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance. And that's why you came to me. You came to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place, and you failed at that for 8 months, even though, but I couldn't get you to give it back. You just kept saying no and laughing, so we just kept going on dates. And over that period of frustration, I grew to love you. I feel so 8 months passed. I still can't get back from you. No, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about your plans for you that day. It was the first time that it had ever happened. That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime, and she would confer with you. I think she must have noticed. Noticed what? My feelings for you. If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her, even if it meant her life or mine. Whoa, Iris. After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings toward you, they changed. I have something to say to you too. Yes? I hate you. You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you. Wow, that must have really fucked him up. Holy shit, Phoenix. I feel like they really understated how much that must have just fucked Phoenix up. Holy shit, thank you. God damn. How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though, right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Don't you think so, Phoenix Wright? Yeah, I think you're right. I'm right too. I wish he had a cup of coffee. God damn it. I wish the judge had a cup of coffee. The purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim, at least to ask him. At some point, I expect you tried to re-roll as an accomplice in this case. I understand, Your Honor. Very well. I'll go along with this. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant not guilty. Coffee court. Woo woo woo. Coffee court. Court is now adjourned. Wait. Where's the confetti? February 10, 4:51 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 1. So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended was justice really served. The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand. Of course justice was served. Mia, I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando, the man who cared so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible. You mean, with that verdict? I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. Aw, there's nothing more you can learn from me. Goodbye, Mia. You've accomplished something I wasn't able to do. I owe you a great deal. Thank you, Mia. I'm sure we'll meet again. Someday, Phoenix. In my swimsuit. I've handled lots of cases and seen a lot of things, and along this journey, I found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer. Nick? Maya. I guess it's just like my sis said. Mia, what did she say? That night, when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do. This is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end. But come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, sis, and I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you've done for us, Nick. Is this what's known as a harem ending? Maya, how can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? So I tried to keep it together, I couldn't do it. I'm sorry, you were brutally attacked, you even saw your own mother end it. Francesca. Still a softie as always, Phoenix Wright. Did I use this term correctly at least? That is correct, right? Excellent work, Wright. Huh? Mr. Chadworth, when did you get back? Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. Chadworth and Francesca have actually been helping me. Helping you? If these two hadn't been here on the first day of the trial... Oh, shit. The defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere. Wow. But where were you, Nick? I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold, which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head. Oh, ouch. Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Chadworth, and you too, Francesca. I don't suppose... No! Fuck you! I don't want you here at this moment. There's room for me in this group hug, is there? No! Olay. What's with the longer than usual face? I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone, not even once. That's not true, right, Nick? It's pretty true. What, you're asking me? Well, Nick, is it true? I've got a place in this world, right? Do we have to show him his fucking picture that revealed the thing? Larry's the last one? Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good. No. Oh yeah, those portraits you painted, they were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What? Me? Why are you making that face, huh, Chatty? Oh well, yes indeed, I certainly can't say that they lack resemblance. Do you really mean it? What about you, Franzi? Did I draw you well too? Ah, my beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crayon. But you did your best. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something. So then you'll do it, like you promised? You're going to model for— Whoa! Don't get carried away. Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. The painting of Pearl was pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Pearls? Where could she have gone? Normally she would have made a beeline for Maya. Oh, I'll go look for her. Be right back. I have to pee so bad. Hey, Pearly. Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you are wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that has happened. Yeah, I was about to say that, actually. Yeah. To be honest, I can't understand it either. Francesca, that's right. She lost her father fairly recently as well. I think I understand how she feels. Maya is a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can. Well, what do you mean, now is exactly the time? Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya is trying her best not to cry. Someone who is hurt far more deeply than Maya. It's gotta be Pearls, right? Gotta be. Chadworth, I think I'm starting to understand too. Ow. Then tell me, Phoenix Wright, who is Maya Fey being strong for? Good dough. Pearl Fey. The poor kid, after all, the reason that she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Fey clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. It showed how truly devoted she is to Maya. But it's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Fey's mother was killed, and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. And that's exactly why Maya is putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake, until she can see her smile again. Hey guys, oh hey, so this is where you all were. Let's go get some pasta. Wow, looks like we got quite the bunch of hosers. Yeah, what was that for, sir? Sorry about that, Scroofy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own. Ooh. What's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me, literally. My salary's just sort of kind of gone down by a teeny weeny bit, but it's alright. I made reservations at a first-class French restaurant tonight. Ah, pretty good work, Scroofy. That whip was your reward. Detective Gumshoe? You said a first-class French restaurant. You don't mean... Très bien. Where else? I knew it. We're doomed. Come on, let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. She's still working there? Hey, you crybaby, you're invited too. After the chef kind of sold her out, what about me? Pearl and I will be at the loser shack eating potatoes. What happens to the winning lottery ticket? You know, Maya is taking an awfully long time to get back. She's still looking for Pearls. Can't find it. Isn't Pearl's probably talking to Godot, right? Oh my, what's wrong? Nick, what do I do? Pearly, I can't find her anywhere. Huh? I'll bet she just went back home. That's all. I thought so too, so I called the village, but no one has heard from her. This has never happened before. She was here like 2 minutes ago. She couldn't have got home this quick, Maya. If she's gone home, she's still on the train. As I figured, she has been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya. But none of this was her fault. What? What should I do? Detective Gumshoe. Yeah, what is it, pal? Could you guys go on ahead? But what about you? Maya and I will. We'll join you guys once we find Pearls. Nick, don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world. Yeah, but... very well, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead. Don't keep us waiting, right? Okay, I can't hold it any longer. I'll be back in 2 minutes to pee, and then we'll end the game, and then we'll talk about it, and then we'll end the stream. So, like, stream will go on for, like, probably another 10-15 minutes, and that's it. Oh, man. Sorry about that. Don't keep us waiting, right? We won't. But where should we look? Where could Pearly have gone? Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that Pearls might have gone to. She came here by herself. Every 10. Hazakura Temple, main gate. Hazakura Temple? For Pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started. What's this? You're all back again so soon? Sister Bikini, I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight. So she's here? Pearly is here? She's in the training hall. Why didn't you hurry along and go see her? Okay. Pearly's not here. Ah, Maya. The hanging scroll. Someone cleaned it off. It's got to be Pearls. Ah, Mystic Maya, Mystic Maya. Pearly, why? Why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya. Mystic Maya. I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again, because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother, that's why you came here? It's the least I could do to pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearly. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course I'm sad that my mother is gone, but how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. No, really, it's true. The only reason I'm still here is thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why. Especially Armando, I have to be strong for all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya. I mean, arguably Armando also got her in the situation, so, I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty. Sister Bikini, your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night. After dishonoring the good name of Kurain, I don't have the right to face my daughter, but still, Maya is always in my thoughts. It's true, she'll always be with me until the day I die. What a load of crap. Your spirit was with her, that's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets. She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die. That's the master's talisman, the thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important, rather it was the contents. That's... No, you were wrong! You just broke that, Nick! A photo. Ah, mother... It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives, but that makes us human. But what makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. Aww. Alright, that's a cool way to tie a lot of things together. I like that a lot. That's really good. Even when the battle is over and the bonds that connect us are severed, we always return time and time again. Maya, Pearls, and Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother too. I learned that from all of them. Well, shall we get going? Everyone is waiting. This is the day to remember, a day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today. But I still can't. Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime. Okay. Alright, I'm going to make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training, I promise. I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for three for when you come back. Yeah, that's right. Wahaha, ho ho ho, hee hee hee. Alright, we're going to have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance. Okay, Mystic Maya, I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight. You know, there's one thing I don't get, and probably don't want to, but... What is it, Nick? Reservations for training is fine and all, but why for 3? Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick.
Next time you can train right alongside us. Huh? I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you. Oh, Bikini is a swimsuit! Huh? Huh? It'll be great, Nick. We're going to do the special course naturally. Huh? 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 Yeah, he's doing his ha thing. Ha ha! Ha ha! That's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick, you'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right? Nah, for Iris, though, we'll have a nice big meal before we come next time, right, Nick? You know, I was wondering if I can say just one little thing. Sure, of course you can. Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it. I'm getting goosebumps, too. Well then. Here goes nothing.
Objection!
I really have to work extra hard now. Master Crane and the office manager are Wright and Co. law offices. And I have to be a good big sister to Pearly and Nick too. Well, as long as I'm not locked up or captured or something like that for the 5th time. Are we free? Are we free of this 8-hour street? So it's true, Mr. Nick really is Mystic Maya's knight in shining armor. He went through with the special course all the way to the end. Actually, I heard there's a legendary extra special ultra course here too. I think I'll surprise the two of them by making them a secret reservation. Ooh, Maggie bought me a brand new coat as a present, pal. I feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off. Yes, but somehow you just don't seem the same. I guess a dirty, shabby old overcoat is just more detective-like, sir. Don't worry about it. In the name of love, a man will soil himself silly. Mr. Wright, I am once again in your debt. Thanks to you, the Treasures of Crane exhibit was a great success. I'm sure glad you're here at the end. I even got to see Miss Von Karma, who I hadn't seen for years, who taught me how to use a whip, and said that I must show you what I've learned. Whoa, what the fuck? Are we gonna see the head tilt sprite? Destiny and I started a company called Mask to Mask Consulting. Not sus at all. We're dedicated to stopping the evil plans of all the criminals in the city. Our motto is, cut it out, please. Pretty cute, huh? Pretty fucking cute. Well, we always sell plans to the criminals as a kind of side business. I wonder if that's okay. Sometimes I think maybe we're the worst criminals. I wanted to show my appreciation to Mr. Wright for exterminating Don Tiger, so I lent him $500,000 and a tea set, a special thick tea, one I mixed with my own 2 hands. I bet he's drinking it now. Win through compromise. Hee 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 hee. I'm just old and in the way, a wrinkly, grumpy clown, nose, waste of flesh. At least, that's what I thought. But my grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day. It was at the zoo. Talk about embarrassing. 69-year-olds and I cried like a baby. You're only 69? Oh God, music. Yeah, this was important. As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We've hired a new programmer to replace Glenn Elk. It's Larry. I do hope everyone will get along. His name is Adam Mata. As soon as I heard his name, I knew our brain circuits would align perfectly. Nice. My, more reporters. Since the murder, we've made so much money, I hardly know what to do. I think the magazines like us because I provide such a nice visual, especially in spring. I can hardly wait for Iris to come back. Wahaha, ho ho ho. you've turned into such a respectable man, Feeny. It was so sweet of you and everyone else to come and visit me here the other day. Of course, I was happy that you constantly had your eyes on me, but I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed. Wait, that's it? That's like Feeny's love of his life, and that's all you get. Phoenix Wright. Ben Grauman Judd. I mean, really? They only had like a couple of voice lines. Okay, I guess, whatever. Do 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 do.
Objection.
What's this? I'm back from a long and tiring vacation and no one is here to greet me. I guess while I was gone, my little whippersnapper buddy quit and now I've got no one. And what kind of lonely, crazy security room is this supposed to be anyway? What with all the flashing lights and switches, I feel like some sort of space alien. Oh god, I hope there's not going to be a lot of hard one. Back in 8 minutes, I really can't accept these. I'm afraid for something just means it's fragile hard. But not that fragile. Was it a gentleman who was treating me like a lady? There's not going to be a lot of heart. There's no way. I finally found something I love to do. Franzie's Whippity Whip trip is going to turn the art world on its head. I should have realized it sooner. Self-centered, lazy, antisocial. I'm an artist. Really good fortune artist on a loose after all. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but that was funny. Wait, that's it? We had all that like side character stuff, and there's not like a last word from Edgeworth or anything, or oh, okay. Huh. Huh. Okay. Thank you for the bits, Bouncy Bob. Thank you for getting us up to Q2. It's a story and a treat. And thank you, Lord Mechathon, for the 100 bits as well. Thank you very much, Lord Mechathon. Okay, so let's wrap this up real fast. So I'm just going to talk about the games real quick, so I have some closing thoughts. I would rank it with 3 being the best, then 1, then 2, with 2 being significantly lower than the other ones, I think. But like still a decent game. I don't think 2 is a bad game. Just you know, significantly lower than the other 2 because it was just the most dull in parts. I don't know if this is the best case or if the one we just did is the best case. I think that the one that we just did was more entertaining. They both have a lot of problems with bullshit. Like, for as much as we were laughing at the pendulum shit, like this has the airtight elevator bullshit, you know what I mean? So they both have their problems, and I'm okay with the problems because I think it's more about being along for the ride and it being like a fun thing. So for sheer, I'm ranking them as sheer entertainment. I'm not really ranking them as mysteries or anything like that. I feel like that over time, I think that I'm going to settle on what we just played being the best case because it ties the whole game together and even parts of the whole series together. So, like, if we're looking at it purely individually, maybe 1-4 would win, but I feel like it's almost impossible to separate this out from the rest of the case. Like, so much of its strength comes from how it ties the whole story that came up before this, and all the little details that were set up for this case as well. Not just the Godot stuff, but also like all these things that came back with him, the cold and the lightning strike. I know that sounds like a joke, but I like these little details that come back and they weave back together. It's good. It's interesting. So I think that this is the strongest game by far, even if this isn't as good as 1.4 on its own. It might be, I'm not sure. I'd have to think about it for a while and probably replay them again at some point in the future, but I don't know if I would, because they're so long. I'd rather play something new, but like if I was to properly like critique them or anything like that, I would play them again. But like right now, I'd probably rank this as the best case. It's hard to separate out, but yeah, this was a pretty strong case. This was a pretty strong case. This was a good setup for this one, a prelude for this one. It was interesting. You saw a lot, like some cool character moments, and this was definitely the best tutorial case. So they all have a tutorial case. This is the best one. This is probably the best second case in the game. This is probably the best third case in a game. This is a prelude to this one. Really, like two and one don't really have a fifth case, do they? Because it was added later, I think. So I think this is the best game of these three by far. Let's see. Like this was a pretty weak opening. I really didn't like this case. I thought it was kind of dumb, even though it was kind of interesting. I thought this one was fun for how wacky it was and how off the wall it was. But like the investigation for this one was really boring. So like, I feel like the investigation started to drag in this one, and then this one was just like maybe the worst investigation in the whole entire series. Like here, just like so drawn out and boring. And the investigation here was kind of drawn out as well, but not as bad as the case 3. This was a good case. Like I think the games end strongly, and I really like that the games end strongly because endings are really important to me. It feels like I don't mean this in an offensive way for the game, but it almost feels like everything that comes before the last case is just kind of like having fun and filler. Like there are some strong moments, of course. It's not completely filler, but it's like everything is just leading up to, oh, and here's the real thing that we wanted to do, which was the last case. Kaboom. And I think maybe that's why I like the third game so much, because they managed to do that while also setting up so much stuff for the last one. It was like just damn. It's like, yeah, you thought all this was just like having fun and more on the filler side, but no, actually all this was setting up for the last time too. So like I really like that. And then let's see, we have the first game, which like is establishing the concept. So for a first game, like I feel like it deserves a lot of credit and a lot of praise for like nailing how these games work on its first time. Like it set up the foundation for 2 games after this, and I presume there's a lot of changes in later games, but it's still it deserves a lot of credit for that. This was like fun. It was fine. Like it's a bit like it's the first case. It's fine. This was okay. I'm still surprised they killed me off so quickly, and in a way that didn't come back for the rest of the game. But yeah, this was fine. It was okay. Like yeah. Still getting into the concept. This was a bit like wacky and kind of like had some moments, but the investigation kind of drawn out here too. And this case was fantastic, absolutely fantastic. This is a really cool case. Again, they all have problems with logic and solutions and everything, but this was a really cool case, just really fucking entertaining, like really good. And like this has like, I don't know, like I feel like if you ask me on some days, this might be my worst case in the whole series because it was just so fucking long. But like it had some cool moments, and I like whoever this person was. I can't remember her name. But like this was it was okay. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't a bad time, but it was just so fucking long. So long. So that's a big detriment against it. So if they were able to cut that down, like I don't know if they had a quota they were going to because it was added for a re-release or something. They want it to feel like this is almost a game all on itself, you know what I mean? And maybe that was what they were going for, and it just didn't have the legs for it, you know? The concept didn't have the legs for it. The fact that you can figure out really soon on that, oh, Damon is bad news, you know? It's like, oh, well, shit, you know what I mean? Like, it kind of takes the wind out of the sails. I think in general, the cases are better when you don't really know what's going on. When you're just trying to prove it, I feel like it's less interesting, but I don't know, maybe that's just the part of me that likes mysteries. I don't know. And that's it. Okay, so like yeah, I enjoyed these games. I think I still prefer Danganronpa. I'm sorry. I think that overall the writing in these games was tighter than in Danganronpa. I'm talking about the writing entertainment-wise and like artistry-wise. For Logic, I think they both have their problems. Obviously, we've spoken about that a lot. But Danganronpa wins